What you need, I got. What you need, what you need, bam. What you need, what you need, I got. There you go. Let me see if I can find. What's the name of that song, y'all? I don't know why that came to my mind, but I do know that it is. What is his name? God damn it. I used to like that song. But hello, 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 hello. Something about America. What's his name? Damn it. From Chicago. The cuckoo one, the one who's crazy. He's like cuckoo, cuckoo. He married the one with the butt. Man, you could tell when I'm tired, okay? Let me see. I'll tell y'all who I'm thinking about. Kanye West. There you go. Let me see if I can find it. Kanye West. And let me see. I know this song. I know the song well. What you need? What you need? Bam. But I don't know the name of it though. But I do know the album though. I do know the album. And I think the album is Watch the Throne, if I'm correct. What you need? Bam. Let me see. Watch the Throne. Let me see if I can find it. Kanye. Look like he released something called Hot. Wait. Who's this? No, that's Cardi B. Oh, okay. Why is he on this? Latest release. Why is it under Kanye's name though? Is he on it? Life of Pablo. Why is that called that? The college dropout. Late registration, graduation. Man, I might be wrong. Let me see albums. How many albums he got? I heard his last album was a Christian album. Danya. I ain't even listened to not one of those songs. And Jesus is King. I never hear nothing on none of those. Okay. To me, after Watch the Throne, it was all downhill from that. Okay. Let me see what it's called. Is it called Ham? In America, I love you. Well, who gonna stop me? I think this might be it. Here it goes. This is my shit right here. Louder. Bam, bam. What you need? I got what you need. Damn. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna stop it, y'all, because I might get in trouble. But anyway, let me grab the link. Okay, I did call it Tech Tuesday because we said on Tuesdays we was gonna at least talk about technology somewhere in there, and we don't have to start off that way, but we're gonna end up that way, or we could start off that way, end up somewhere else, however y'all want to do it. But I do like the fact that we talk about all kinds of shit, right? I have some intelligent people coming to the panel always. We got Devastating, who always keeping us current with current ass shit, right? We got Mella, who be over here having his back and bringing up topics. You know what I mean? We got Silent, who come up and hold it down with his silent, unsilent snoring. We got we had Just Jay coming up, and Just Jay was be up here and coloring and giving out information, you know, about what some things that she liked to do and talk about. We had Shit, there's so many of y'all. Miss Mimi, she been coming over and sharing some things she like to do. And and I'm gonna interview her sometime this week, y'all. And we're gonna talk about just marriages. We're just gonna talk about marriage, and you know, and also she's married to how should I say it? Just how you I don't even know how to say it. But anyway, I want a nice way to say it. I don't want to make it. I don't want to just say she's married to a white man. I don't want to say that. But what is it called? Like a marriage to another race of people. What's that term? I don't know. But anyway, yes, and she did give me the okay to interview her, and I will, because I think it's a lot to learn. We might actually learn that there aren't differences except the cultural differences, right? Probably just different foods that we eat and things like that. But other than that, married people are married people. Okay. He is the Daily News. We got Gigi. She be in the chat, baby, and she be holding it down. You know what I mean? With the rest of the crew. Anyway, good morning. Let me grab the link, y'all. Cause I'm debating whether I should try to get some sleep. I want to jump in the shower though, no matter what. I am going to do that in a minute. Because I've been up all night and I didn't get in the shower last night. And I don't like I need to get in the shower at least every 8 hours, every 8 to 10 hours. Okay. And if I don't, I feel dirty. So I'm gonna jump in that shower. But so technology and STEM, y'all know that equals all kinds of shit. Science, technology. What's the E for, y'all? I know the mathematics. I'm not sure what the E stands for. I'm going to look that up, or one of y'all tell me. But yeah, I want this channel to be educational. I want us to be able to give advice, of course, different points of views, of course, but I also want people to take something away from it, if that makes sense. I hope I'm not asking too much. You know, I like learning new shit. I enjoy learning new shit. I'm telling you. Okay, I really enjoy it. Michael, what's going on? Oh, engineering. Okay. She said, "Ask Bob." I truly want. I love learning new shit, and I'm gonna tell you, Mother Earth hit me onto some apps for Leaky Leak, right? And also, who was it? We had 2 teachers up here last week. I think it was Free and was it Mew? Who's the other teacher, y'all? Anybody remember? And I like that they informed me of some things for me to teach Leaky Leak the next step, because he know all his letters, he knows all the numbers, right? And I think somebody said for them to move from the 1st grade to the 2nd grade, or was it from the kindergarten to the 1st grade, they had to able to read 3-letter words like cat and hat and Jack, what Jack is for. And so I like learning that type of stuff, because I'm going to keep Leaky pushing forward. Leaky love to learn. Okay. And I'm going to make sure he continues to learn. So I need to find the next app for his behind. Okay. I want, because he like it so much, you know, I'm going to feed his little brain every little ounce of fucking information I can. Okay. Less the cuss words. I don't want to teach him no cuss words. I got to teach him unlearn behavior of wanting to hit me when he get mad, because I'm gonna whip his ass. Okay. But I'm whipping his ass because he trying to whip my ass. I don't understand. I don't know how to handle that. How should I handle when he get his little temper and he raises his hand? Now, if I hit him, then I'm teaching him to hit. So I don't hit him. But that little boy raises his hands up at me. And, you know, if it was my mama, he would have lost his hands by now. But I'm trying to do it differently. What do y'all suggest? And besides whipping his goddamn ass. Now he's not here today. He's with his mom. Okay. But the raising of the hands, and I look at him, I said, don't you hit your mom. And he'll puff up. He puffs up, y'all. Thinking he gonna whip my ass. Is he crazy? Listen, he's lucky I'm trying to educate him differently than I was taught. If I ever thought, if I dreamt about whipping my mama's ass, my ass would have been whipped. You understand what I'm saying? I bet not even dream of raising a hand at my mother or my father, because they would have been a death to me. And legally, just and then it make me laugh too. I'll be like, look, boy, don't you hit me. And then the way he looks at me, and I bust out laughing. And then he starts laughing. But I can't teach him that it's okay to raise his hands up at me, though. So what, as parents, and some of you not parents, what do I do? Can anybody please give me some ideas? Okay? Because I just feel like whipping his butt is teaching him exactly what I'm trying to unteach him. Or is the word unlearn? Yes, I think it is. I might be wrong on that, though.
No, you good on that.
Oh, I'm good on that? Okay.
Yeah.
So what you suggest I do? I know you don't have no kids, but what do you do?
In my experience, for me, they receive information better when it's not in a form of aggression. So, when I was a kid, when I used to get whoopings, I didn't take it as punishment. I thought they was trying to kill me, including my mother.
God damn.
Like straight up. You know what I mean? So for me,
I want him to think that.
Yeah. You're not sure what is he thinking. He might just be defending himself. You know what I mean?
Wait, defending himself from what? Legally, he just comes in and
right, puffs up. Yeah.
And puffs up, and then if I try to tell him he can't get the candy, but I like what Mother Earth said. Mother Earth. Wait, you go ahead and finish, and then I'll read what she said.
So for me, my experiences with the lady friends that I've been with small children, I just use the talking, explaining to them, talking to them in a calm manner. If they repeat it, the aggression back towards them is not gonna snap them out of that conduct. You hitting is not going to get the result immediately. Right. You're going to make it worse. So over time, it may be one day, it may be 1 week, hey, it may be 1 year. You know what I mean? I don't know. Everybody's curve is going to be different. But the talking to him, explaining it to him in the simplest form, maybe not so aggression on your tone also, but you still have to assert that you are the grandmother. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You still have to have some sort of reference that, hey, she is the boss and I cannot get my way. So that's going to be between you and him. You know how to do that. You got, you done your 2 sons already. So that's pretty much the best advice I can give from someone who don't have kids. But when I use that approach, my results were immediately observed quicker than what my woman friend used as aggression. She hollered at him, she whooped them, no results. I talked to them, I got immediate results, and they did not revert back. So that's just a track record that I can speak on.
Yeah, I made you host. You could make me co-host and other co-hosts because I forgot to make.
Okay.
I like that idea, and you're right, and I know that because I don't spank him. Yeah. But man, and I like what Mother Earth said too. She said something about soft touches. So she said, "Yeah, keep talking and explaining. It takes more time, but it's worth it, in my opinion." Yeah. Tell him hands on for hitting and demonstrate soft touches. what's a soft touch? What you mean by soft touches, Mother Earth? Because I do like I'll rub his face, you know, and do this thing like as if I'm doing a circle around his head and his cheeks. He like that. It may calm him down. But yeah, and I don't want to hit him, you know. I don't know where he get the hitting from, but Mother Earth says that's normal. Like it could have just been something he does, you know. Maybe because he didn't see it in my house. Don't get no spanking here. I don't know what his mother does.
Boy, you're gonna have to spank him one time. If he raising his hand, no, I'm serious. If you little boy, you have to spank him one time.
But suppose spank. Well, how can I stop him from using his hands if I'm teaching him to use his hands?
But he using his hands at you.
Right. But I'm trust me, sometimes like the other day I yelled at his daddy. I didn't yell at Leak. I said, come get him before I whip his ass. Because he came in here, y'all, and he picked up my sewing stuff, right? And he picked it up like he gonna throw it. I said, you better not throw it. Ain't throw it. And that ain't the only thing. Then he picked up something else and threw it. I was scared. I said, you better come get him.
You got to catch that fast though, boy. For real, is he a young man? And then if you say
he ain't a young man, he too.
But I'm saying, but he lifting. I understand that, but he lifting his balling his fist up at you. And what if his daddy not around? You got to spank him one time and get it out of him. Then he'll learn not to do that again. My mama only took my mama one time.
I'm not saying.
I think it's gonna be risky.
Yeah, because I don't want to teach him to hit. Now, maybe when he get a little older, because he is at that terrible twos now. And even though he's about to turn 3 in a month or so, what is July, August? Yeah, his birthday next month, right? June, July, August, yeah. And in August his birthday. What month this is? Shit, this
July.
is July. God damn.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
anyway,
half the year already gone.
No, God damn.
We're gone.
So he's about at that terrible twos that they say they get. He's just reaching it, like, you know, and now he's testing the waters. And I don't want to, you know, I spanked my kids, but I did, you know, and it wasn't nothing hard. Little tap on their hands or butt or whatever on their pamper, right? But if I could do something different, even though both my kids, I don't have no issues with them, but you know, kids are different. You see what I'm saying? You never know. You could spank one son and he might do great. Another son, shit, might, like I think you said, you felt like the person was trying to kill you. Yeah. You felt like you, and that scares the child. Also, you lose trust in the peoples too.
Yeah, that too. That's the breakdown.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot, y'all. Being a grandmother, and maybe not just because I'm a grandmother, also because I have access to different people and the internet with different things, and they've learned a lot through these years, many years of, you know, psychiatrists and talking to people, hearing men and women say how terrible they felt when they got spankings. See, to me, I never got real bad spankings, even though I got spankings. They didn't make me feel like somebody didn't love me, you know? Yeah. But at the same time, there's some people who say, shit, they felt like they wasn't loved because they got hit. You know? And
that's what I'm saying. The effects is going to be different. I thought I was getting killed. Other kids, they told me, you know, while I was a child, my mama don't like me. My dad, you know what I'm saying? They don't love me. They literally ran away from home to my house. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck you doing here? You know what I'm saying?
Mother Earth says spanking isn't the answer. It's an easy way to solve the problem. Girl, you thought 2s was terrible. Wait till you see 3. God damn, Mother Earth.
That girl don't know what she's talking about.
She does. She Mother Earth has 2 children, and she knows what she's talking about. And I remember she's the one who gave me the different thought on spanking, to be honest, because she had a organization, and it was something like stop spanking, something like that. And I remember making the mask, right? And I was thinking to myself, let me go check out, what this is all about. So suppose we are being more violent because we was taught. Think about it. When we ready to fight, we ready to fight. People use our fists for literally nothing sometimes. And could that be because we was taught that? Hey, Koja, Gigi, Miss Mimi, who else? Black Beauty, how you doing? My granny raised 6 kids and helped raise most of the grand kids. She was tough on her own, but soft like butter with every generation after. She cried one day because her daughter was crying. And they say that's what happens with us, right? I saw that with my parents, with my dad especially. Man, my dad was a pushover with my goddamn nephews. Not only with my sister too. My sister used to run away and steal the car. Steal the car? When I heard that story, like, what? Shit. If I would have thought about stealing the car, my ass would have been, it would have been over. My little sister, I told y'all she's not even 40 yet. I think she might be turning 40 this year or next year, right? No, she probably like 37 now. 37. But anyway, my goddamn little sister, I was in the Army, and I remember my mom telling me, yeah, your sister stole the car and went to New Orleans. And I was like, what happened? I was like, is she still living? Yeah. And then when I asked my dad, I said, yeah, I heard Tanisha stole the car. Yeah. I said, I looked at him like, what? You ain't whip her? Like, is she still living? What's going on? Oh, no, that's just what kids do. What the hell? Where's my daddy? Who are you and where is my goddamn daddy, baby? What the hell happened here? It's Stop Spanking Challenge. There you go. Yeah, man. So when you made me make that, I started thinking. I'm thinking, okay, what is this about? And I have heard some of these men online, y'all, and the things they say about their mother, and although, look, I call cap on a lot of this shit, I do think there's some mothers and fathers, right, of parents, should I say, who was maybe doing things, maybe,
aggressively.
Maybe they did it because that's all they knew. Yeah. But what if there's something different though?
Yeah, my mom can't.
I said all of them didn't get spanked. I don't think. Some
Shit.
people.
Everybody got spanked. Everybody black got spanked.
Yeah, everybody black in my hometown got spanked.
I know that's right. Spanking was the way, baby. Shit. Not only did my parents spank me, but the neighbors was allowed to spank me.
Oh yeah, the whole neighborhood, really.
Yeah, so people got
the people from the church.
Yep.
Mr. Johnson from the corner store. Yo, you know what I'm saying? If I was on the block with my bicycle and I wasn't supposed to be over there, it was on the spot. It wasn't no question either.
No question. Shit. If they say you're gonna get the belt, come here. What you doing? You're not supposed to be doing this. Miss Johnson, my mama said, nah. There's no way.
So my mom basically grew up in a time of trauma where it was kind of violent, pre-civil rights, that Emmett Till, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, JFK, You know what I'm saying? All these stories about civil rights activists getting beat, Selma March, the bombing of the church. It was just a violent time for her coming up. So, you know, she was inundated with that. And like you said, my granddad spanked her for smaller shit. But when it came to me, I was the first grandchild, and it was a total flip. And I remember her specifically saying that to me. Your granddad whooped me, but he's totally different with you. And she really kind of had an issue with that for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I used to love to go over his house all the time. I was like, when can I go over granddad's house? I was just always just like really nagging for it. Not because he didn't spank me, but I just felt at the time that she was still young. She was going through a lot of things. And even when she raised her voice, she wasn't mad at me. She was just dealing with a lot of crap, basically. So I didn't understand. But when I got around my granddad, I just feel kind of safe.
Mother Earth said my granny was giving my babies money and letting them run through the house.
Yeah, that too. That too. That too. That too.
Oh man. Leaky Leak runs all over me, y'all. And I just feel like I just don't be caring that he running all over me because I love him so much. But I can't let him run over me totally because I don't want to end up dead in this motherfucker, you know? He'd be like 8 years old and be laughing and shit at me and decide to stab me. Because they got some crazy fucking kids in the world today. I just want to make sure my grandson not one of them. You know?
Yeah. If you
don't
don't,
want to raise no psychopath. Huh?
You know, to spank that baby. Spank the baby one time. I
Yeah,
don't spank
no.
my kids. I don't spank. I ain't had to, but they never balled up their fist like that at me. But when they start acting like little white boys and stuff, or something like that, you have to get that on out their system.
You got to get it out.
Yeah, if you don't address it over time, they will feel a sense of how much they can get away with. Yeah, especially if they're around other kids. I think me being around a certain amount of kids, you know, through kindergarten and Head Start, you know, my demeanor was, you know, a little bit more tamed and up. But when I was introduced in public school, I was around a lot of badass kids. And so my behavior myself, I am guilty myself. I'm not gonna sit here and cap like I ain't do shit wrong. I'm a boy, you know what I'm saying, raised by a single mother. And the more I hung around kids that were, you know, a little bit mischievous, kind of pushing the envelope in terms of how much shit they can get away with, cussing and all this other shit. I did change in myself, and my mother saw that in me. You know what I mean? So that's why she would ask me, you know, if I say my friend or I got it from this boy, you know, she would want to know not only who is the boy's name, but what's his mama name, what's his daddy name, where they live at. You know what I mean? She actually went through the whole goddamn list. You know what I'm saying? If she saw behavior that was, you know, not my normal demeanor or what she saw. So it's very important to have a assessment of a child's environment and what he's dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Because my mother was a teacher, so that basically that was her job also to monitor, you know, various attitudes and mood swings. You know what I'm saying, on a day-to-day basis. And then when she's done with that, she's got to come home and deal with me. So I didn't know it at the time, but yeah, looking back, she was really dealing with a lot of emotional stress on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But you know, the good thing is I'm not the parents.
Yeah, you don't. It's not day to day for you.
Yeah, and even though he lives here, you know, back and forth he got 2 homes essentially, but he does have a dad and a mother, you know.
Yeah.
So it's hard because I want. So he's spoiled, and I spoil him, and I don't even mind spoiling him, you know. Yeah. But I also teach him. Y'all see, right? Yeah. I teach him, so it's not like he's just running all over me, running all around. But he is a little boy. But he shocked. It shocks me when he raises his hand. When he get mad, he literally do like he about to hit. Yeah. And I don't know. Is that natural? Is that just something natural, or was he taught that? What y'all think?
It's a tough call. I mean, he had to get it from somewhere. And no, I'm gonna say it's not natural. No, child don't buff up. You know what I mean? That ain't nothing.
You don't think some? Yeah.
No.
You don't think they buff up like it could be just a personality? Because it looked like his ass was buffering up when he was a baby. Man.
He's seen a grown adult buff up at something. It's kind of hard to like pinpoint it, but the buffing up, yeah, he's seen that somewhere.
He's 2, Brownie. He's only 2.
Yeah, he's seen that somewhere.
Yes, you have to teach them how to self-regulate and handle his emotions. Okay, yeah. I do, you know, I get him, like I kind of tell him he better put his hands down for my mom spank his little boo-boo, right? And then he'll kind of buff up like a little bit more. And then I look at him and I crack up laughing because of the way he looked. And then he starts laughing. The thing is, though, I know if I don't check it, then it could get bad, you know, because he get older and then he thinks he can. But I guess his pop and his daddy will take care of that. Yeah. I guess, you know, if it get out of hand. So I do agree. Mother Earth says set some boundaries. Shit, he knows about that. Boy is so smart. That's what I'm worried about. That's why I know we got to teach him not to be hitting early, because he's so smart. You know what I mean? Like, he's just so smart. And so certain things, I can't let him get away with certain things, because he'll want to get away with all the time. But I'll talk to his daddy, because his pop-up will spank his ass now. His pop was spanking him if he get too out of hand. My daughter was getting mad with her toys and would throw them and smack them around, but she never hit. See, that's what I'm saying. Like he comes to hit. I tell him no, and the first thing he'll do is raise his hand up. Like now he does have a sister. Maybe that's where he learned it from too, right? He has a little sister who's older than him. I'm not saying that's what he learned it. I don't know. Okay. He has. I just know he didn't learn it in this house. I know that.
Oh yeah.
His daddy don't want him being hit. I don't hit him, you know. But he do have another side of family. And I guess that's why we should be communicating. That's why the mother, at least, we should be communicating to where everybody be on the same page. Because if we can't be on 2 different same pages with a baby who goes from house to house on a day, every other day basis. You see what I'm saying? Because if he might be getting treated one way over there, discipline wise, and something else here.
Different set of rules.
Yeah, different set of rules, and that's nothing but confusion. Because it's one thing if he would just come and see me on weekends, but every other day he's at the other parent's house. This is different type of family, you know.
Yeah.
Like, because he's full time with both parents, so they equally sharing for real. And so suppose the mother spanks, maybe that's what he getting hitting for. And also, I don't know. We confuse them being smart and repeating facts with them understanding lessons. It took us their kids to understand. I agree. So Mother Earth is saying just be patient, talk to him, tell him you don't hit. I've been doing that. Don't hit. And be patient. I don't know, something in my mind says, somebody said too much inconsistency can confuse kids. That's true. And you say, I think part of it's natural. Anger is natural emotion. How do you handle those matters? Does he feel hurt? Yeah. How do the mom family handle? I don't know how they handle it, because they can handle it. He might be handling it like they do. You see what I mean?
Bro, that boy 2
Yeah,
years old.
yeah, because they could be whooping him
Babies
there.
get mad, baby. When
But
you
I'm
don't want to give them
saying-
their toy, when they want candy, and I tell them no, man, I'd be like no, and I'd be like too much candy.
Yeah, but so what if they get mad, Bomb?
No, we just. I know. I'm
I don't
saying
give
they
a
just
damn
get
if they
angry.
get mad.
No, I'm not saying.
No, she just wants.
You
Man,
She's
just
trying to.
walking around mad.
No, I'm
with
just
no
saying they
cause.
get angry too. They got emotions too. That's all I'm saying.
No, she's
You know.
just trying to. You're trying to
They
address
more-
the aggression from his part issue, whether he gets mad
Yeah.
or not. The response is what you're trying to address.
Right.
So when I got mad, I did not buff up at my mother or no grown person. The buffing up part was, you know what I'm saying? That was just, admission to, you getting ready to get knocked through that fucking wall.
They hit me, I'm popping their ass. That's all. I mean,
I be telling him, you want me to hit you? You don't hit my mom. But I like also with Brownie said the timeout chair. So if you teach him the timeout chair, but is that chair? Where is the chair? Because remember in this house, he's the only child anyway.
I'm sorry. Anybody grew up with the timeout? What's the timeout chair rules?
What I don't know. What is I ain't never go with no
That's what
timeout
people
chair.
talk about. Put the time. Yeah, what the timeout chair used from hitting.
I got my ass beat. That's what I got.
And listen, I'm not talking about when I say pop them, like, you have a little 2, 3-year-olds that like the limit test, and I remember like one of the oldest one I was raised, she was like 3. She a pop and she had cousins and stuff, probably similar to what it is when they get around other kids. They doing mocking kids. It don't always be mimicking adults, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And she hit me on the arm. I popped her back, not softly, just, you don't hit. And then hit her back on the hand. She bust out. Fell out crying, but that's the lesson that's that's taught. She wasn't hurt. Her feelings was hurt. And we ain't never had that problem again. We don't hit.
Wait, say it again for me.
All right, like she had like hit my hand, and I popped her hand back and said, no, you don't hit nobody, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't hit nobody. And that just hurt her feelings. Because I hit her back and that shocked her, right? Not hard, I just
I know.
Back on the hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stop. You don't hit nobody. You don't hit that kind of thing there. And that kind of sunk in, But I give it back to them. They get the immediate lesson on the spot.
Yeah.
And then they age.
Because if you don't, like I told him, you don't want me to hit you, do you? You don't hurt my mom. And he kind of listened if I said, don't hurt my mom. But I just feel like, I don't know, in my mind, I imagine him trying to throw his goddamn hands up when he get a little older and bigger and taller and shit. Truly be told, Bill, my kids, I used to spank them. Like, nothing too harsh, but they knew what a spanking was, and they knew that it was something they didn't want. You know what I mean? But like I said, first of all, he's not my son. And number 2,
they got spanking, they got timeout, they got discipline, and they got that good old fashioned what they call ass whoopers.
Water Sniper said, I didn't have no timeouts. I got straight belts.
Yeah, shit. Go out to the fucking backyard, get the switch. One time,
like
my auntie.
How mamas try to minimize whooping ass by saying spank. Yeah, he get disciplined and spank. He got his ass whooped. That's an ass whooping.
One time,
spanking. That's an ass whooping. Babies get spankings.
My auntie told me to go get a switch, and I
Mhm.
looked for the smallest switch.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah, on the way back she said, "What the hell?" All I saw was that fucking yellow light, boy. She smacked me across the. I tried to duck, still got whopped,
And they
man.
wonder why we could play dodgeball and all that shit so good.
Yeah.
And see bro. I wasn't like that. They say go get a switch. My ass was like, no.
You didn't go at all?
Yeah, I ain't go at all. I just it didn't make sense to me. The ass whooping coming in. I was thinking too logical. That don't make no sense for me to go get my own
Hey,
shit.
Trinity.
Big
Man, let me
though.
tell you. We from the South, so from the Bayou area, right? My grandmother would say, go get your switch. And we would do the same thing you did. We would go look for the smallest one until we learned that the smallest, thinnest one hurts even worse. Cause them motherfucker would leave you out. They're flexible. And they'd be like, whoop, whoop, whoop. You ever took a switch and just whipped it in the air and here it go, whoop, 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 whoop. And now you're getting swung on by this thing, leaving you, shit. I started bringing bricks and shit. Here you go. You hit me with this brick. Somebody said I had to kneel down in front of my mother. She sent us for the belt that she was to beat you with. If I bought a lightweight belt, she would send us back for the heavy belt. Damn.
So what do you think about that, Kev? My parents' generation coming out of that violent 60s era, and even though I mean they were beat too, but they pretty much had a lot of their livelihood just filled with constant violence day in and day out.
Yeah, I'm a 70s baby, man. Me and Bomb caught the end of that. So we got we caught the mentality of that. I don't know if it was that violent. You still had to deal with white folks and shit like that. But it got violent for us when that crack era hit. That's when it got violent. That mid 80s and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
as
so
far
I'm-
as cultural violence and racism,
Yeah.
we just missed it, but we got the remnants of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The remnants of it. So there was no. We didn't actually from our own eyes. We didn't see the dogs being sicked on activists.
Well, they sick the dog on us in Harahan a couple of times, but they was running us off coming from masquerades, Bond.
Oh, okay.
Right. They'll get the German Shepherds out on us. Harahan, Jefferson Parish will still do that. A couple people got bit, but most of it was just kind of run the blacks off and shit like that.
What water hoses?
Now they ain't do the water hose. That's
Okay.
that's two MLK there for.
Okay.
Right, they ain't like that, but see, they ain't let the dogs just out on the crowd. Now, if they catch your ass by yourself, they gonna let the dog loose on you.
Okay.
They gonna let the dog loose on you. A lot of money, even on the West Coast, everywhere they can, they think that shit funny. New Orleans, black, white officers, they letting the dog loose if they can.
Yeah. So church bombings and Molotov cocktails through your window at your house.
Yeah, see, we didn't get that.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
yeah, see, we just missed that. We got the niggas and driving by throwing
we
the
got
bottle.
A lot of verbal. It was a lot.
Jim Crow.
Yeah. Riding by throwing the bottle. Jim Crow, them motherfuckers just walking up here. You sitting at the counter and you're cracking your head. Now they kind of pull back a little bit. We ain't had no direct shit. Yeah. It was in passing, until we caught their ass. Not much.
So where I grew up at, you're talking about the 80s. Me personally, was not around the crack remnants, even though I was aware that it was out as my trip to Chicago began to lessen. So I didn't directly see the results until I physically went out to California in 1989, where it was just, it seemed like just zombie land. When I say zombie land, dude, I'm talking about straight up zombie land.
They said that, see, that's something we couldn't fathom. We still was pretty active.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, we had other shit going on. I guess that state kept us from a lot of other things that other cities had to deal with.
Yeah.
And you know, and it's like, and I was looking at a documentary in Bomb that just now, I was looking at the news just now when you was on the other line. You know, they got the full 77-minute video coming out of what happened with that school shooting. And they had a guy that saw it.
Mm-hmm.
He says exactly what you think it's going to look like. You can see the 7 officers in there 2 minutes after the boy went in there and started, and it was in full gear.
Yeah, full gear. Yeah, right. I've seen it.
They got the full video. Gear they got the boy. Yeah.
They had full gear. They had guns, and they also had a shield. Yep. But
and they
right there, and they never
all the
tested
officers
the door.
by Patches who was in that room, and it had 7 different. The feds was in there, the school board, the school police, the regular sheriff, or Uvalde Sheriff Department, all of them right there.
Boy, they never tested the door.
Right.
They was claiming it was locked, but then they admit that nobody ever tested it.
Right. Motherfucker ain't even turned the knob.
Right. They never tested it.
That's some shit.
They all of them should be fired. If your ass so scared, see, I told you they'll come play target practice with us. But when they had somebody in there with a gun, even though they had the same type of gun, their asses wouldn't even go. And they'll lie and say we shot at them. But you know, we shooting it back at their ass. You know, they run in the opposite way. They're not running towards you.
Yep. Like, retreat.
Yeah, they need regular training, like everyday training. You can't just train maybe once a year or every few years. You got to train all the time. Yeah. It'll become like a muscle memory thing, so you won't be afraid
even
of going
with
there.
or without training. They know that's part of their job. That's the ultimate part of their job.
Right.
I know they got good officers who were licking their chops to be in the situation to actually go in there and get a motherfucker like that. That's what they've been waiting on, you know, to protect people. That's the ultimate protection for those that really take their job seriously. They got to be officers out there, Bomb, like these coward ass motherfuckers here. You know, and they got children in there. You know, I know they got some good officers out there.
Look at the guy who went into Cabot.
Yeah, yeah,
what
yeah.
Part of town was that? Was that like a good area?
Goddamn kids being shot, slaughtered.
Yeah.
They won't even show us the pictures of these kids. They're not even showing their mothers.
Those same officers stood outside and listened to him go through from room to room, killing other kids. They listened to it because they was there in 2 minutes. They could hear the shots from outside. Didn't do shit. Hear the shit. That's insane.
Wouldn't it be weird if it's a cover up and it was a setup like that?
I don't think so. I don't think that's a conspiracy that people, you know, that's like the Sandy Hook thing. They got people still think that didn't happen.
No, I'm saying, I'm talking about that they knew that somebody was going to go to that particular school. Because remember, those are not white people. Those are most of them Mexican.
Yeah. I don't know about that because I don't know the little white boy. I mean, it could be one of the situations when they killed the black folks. Could be the same thing.
Yeah, we call that dereliction of duty.
Yeah, but that's like even at the other one, they captured him alive, but these people was right outside the door as he was shooting.
I think they just calm was like that, Byron.
Huh?
I think they just calm was like that. I think they got exposed for what they really are. Just walking around looking macho, ain't trying to do shit. They're not trying to risk their life for no fucking body. Not even them kids. Them kids are dead for real. They was right there for real.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of how much? I mean, what kind of money or setup you gonna do for that for several different departments, including the feds, to be right there? I think they're just cowards. And then I think that the ones that's waiting on permission to go in and shit, they might have been following orders, but those are the orders to be broken. They went in the military, this police, they go around killing all the time.
That's what got me so why I'm confused. So there was one guy who was able to get through, even like he went, how did he get through breaking orders?
So the one that was at the barber shop, he didn't care. And neither did the ones that cared when they went in to get their child and left the other kids. And they probably let them through because they had badges.
Yeah, but all of them had badges. So if someone was saying they following orders, this guy just get to go in.
Well, the orders may have been not for them not to breach, not to stop anybody. They stopped the parents.
Right. I mean, they were stopping people.
Yeah,
I think they said
they were stopping
other
cops though.
But he wasn't in uniform.
He still had a badge.
Something ain't right.
That shit crazy to me. If that shit was happening, I'm trying to get to my kid. They tomorrow, you can't go in, but we ain't going in.
Right. Something ain't
Y'all
right.
don't have to fucking cuff me. Y'all don't have to cuff me.
They did
Yeah,
cuff some
so
of them.
it
That
wasn't-
woman broke away. That woman broke away, ran in there and got her kids. They harassing her, bound. She got to move.
Oh, they're harassing her because she went in and got her kid and left the other ones?
Well, she went and got her daughters, her two daughters.
Mm-hmm.
And she
Why
didn't
they
have no
harassing
good
her?
or nothing and got them out the class. But she they was had her on the ground and she acted like she calmed down and then took off running and ran into the school.
And who were arresting them?
Oh, the police was stopping them from going in. That's it, they're harassing her now. They
That's
know-
what I'm
Is she
asking.
white?
Who?
Oh, the local police department, Uvalde officers.
Why?
I don't know. I guess she must have embarrassed them. I'll pull it up. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
Was she white?
Mm-mm.
Oh, what Hispanic looking, white?
Them kids, everybody who went to
Yeah,
school
there
was
was mostly a
Latino.
Hispanic
Was
area.
Oh,
Mexican.
Latina. Oh,
That's what I'm saying. Mexican area, most of them, everybody pretty much there were Mexican kids.
Yeah, that's what the town is.
Yeah. So I'm still trying to understand how they stopping parents, both men and women, and then one guy show a badge and he's in plain clothes, he's able to get through. And then there's the chief and all these other people outside the door who won't go in. They stopping other cops from going in, but this one man, he's able to still go in. But he showed the badge and
Other
say,
cops, more than one cop went in there. You remember the other two officers went in there and got their kid. It's like 3 people in that woman.
the man let him get the kids and leave? Or they snuck in? Like, I'm trying to.
They're gonna
I don't
come
know.
out. The video will come out. That's why.
Okay, yeah,
it's
'cause
important to
I
see the
don't-
whole thing.
Damn, so they had some people go in, got just their kids?
Yeah, 2 officers did, and this woman did.
But was it their kids in that room or they were kids in other rooms? 'Cause-
Their kid, their biological children. They went to the classroom where their kid go and went and got their kid.
yeah, but
So
there
it
was
wasn't in
many,
the
there was a
room.
whole school. He was only in 2 rooms.
Yeah, well, I think there was like 3 rooms. Yeah, so some people went, and they got different wings of the school. I mean, I guess they'll show it.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. Go and get their kids. If their kids in different rooms, and they went in. I don't know why they would just get their kids if they can get a whole classroom out. Get the whole classroom out. I'm gonna have to wait till the video comes. Good.
I feel on that. If you're gonna go to one room, you might as well get all the kids out.
Right.
Yeah.
That woman wasn't worried about it. Instead, okay, let's say you go in the room to get your kid.
No weapon.
Okay, no weapon, you go get your kid. The teachers and the students on the ground, you get y'all come on. The teacher's like, no, y'all keep still. That's protocol. And you just take yours and leave. You
Oh yeah, well they tell me no. Good morning,
the kids gonna listen to the teacher.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. If
Yeah,
I
if the
say come
teacher
on,
say
y'all
stay
stay
down
there, okay.
protocol, then yeah, I'm taking my kid and I'm gone. Yeah, motherfucking right.
Right, that's protocol for y'all. We out of here.
We out of here. Shit. Yep, you right. So I just, yeah, we have to see.
The timeline has been kind of skewed for me by being so shocking. I wasn't real clear on in terms of exact pinpoint location and entry points. So are we saying that the room that it went down in, it was one way in, one way out?
They had two doors to the room. They refused to go in there.
It was two rooms attached. So he had access to two rooms. Through one door.
Right.
Yeah.
And they thought it was one room, but there's also a third room that wasn't attached that I think he had shot some kids into, and they show him going from room to room. And and you can also on the camera, you can also see some gory stuff, some gore, but they said they were mainly focused on the timeline, who went in. They even got this lady going in here. I'm gonna share the screen. I'm gonna show you a picture. This lady here who went in. They showed the cops going. I think they went to man. So they show some officers go in for their kid. All right, you can see that. All right, this the lady here, and that's the two kids. She said the police been harassing her and stuff like that, and she got to leave on, trying to move.
I wonder why. Because she spoke out.
She embarrassed them.
Police. Angeli is a farm worker and was working in the fields when the school came under attack.
She working where?
So it's in the field of what?
In the field?
Yeah, it's agriculture workers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is it still going, or is my screen frozen?
I think he might be froze up. What was I gonna say?
She said she and other parents were frustrated that police were standing around doing nothing.
There you go.
I had my flashing lights on.
She was hysterical when she arrived and wanted to go in immediately, but says she was ordered by an officer to get back.
He's like, you're very close. I said, well, I don't need you to protect me. I don't need your protection. What you need to do is go protect my kids. They're in there.
Angeli says she could hear the children and the gunmen.
You could just hear the gun like, just kept going because your kids screaming from the cafeteria, kids screaming from classrooms.
She says she and other parents were frustrated that police were standing around doing nothing.
I'm starting to tell the parents, come on, if we all go in there, they can't stop us all.
She says they not only stopped her, but handcuffed her and tackled some parents to the ground.
Why are you doing it to us? And y'all can't even go in there and do it to the shooter.
Angeli says after a few minutes, she did calm down and officers uncuffed her. That's when she ran, hopped a nearby fence, and ran inside.
I mean,
you motherfucking right.
At that moment,
she did the right thing. Fuck out of here.
Right.
Hell yeah.
And they got the video footage from all the parents outside. And the video footage from the dude that was getting his hair cut. They were so busy trying to stop the parents, they didn't even think about going in there. She could hear the gunshot.
Motherfuckers.
Right.
They on something like you gonna stop.
She shouldn't leave nowhere. She should just need to hire some regular folks. They need to fire them police. She need to write reports on everybody and go and report the police on the fucking police.
Right. See, that's why this new report, they went through all the video footage. Now they know exactly what officers was right there. They know that, right. And then right. So they want them people to resign from the police force, not just resign, but they should never be officers again.
Classrooms and got the teacher to open the door and then help lead the entire class.
what you're gonna do.
Angelique says she first ran to one of her son's classrooms and got the teacher to open the door and then help lead the entire class out of the school.
They're already coming in.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So she's like, okay. So she's getting the kids. We're coming. Come on, guys. We're gonna go.
But Angelique says she wasn't done. Her other son was still inside and terrified. She could still hear gunfire in the distance.
So I kind of.
Now she can hear gunfires running around and shit like that. Police just standing outside hearing the shit and didn't move.
Didn't move, right? That's some fucking shit.
Right. Right. I'm sorry she did. I thought she wouldn't got her kids. She got a couple of them out. That, you know, even if you wouldn't whether you could hear the gunfire to get the other kids out the other side or something.
Yeah.
Right.
On one knee, and I just kind of said a prayer real quick, like, because I could hear the kids screaming, I want my mom from the cafeteria.
Angelique says she made it to her son's room and managed to get him and one of his friends out. She says a resident shot this video of her running from the school and gave it to her. It shows her and the two boys running into the parking lot, her son breaking down into tears.
You're gonna be okay.
Angelique's attorney, Domingo Garcia, says she acted with more heroism than most of the.
See, that ain't fake there. Them kids, unless they got some hellified acting kids, you know.
Officers who respond.
No, I didn't say nothing about the thing was fake. I was talking about.
Well, I'm talking about that, like them people talking about Sandy Hook and all of that kind of stuff, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Them old conspiracy theories, they started on that shit again, Brian.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
damn. How disrespectful that is.
These police officers.
Right,
What's weird?
That old blind in the Senate, they asking her about, okay, well, you said Sandy Hook. You remember she was following one of the Sandy Hook victims asking, why are you doing this to my country by lying and shit, following the dude and shit. And he was one of the victims going to Congress. So they checking on
Are willing to arrest parents who are just trying to save their children, as opposed to going after an active shooter who at that time was still shooting children and killing them and shooting teachers, and they did nothing.
They could at least let the fucking parents said I would have went in and died for my kids, you see.
Right.
And let me go in and then let the police hurry up and grab the kids as he's shooting at me or something. I don't know. I shoot him as he shoot me. Something. All the motherfuckers need to be fired for real.
Right. At least try to be a distraction, have them shoot it. At least if you shoot at me and I'm running, trying to dodge, at least you ain't shooting no kids. Somebody get him.
Right.
If he ain't had no gun, you know.
Get him to point at you, and you got bulletproof vests and shit on, shields. And as he's shooting at you, somebody is at the other door, shoots him from the back. How is it that this father was able to get in, pop with a shotgun, which means he only had so many bullets in this motherfucker. How many did he pop off for him to kill him?
That was the barbershop he was at. That was the barbershop guy shotgun, and he just,
right.
The gun. He ran it.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not even his shotgun. He went in. They had all kinds of bullets with,
automatic
police. Yeah. And his ass go in with a shotgun. You got to pump a fucking shotgun, yo.
Right.
You got to be right up on
him. And you got to be right up on him. You sure right about that motherfucker shit right there.
Yeah, you gonna see.
Sure right. So you got to be right on his ass.
And the other ones didn't even try.
Didn't even try.
Now
if they would have tried, he probably was scared himself. He probably saw that man with that shotgun and freaked out his own self.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, and now so that's why
you're gonna part about the. She about to tell you now how the police harassing her now.
Police says she's still being threatened with arrest. She claims she's been watched by Uvalde police in marked cars. Uvalde police have not responded to requests for comment.
I've also had a cop park here while me and my grandmother are exercising, flickering on and off his headlights, just watching us. I don't know what he's doing. He's just there.
She says they're angry with her for ignoring their orders.
We can arrest you for tampering with an open investigation of an active shooter.
Her attorney says it's intimidation and a form of small town justice.
Intimidation with people under a badge for telling the truth, for telling their story and trying to save her two children.
You too. Take it.
Angelique wants Police Chief Pete
Look how chubby they is. That's why.
Presumed incident commander that day.
Chevrolet.
Now that dude there was the commander who told everybody to step back and wait, and then they're waiting for a key. That was him.
Yeah, that's his fat ass.
Right.
Because he's scared to go in, so everybody else can't. Nobody else can go in.
Right. His concern was for his officers. Well, damn. You just gonna wait till you kill all the kids?
You already know that's what they think. They hire officers and they'll say he's fearful for his life. They just want to get home to their family, and they'll kill somebody innocent and claim that they thought they saw something, so he shot. And my officer is legal for doing that because he thought he saw. You see, that's how they think. This is proof. These motherfuckers are not out here to protect us. They're out here to kill. And I'm not even just talking about Black people. I'm talking about people. Because they're killing white people too. Innocent motherfuckers. They're killing innocent white people too.
Fired and held accountable.
They want him fired, and he got promoted to like local city hall or something like that. That's crazy.
I think that happened when they thought he was a hero.
Right. Remember,
but the lies. But that's why he should be fired. He should be fired for the lies.
I never shot his gun on duty.
See, that's what I'm saying. Something else is afoot here, y'all. Promotions, not going in to save kids. If that was a white school, it would have went down totally different.
Oh, they'd have removed his ass immediately.
Yes, that's what.
He would just go on to the jail, man.
They would have had SWAT and everything out there.
Not even checking the door. You know what I mean? Lying and saying that it was a custom cop who came all the way to do the job. They lied. How they thought that shit wasn't gonna come out? That man was gonna tell his story. That's who I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for that fucking hero to tell us his side of the story. Is there any videos
on it? They're gonna be waiting on the key when they got those damn things that can bust down doors.
They're probably trying to get him in trouble because if he ain't come out and tell the story, then something afoot there too.
Oh yeah, they probably threatening his life and everything.
They probably threatening the fact that, hey, we're gonna get you for using this and using that. You had no business being there, and murder. We could bring you up on charges of murdering, you know what I mean? And because I haven't heard where he came out with a story and told what happened. Did anybody? Nobody?
What's the question? What you saying?
Did the man who shot the guy, did he ever tell his side of the story?
No, I don't think he said nothing. I still think he in one of those departments and stuff like that. That the officers can't speak out like that.
Hell yeah, he wasn't on duty, and he didn't work
but he's still,
I think they threatening him, just like
they can't threaten him now because the investigation's so big now.
Yeah, they could threaten him. They're threatening her.
Well, that's the local police. Well, maybe the local police are, but the Fed, she gonna get protected. You know what I think?
Who gonna get protected?
That woman. They can't do that woman nothing.
Probably only because she's going to the media.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because she's going to the media, but they can. They probably threatening him though.
The police like the mafia, they did get to your family.
I wouldn't give a shit. I got my kid out. That nigga, my kid alive.
Yeah, but why? So he gotta give a shit. That's why he's not talking.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Think about it. The one person with all the information that we would like to know. Like, I want to know how many shots he fired. Like, how did he get in?
Well, they're gonna say all of that. They're gonna say all of that in the video.
What video?
They're gonna say what cop shot him and what he shot him with, where he came from, the whole 77 minutes. That's why it's important it's coming out.
There was no video in the room. The video was outside the room. I've already seen that already.
But they had more. You only seen one camera angle.
No, I didn't.
All right, because they got all the cameras from the whole school with the live, not the still shots, the actual moving part.
I've seen the video already.
Okay.
There was videos in the hall. I seen like 2 views, and then there were like 2 other views from police officers. That shit been released already.
Okay.
I've seen it on what's the name? Nightline. Nightline showed me all this. That's how I knew that they never checked the door. That's how I knew they said they were there within minutes. You see the cops with their gear on, fully geared. I'm talking about vests and a shield. There was 2 cops with the shield, one on one side and one on the other. They right there in the hallway. I've seen all of that already. I've seen that on Nightline. But there was no cameras in the room. And the guy who went and did everything, he wasn't geared up, so he didn't have no camera. So that's why they call them all liars. You know, remember they was claiming that they was waiting for guns, but that was like,
yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm looking at the CNN report that said reporter describes unleashed 77 minutes of surveillance video of the attack, and this the unleashed footage that this man here is talking about. And they asking the parents, and this came out yesterday, and the parents, they was talking to the parents, and the parents wanted released, and they really they got some stuff that the parents didn't get to see yet either. And so a guy was describing what other people hadn't seen yet, and she kind of asking them what they had, and he going through little certain things. I'll send a link to you. Like, see, we saw that part.
See, I saw that, and there's another view, and then there's cameras from the officers have body cameras on.
Right, all that gonna be put together.
So I saw all of that. It was on Nightline. And I think I just deleted those things too. It was on Nightline. And so there's another guy. See where the other guy is? There's another guy with a shield.
Yeah.
So that was you can't see it in this view, but
so he got a shield right here.
Yeah, but there was 2 guys with shields.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that one too. But they're saying this guy talking about some of the unreleased footage. And I don't want to play it because of the volume, but I'm gonna send it to you.
Oh yeah, no, we don't need to hear the volume. Yeah. But
I'm gonna send a link.
Yeah, they I don't know who you say unreleased to, but when this was posted, July 11th.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Okay, yeah. On Nightline, like I said, I've seen, and of course, so it's probably 7 minutes of inside, outside. You know how they gather all the videos of people who was out there, probably put it together. But they did say they were there early, you know, and that they stood there. They made it, I thought, as if this guy was walking the halls, going to class to shoot. But he was just in that room. And because that room was attached to other rooms, he had access to those rooms. They claimed they was waiting for him to come out.
Yeah, I was saying that some of these schools, like my daughter's school has cameras in the classroom. And so I mean, we'll see. And the parents said they want to release, except the parts where, of course they can't show it with the children. Yeah.
So Ms. Baum, you saying you on Nightline, you saw full motion video, inside?
They showed a couple, they showed where the views from the officers' cameras.
Body cam?
Body cam, yeah.
Yeah, we saw that. I remember you went over there.
They showed little clips of like you saw the photos, just the regular photos, right?
Yeah.
From the cameras in the school. And then they showed that 2 officers had had cameras, body cams on. And they had said that nobody ever touched the door. They thought that he had locked the doors. So the guy who went in and killed him, he just opened the door. So they asked him, did you check the door? And they said, no, we never tested the door. That was on Nightline. And I was like, God damn, that's fucked up.
Okay, hello?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm about to say, they act like they don't got shit to break down doors with.
Huh?
Even
This was the Nightline footage here.
Wait, what you were saying? Silent?
Even if the door was locked, they act like they don't got stuff to break down doors.
Oh, yeah. But the door wasn't even locked. And you're
Exactly.
right. Remember, they was even claiming that they had to wait for special guns and equipment. But right then in the pictures, you see them with the equipment and shit.
I will go against a damn automatic with a 9mm. I know how to shoot. That motherfucker just shooting whatever. Especially you gotta, dealing with saving somebody's life. They have no excuse for what they did or what happened.
Man, that's sad. And then they've had some shooting since then, right, y'all?
Yeah, 7/11 last night.
No?
That 4th of July, at the parade.
Yeah, 4th of July, right? Also, right here in Philadelphia, there's a 4th of July shooting. Did y'all hear about that one?
Mm-hmm. And then they was trying to say Highland Park, but
Okay, y'all all talking over each other. What happened?
I said they was talking about Highland Park, Illinois, but they said that's still Chicago. They try to act like it's separate from Chicago, but they said Highland Park is pretty much Chicago.
What about it?
That's where the shooting happened. When he shot he killed like 6 people and went injured 19.
Oh,
okay. I asked, did y'all hear about the one in Philadelphia on 4th of July?
I didn't hear about that.
Was it 4th of July? Because the one on South Street happened before 4th of July, didn't it?
I don't know. I thought I heard on the news.
They were out in the street, and he was.
Had like a mini parade. Yeah, I thought that.
It was on the parade. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't they just have one shooting at a parade too? I don't think was that in. Where was that?
That's the same thing. I didn't know where it happened.
Yeah, I'm
the one in Illinois. Yeah.
Okay, so the one in Illinois that was at the parade.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the parade.
Okay, yeah, but doing fireworks in Philly. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I remember the one in Philly was on South Street. That's like a little festival area. So he was outside dropping motherfuckers on the block. And it was more than one on that particular incident. But it seemed like that happened before the 4th of July, though, if I'm not mistaken. But once
they shot cops and I'm talking about they shot police officers and shit. It happened at 4th of July on the Parkway right here. Let me see. There's the 4th of July shooting on the Parkway, and I think they've killed some police officers. I thought.
Yeah, I spent all day covering the Highland Park, Illinois parade thing, but after that coverage went down, when I went back, I discovered that it was a lot of motherfuckers popping motherfuckers off on the 4th of July around the country. Kentucky, I think it was one in Dallas. Yeah, but 4th of July was kind of busy.
Yeah, okay. They say here, Monday's night Independence Day celebration and a shooting that injured 2 police officers and caused the panicked evacuation of thousands from the Benjamin Franklin Parkway.
No fatalities?
I'm looking now to see. Maybe that's why they're not talking about it. I just heard about it, because I'm in the Philly.
Yeah.
So I get Philly news. Let me see. And the reason I heard, because the governor in Philly ended up saying some stupid shit, and they talked about that shit all week, seemed like, because he mentioned, something about how he tired of it, and of the job or whatever. And man, I woke up to them saying, resign then, resign. He should resign. Yeah, he should resign. Everybody was saying, because he sounded like he said he's tired and can't wait until he can't don't do your job no more, because of the shootings and shit. The motherfuckers was like, resign then, bitch. Looked like it was just some officers got.
Some of these politicians, and especially when they've been in politics for a while and well-to-do bomb, and stuff like that, they'd be so far removed from being around everyday people. They don't even know what the hell they're saying on the mic. Like you really said that. I can't wait till I don't have to deal with. Why would you say that? But I think they did. They detach from a lot of everyday people, especially senators.
Yeah, it was always like that. Right. The thing went down in Bree, California. I think that's a suburb of Los Angeles at a 7-Eleven last night. Nobody was talking about that. I don't remember seeing anybody on YouTube doing any stories on it until like way late. 2 people got killed on that one and 3 injured.
In my little people, man.
So I thought I'm pretty well. I shouldn't say pretty sure. Yeah, I think I posted the story up earlier.
What happened, y'all? Y'all showing another one?
Say it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna post that 7-Eleven up in the chat in 1 second.
Oh, what is Prime Day, y'all?
Today? Yeah, I posted
mean?
that story. Remember Creole, I told you Amazon was having a sale today?
Yeah, you just said that. That's crazy.
On some Black Friday fucking Cyber Monday shit.
Hell yeah, I'm about to look and see what the hell they got. All the sewing shit that I need. I need some more hardware, zipper pulls, zippers.
Yeah, how much is the discount though? That's gonna be the thing.
No, ain't that some shit? Because it looked like they want particular. It's almost like it's almost just like Black Friday, where it's only particular things on sale, which I don't like.
Hell no, some shit that you don't need.
Yeah, usually. Let me see, zipper pulls. Let me see. It would be nice if they just said, okay, there's a discount, on everything or certain.
Yeah, you making it seem like it's the whole store. That's why I was kind of hesitant to post it, but I posted it up. I know it's a lot of people that come over here to have Amazon Prime accounts and shit.
The thing about our house is so disorganized. Everybody in here have a Prime account. Yeah. The only one sharing the Prime account is me and my husband. But both my sons have their own, and I kept telling them why. So I didn't even know you paid for a Prime account. So with that's a yearly charge or some shit?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That shit ain't free.
Yeah, hubby pay. So we pay, and both my sons pay their own account. But why? I'm like, I told him we live in the same house.
Yeah, so the two people that got killed and that guy is still on the run right now, basically. That's why I thought it would be
which
new.
Guy?
The 7-Eleven in Southern California. He's still out here. Yeah.
So what happened at the 7-Eleven? Who got killed? It was a group of people?
At a 7-Eleven, yeah. He went into a 7-Eleven, then he went to another store.
Damn.
Yeah. Like
he was
that.
Black? He was what he was?
Yeah, they got his picture on a video camera.
Oh, he's Black? What camera? Is it on the screen?
I'm gonna find it.
Oh.
It's not this link that I posted in the room. I posted the link in the chat room, but I'll get the camera shot. Hold on, I got it. I posted his picture while you were making your bag. When you was making your bag, that's when I posted his picture.
He's Black. I saw the picture.
Yep. You saw it.
Yeah. I think 7-Eleven's that was their 95th anniversary of existing as a company. So, I don't know what the fuck that was about. They picked 7-Eleven to rob 7-Eleven. That's crazy. It's all sad and crazy, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, July 11th. Yeah.
They were making a point to do it on 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was still at large, though. I thought.
Yeah, he's still running around right now.
Ain't that something?
Yeah. Active shooter and shit.
Mm-hmm. And with that mask on,
everybody in California got a mask on.
It's difficult to have a facial profile to find out whether or not he's in the. Well, they can take fingerprints or something, right? Because I think he put something on the counter to play off like he was a regular customer first.
Oh, so they don't know what he looked like?
He had a mask on.
Without the mask, though, is what you're saying. So once you take the mask off, is he gonna be able to just walk up? Because the Highland Park shooter was dressed up as a woman.
I know, they caught his ass. Man, he was trying to be so slick and shit.
He was on his way to his
next. How they caught him so.
Yeah, he was on his way to another parade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's walking around with a goddamn weed, or he did the shooting in a weed hoodie.
Well, y'all see that?
It was a white hoodie with marijuana plants on it.
Yeah. I'm finna post a link now. Runts. That's the one. That's one of them designer weeds.
Also, you got what today they're gonna have that testimony coming out from one of Trump henchmen.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is it O'Bannon?
Yeah, they're gonna let that out today.
I'm talking about O'Bannon himself.
No. They ain't gonna let Steve up there. They ain't gonna make a circus out that shit. They turned him down. This was the guy that who told the secretary type lady, you know, don't let him go up to the Capitol, and he gotta, you know, we're gonna get hit with every crime imaginable. The guy who talked them down all the time and was against replacing the AG and all that. That guy there, and he was able to he knew all about the Proud Boys and all that kind of shit. And he was trying to stop Trump. Trump was about to fire him and put his own guy up there until a lot of other people said they was going to resign if he did that.
Oh, okay.
Which would have made it good for Trump if they'd have resigned, because we'd have never known shit.
You see that, Miss Bond?
But I'm coming to look.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Man, that could be anybody.
Yeah, that's someone of color. We're gonna use that shit for our benefit this time. That's somebody of color. There ain't no black person. That's a man of color. He's diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be any damn body. They gonna have a hard time catching him.
Yeah, they're gonna, unless he tells somebody, rat himself out. But he ain't have on no gloves, so.
Riverside.
How many people he killed?
So far the count is 2.
Okay. Yeah, oh man, that one at the parade, wherever state that was, I saw that on Nightline. They had a grandmother crawling over a baby. Did y'all see that?
Yeah.
To protect that baby, I would have been doing the same goddamn thing. They ran into a store. I think it looked like a shoe store or some sort.
Yeah.
Some sports store or something.
Yeah.
And the man let everybody come in and was telling people to go into, different rooms. Man. Sad, man. Just sad.
Yeah, but so 2 years ago, I guess he threatened to kill his parents and himself. So the police went to his house and confiscated like 16 knives, a machete, some other shit. So even after that, his dad signed off on him to get the weapons, which he went to this downtown. I don't know if it's downtown, but in the city of Chicago, to get the weapons that he used today or yesterday or over the weekend. So even after that incident, it's not like he was off the radar. He was already on the radar.
Right.
Yeah.
Some crazy shit, man.
But that place, Chicago don't claim that, or they don't claim Chicago city limits. That's why they use the word Highland Park, because it's not in the same county as Chicago. Chicago is in Cook County. Cook, K-O-O-K. Highland Park is in Lake County. So just to be specific. And Kamala Harris was there the next day to do her little speech. I didn't even know that.
Y'all good? I didn't even see you pull.
Creole, you on a delay?
I'm delaying.
You ain't seen no pictures?
No, I didn't see the pictures. I've been waiting on.
Hold on. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
There it is.
All right. So that's the 7-Eleven. go do. You see what it say on his shirt, on his hoodie?
What it say? Right? What it say?
Runts. R-U-N.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
What it say? Are you what?
R-U-N-T-Z.
What's that?
That's a brand of weed that they sell in the dispensary.
Oh, okay.
That probably sometimes they get out promotional T-shirts. That's a close-up of his face. Who is that, Creole? Can you identify this person in the lineup?
Nah, where he at? Like this, what he do? He shot some folks?
Yeah.
This the dude right here who shot them people in their gas station.
In the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, in the 7-Eleven.
Yeah. He's still on the loose.
That boy got that hot sweater on.
So two dead and I think 6 injured. I doubt if he got the Runts hoodie on now though.
I see somebody would come with a hot sweater around this time. Yeah, somebody go down.
Some people don't need to be here, bro. Definitely not among the free people. So just savages, man. They got some people that are just naturally savage. But I hope they catch his ass.
He can go cut some grass and make, you know what I'm saying? Make where he gonna make in that gas station.
I'm saying
the whole thing is they be trying to hit soft targets. That's what it is. You know, they ain't got them kind of nuts to do, to get down, on some strong kind of keeper. So they gonna hit some. You ain't gonna get, but to everybody know right now, if you get $40 out of damn time saver, you did. That's probably max. Nigga, you tweaked out that bad when you doing that bad, you got to rob and put your life on the line and kill somebody behind $40, $50.
Man, I couldn't do it. I could not do it.
So this is the 7-Eleven in Santa Ana, and this is a 7-Eleven in La Habra. There's two different stores.
Hey, D, and let me ask you this. Now you was talking about that area of Chicago. Is that kind of like Atlanta? Atlanta don't really claim Buckhead. Buckhead don't really want to claim Atlanta. They want to consider it separate.
Right.
Yeah, so that's
now
why
my daughter's mom is from Hyde Park, Chicago.
Right. Yeah. So that's in the city limits. What you just said. Yeah, that's right. That's Obama's neighborhood.
Right. Yeah, she told her.
Yeah. So that's why I explained to you in terms of the geographical location to give you some perspective. So
yeah, right.
The city of Chicago is in Cook County, and Cook County is big as hell. They got like 100 different suburbs in Cook County alone,
right.
Like straight up. But Highland Park is in Lake County, a different county altogether.
And that's they look like that's lily white where they was.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Right.
You hit the nail right on the head.
White.
So
they don't have, we was talking about that earlier, they don't have the melting pot like the South where you got black folks living in there. No, that's that is white mandate right there.
No, not that particular town right there. It's always been like that.
The high school, junior highs, all the kids white. Right, that's just how they live, and I think a lot of people don't realize that a lot of these places in the United States, that's how it is. These people not around black folks.
Yeah,
they only know of black people from what they see on television. Yeah. That's it.
That's still not specific water sniper. You just can't say Illinois, not Chicago. Illinois big as hell. There's some people in St. Louis that claim East St. Louis. That's Illinois.
Man, them gas stations, man, they need to get paid a lot of money, bro.
Yeah, that's what I was giving it up for.
They get minimum wage, dude.
Man, I couldn't do it.
I worked at a time saver. Minimum wage.
Cashiers and people that work in fast food, y'all get the biggest respect from me, man. I know I don't have it, man. I mean, I always felt like that also. Not
Well, you know
just
what was wrong though, that
yeah,
when you had the cashiers working at grocery stores during the height of COVID,
yeah.
and you know, there was essential workers and you know, janitors and stuff, but ain't nobody getting no extra pay.
No, no, no. I felt kind of felt for him.
Right.
And when I used to go into the stores and the line was literally all the way back to the big wall, and there was literally, when I say literally, I'm not exaggerating. In more than one store, only two people in the entire building: the cashier and the motherfucker counting the money. That's it. So
Right.
I didn't complain. You know what I'm saying? Either I wanted the product that I went in there, or I didn't want it. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers walking off. You're not paying them. You're not giving them no protection. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand. They got their stimulus check, PPP loan. How you know they got to do what they got to do. I remember a couple of these stores never reopened. Shit. And they used to be busy as hell. But yeah, I can never be a cashier, man. Dealing with the random motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just like,
And
yo.
two of them I knew they got shot, and it was an African. There was an Arab dude I knew worked at the gas station. He got shot up, and then I knew an African guy, and dude killed him. And man, I had just came out the gas station, and I'm looking. I'm like, man, you could just walk behind your counter, like, and then like no glass or nothing up, bro. I couldn't work like that, bro.
Yeah, I
I
never
couldn't
saw.
work like bagged
Well,
up in
see,
that corner
I
like
got
that.
robbed I got robbed working for Time Saving one night, man. And dude just came in and he had a gun under his shirt and giving thing out the register.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, here you go. It ain't shake me. I know he just wanted a little change. He ain't bother me, ain't threatening, ain't pointing nothing at me and shit like that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, here go your little $30, $40. And that was on David Drive, right across from the old Saints training camp, bomb. You
Yeah.
know, and that's where I was. It's a gun shop now. But that it was convenient because I was in, you know, junior college and you know, because I could work overnight, sit, study, take a nap, get some coffee, some hot dogs and shit. But that's why I did. But you know, it is quite dangerous. But we didn't have like special, you know, windows to serve out of and stuff like that. They still don't have that yet. And it's open 24 hours. Now they got a lot of Arabs that do it now with the Brothers 3 franchise, gas station, fried chicken. 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, you could go stop in there and get some fried some chicken. They just finished frying.
They're talking about the race for mayor in the city of Los Angeles. I'm on mute listening to the story. Sorry if I haven't said anything.
What happened? What you listening to?
The mayor of Los Angeles election.
Mhm.
They're talking about the candidates.
Oh, okay.
Kev, did you hear about that teenager in Mississippi that saved that one cop and 3 other people that ran
Yeah,
out?
that drove into the lake. Yeah, I saw that, man.
Yeah.
Right, unsung hero. He got in there. That lady was, you know, she later said she was taking her last breath.
Yeah.
Right. She said that the air pocket was gone. I got my cell phone. That was going under. Right. Yeah, that's a trip in the cop.
Yeah, and the police officer. Yeah.
16-year-old black dude.
Yeah, Corian Evans. There you go. There you go, right here.
Who is that?
That's the teenager that saved the cop and the 3 other people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Fresh mind.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, sound like she ain't not.
Hmm?
I never work in, but yeah, I never work in the gas station or nothing like that, man. Without a bulletproof glass or something, bro.
I wouldn't want no
I
bulletproof
would
glass.
never do it.
No,
I do it with a, yeah, you still locked up in there like that, man.
No,
Like,
no, I'm claustrophobic, man. Fuck that shit.
and Kev, you said you did it before, man. Like, wow.
Yeah,
no
I used
glass.
to work at a time saver, man. Used to be open 24 hours.
Yeah.
And
No
I
glass.
was in a suburb. I wasn't in the inner city like talking about. You know, it's a little different because you can literally, I mean, when you go on the interstates, those gas stations be open 24/7 all across America.
Yeah. You talking about you was in the ones with the 18 wheelers come and pull up?
No, I was just I was just
okay.
at a regular time saver with about 3 or 4 2 little gas pumps outside.
Oh no.
And I used to the hours was decent where I could work overnight. Right, not too far from my old neighborhood. Half the people that came in there already knew.
You already knew. Okay,
Yeah, I
yeah.
knew it. I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference to me either way. I mean, shit, I'm in the inner city, man. Wherever you worked at and you exposed to the public,
yeah,
you potentially got a problem. Shit.
Yeah.
And if you got cash around you, I mean, I worked in restaurants. I didn't see motherfucker running restaurants. They got a restaurant called a Trafalaya, 4-star, upper middle class restaurant. Nigga went in there and put a gun on everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody give it up. But they don't shake me. I know what they're there for. It wouldn't bother me. I mean, you there for that little change. One of the cops told me, he said, well, you seem off the comfortable. I said, they only wanted the money, man. That ain't bother me. They ain't pointing the gun at me. I'm not personally offended. But when you threaten me now, then that's more of a problem for me.
Right.
Well, they just kind of showed it. You need the money out there. And I'm like, okay, well, there you go, dog. Ain't no sense of me debating with you over no $40 fucking dollars. He ain't asked me for my money. He didn't ask me for my little bus fare. I'd have had a problem. Hold on, dog. You didn't overstep your bounds now.
Man. It's too risky.
Right. I think you're kind of vulnerable, but I think the numbers, you get robbed doing just about anything. I remember watching, did y'all see that, a couple of the shootouts with the armored car drivers? They starting to hit them, getting a little bolder on them now, man, with the ATM and the bank, Brinks trucks and stuff. They just coming out for the all flat out shootout.
So recently?
They had one a little while ago. I was just looking at some old footage. Nothing that made the news, anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Right, nothing that stood out. But I was looking at a couple of shootouts them dudes had. I'm like, man, that's some you got to have some balls with that one. And especially when people getting desperate these days. There's only 2 people you got to take down if you get the drop on. And and you talking about maybe at least 50, 60, 70 plus 100,000 and 100,000 up.
Yeah.
They got people to take a second thought on that one. It ain't nothing but 2 dudes, man.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, Ms. Baum, you on the Amazon trying to catch some deals?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm on Etsy too. I'm trying to see if I can get some
Okay.
deals, man.
Yeah, let us know what the difference in price is, because I know a couple of people that I was sending messages to. They said it was a few items that they was only giving like $5 or $10 off. They said they ain't gonna stop what they doing, drop what they doing for $5 or $10.
Yeah, I don't really see like they say, I don't see the deals like that. Yeah, I switched all over to Etsy, to be honest.
You got the capacity to deal with your friend, some dude.
Oh, yeah, he can come up as long as you can deal with him. I'm good. Did he come up?
Some dude.
Yeah, what's up, Dev? Sorry, I passed out yesterday. Had a long weekend, but I like the title. Right up my alley. But I'll be nice. I'll be cool.
No, we just rolling over from some previous news stories that's been happening right now. Trying to wait till a little bit later before we get into that discussion. There's a lot more people that are trying to get some information on that. So,
I got a very nice thing for a gift, I would so to speak, but I'm not gonna release it yet. I got something for y'all later that everybody can use and it'll blow your mind. It's already, you just got to enable it in your own device. I'm gonna show y'all something because I like this title. But yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm gonna go on mute. I gotta finish up my session, and then, you know.
Tempo.
Sounds good. I can't. I don't want to miss it. Shit, I'm getting sleep. I'm over here dozing off, looking through all kinds of shit over here.
No, you good. We got everything gonna be good.
Okay.
You got your doctor's appointment though.
I know. That's why I need to probably take me a nap. That's a fact.
So basically, you're actually gonna go. You're gonna go to your doctor's appointment and be back before the stream ends, basically, based on what time you started.
What time did I start this?
About 6:15, 6:10.
Oh, okay.
Your time, yeah.
You do sound sleepy.
I am.
Yeah, she been running all night. Yeah, she
I
pulled an all
know.
nighter. With the labor though, you weren't just talking. You knocked out both of them bags, which may not seem a lot to the average person, but that shit took a lot of detailed skill to do that. And then you was working with the highlights and shit.
Let's see. Man, I'm looking at the prices of this shit, you know? Some zippers for $20, $30. Goddamn $30. But
the one you put on last night?
No, I'm talking buying some zippers for, man, this should be costing me money, you know?
Yeah.
So I need some zipper pulls. Cause you saw that the zipper that I showed you?
Yeah.
I don't have no pulls to go with it. The pulls that I do have are blue, but the one bag that I'm making, remember, is at, I didn't finish it. Remember I finished the pockets, the zip pockets.
Yeah.
But it's also another France Paris bag. I got the zipper tape for it, but I don't have a pull. Because the pulls I have are blue. And it don't match that bag. That's why I didn't finish it yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So I gotta buy some zipper pulls.
You got a local shop where you can get those at?
Nope.
Oh.
Yeah, I gotta get everything online.
Oh, shit.
So when I can get it from Amazon, it's good because sometimes I can get it in a day or so.
Yeah.
But if I gotta get it from Etsy, that's gonna take a few days.
Yeah.
So the thing is, shopping with Amazon is a crap shop. Like buying shit, and you don't know if that shit gonna be what it said it's gonna be. You know?
Oh, still got that going on even today?
Hell yeah, it's worse than ever. Because Amazon is cheeky. They slick with it. You buying this shit from Amazon, but it may not be Amazon you buying it from.
Yeah, they are contracting out. I've actually seen that on my truck.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah,
so I could be getting that same fucking crap that come from China.
Yeah.
From what's the name of that?
Alibaba.
No, not Alibaba. That would be good. It's Wish.
Oh shit, that's even worse. Yeah.
Yeah, the way I show you the picture, it look like it's one thing, and you get look. I remember thinking I'm getting me a poster, like a picture.
Yeah.
And it was a good deal. I was like, damn, I gotta wait for it. Cool. I get that shit. That shit no bigger than a card that you can slide in your purse. Thinking it's a big picture, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta read, and then even when you read, you gotta really read.
Yeah.
Because I looked at the size.
Yeah.
And the size was a good size, except what I didn't notice is that it was in centimeters instead of inches.
It had centimeters on the thing though?
It did, but I didn't pay it. I saw like, I think it said something like 8 by 10. So I'm thinking it's 8 by 10 inches, and it ends up being 8 by 10 centimeters or some shit like that.
Yeah.
I'm just using an example. The picture was, I thought it was going to be a big picture, but ended up being a small picture.
Yeah, that's how Amazon grew so fast. The impulse buying and the return policy. So they counted on people that buy on impulse with most of their market when they first started, because Amazon used to only sell books when they decided to go into the marketplace.
And what's the chance of us sending shit back? Because there's some shit that I should have sent back. But by the time I got to box that shit back up and all that, I'll be like, I will to just keep this shit.
How much is it gonna cost you to put gas in the car? Go find or buy a box. Then you still gotta go to the post office or wait on your man, and then you gotta hope that he take it down.
Man. What y'all think about the name Bombs Bags? What y'all think about that?
The logo?
Bags. Yeah, like if I put on the bags to say Bombs Bags. Or should I just put my company name on it?
I think you should use your company name.
Yeah, I would try to patent a logo real quick.
Do you have a logo with your company name?
I got something I created, but I want to change it up. I'm looking for something.
Okay, well, if you want to change it, that's all right.
That's what I was thinking about. So I have a lot of people buy from me, and they like the idea of buying from me, and they know me by Bomb. So that's why I was thinking Bombs Bags. But my name of my company is Lenovo Custom Creations.
Register it under an NFT.
Oh, that mercy.
Yeah,
What?
as a logo, like a bomb with a cherry with a fuse, something like that.
What is
Register it as an NFT.
Why would I register what you
As
just
a
said
tag.
when I just,
As a tag. You said you wanted a tag, right? Like you wanted a logo to put on your goods, right? Make sure
Yeah.
your tag is an NFT. It's a logo. That's all an NFT is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
Just disregard what he said. You don't need to get into the crypto shit right now. You don't even have the basic foundation right now. The NFT shit is for people who already got their shit established. Once you got your shit already established, then you can fucking NFT shit. Go in order.
He said something about NFT, but then he said something about bomb. And first, I'm just trying to figure out if I should.
You need to talk to Just J. She's good at drawing. She can draw you up something quick, make it into a bitmap with a certain DPI, and you be good. Use that as your logo, so you will skip ahead. What Dev was saying, he's right. Like I'm jumping too far, but I like to give the caveats and jewels so it comes in handy later. Something you might have forgot, you already heard.
What in the hell? Something I might have forgot. I never already heard.
Yeah, it's like a saying. You never tell people more than they want to hear or less than they need to know.
Bomb don't operate on that principle, man.
All right, my bad, bro.
All right.
I'm trying to because I if I do the bombs back, it's gonna be BB. I already found how I want it to be. I don't know. I need to know before I buy these tags. I'm gonna buy new tags that made with love. I found somebody who will make the tags for me, but I need to make a decision.
You should also get a barcode system. You can do it with your cell phone. So anything you send out, you have it as inventory about items sold.
Yeah, but then I gotta I gotta sit down and
it's a simple program. You can do it in
shit.
Excel.
Huh?
You need a team. You need a team, babe.
Team for what?
It's a lot to do. You can't do it by yourself.
Then why you telling me to do some shit that I don't need to be doing? But what? You know, ideas are great ideas when they're great ideas. Otherwise, they're not great ideas. So you're telling me I got to do something, but I need a team to do it. And I don't have a team to do it. But you're going to tell me to do it, though.
Just putting it out there as a seed.
Well, I don't really need
you got to start building your team then. Today's the first.
Well, who said I needed a team? Who said I was looking for a team?
Well, boutique style is dope. Then you need to raise your prices.
You don't even know my motherfucking prices.
I don't want to know. It's not my.
Well, then why are you telling me I need to raise my prices if you don't know my prices?
All right, let me put this out there. If a Birkin bag that is crappy quality can go for 20 grand, what do you think yours can do with the same material? Let that sink in.
Oh, but I have to have the same material. Aren't Birkin bags made of real leather?
How much is that worth to you? You'll show them this is how it's made.
What are you talking about?
If a Birkin bag that all these people want, the popular thing, they're like 20 grand and up, right? If you got the same material and you showing them real handcrafted quality, step by step, certificate, barcoded, certified, your signature.
What? Certified
from you,
what?
From you.
Oh, so my name is popular, and I'm a certified.
No, you make it popular.
Man, shut the fuck up. Why don't give other ideas? You and your terrible fucking ideas.
It's not terrible.
Nigga, it's terrible. It's just like me telling you, go tomorrow and make $1 million. You can do it.
No,
other people do
it doesn't happen tomorrow. Nobody hits the lottery like that. I'm just saying, like,
Well, I know
three,
that's
4
why
years
that
down the
my
line, there'll
idea
be
that I
some
just gave
generational.
you, my
Yo,
idea that I just gave you is just as good as the fucking shit you
can I
just
tell you
told me.
something? Can I tell
Don't
you
tell me
something?
not nothing.
You're
No.
worth more than you think you are.
Listen, I don't know what the fuck you talking
You're
about
worth more than
because
you
you don't
think
know
you are.
nothing about what you're talking about. You don't even know my
Okay.
prices
You're worth more
because
than
you
you
didn't
think you
ask
are.
me.
You're worth
Listen
more
to
than
me.
you think you are.
Shut the fuck up. It's way too early for me to have to listen to your dumb ass.
I love you too.
You stupid as fuck.
So a federal judge has allowed people to sue Subway for claiming that they have 100% tuna in their sandwiches. I put the link in the chat.
Damn.
Yo, Dev is like CNN.
Which is so with the person like my son who's a pescatarian, if he had went to Subway and got their tuna sandwich and found out that it's mixed with something else,
Chicken,
he could
pork,
sue.
and all that. Yeah, he can literally sue. No cap.
What they say is in the tuna? How do I prove that I bought it?
Chicken, pork.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All the other
Oh
shit.
yeah. Like for those who don't eat pork and they went there thinking they about to eat some fish.
Yes.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yes. They're advertising it as 100% tuna.
Whoa, that's bad in the Muslim community.
Yeah. So even other types of fish species were found.
Yeah. You know that's what a lot of them do. So this thing called whiting. Well, I don't know any fishing that's whiting. Whiting means
Whiting's delicious. You kidding me? They delicious.
What?
Fried whiting? That's delicious.
What is whiting?
It's a fish type. That's saltwater.
What is what?
Whiting? I think I know what you're talking about. I think you're talking about people bleaching stuff.
No, I'm talking about a fish. But since you broke in to say something before I said anything, what is whiting?
A fish type, a species. Very
so when you say whiting is good, right? Because you went in, you heard a little bit of what I said, but you still don't know what you're talking about.
Everything you said. I'm about
but
to
I
go
didn't
to the
say
fish market now and get some whiting.
everything.
You made me hungry. I'm about to make some fried whiting with some grits.
You listen. I swear before Jesus Christ, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. Right? I was simply saying, I'm about to talk about whiting, right? And you cut me off, which I asked you to stop cutting people off when they're talking, just so you can act like you know what the fuck I'm talking about. So then I decided to play along. What is whiting?
What's the context? You talk about a fish species of bleaching some meat.
Oh, you don't know. And yet.
Explain.
Oh, but and yet you
I know what whiting is. I know what whiting is because those are delicious.
Don't know what I was talking about, and yet you jumped in to.
All right, my bad.
Jump in, and then you asked me what context. You don't even know what context.
My bad.
You've been woke all night, Miss Bomb. You ain't had no sleep.
And you did ask me, could he come up? But this dude, God damn. I just don't even understand.
I'm sorry. Yo, real rap. I'm working on Cali time. Doing remote work. But I live on the East Coast, but I'm like on Cali time. So my brain is fried. I apologize.
You in Cali or something, dude?
No, I work for a company in Cali remotely.
Oh, okay.
So you in Cali time, even though you're not in Cali?
remote work. It's crazy.
What
It'll
that what
drive
that
your
got to
mind.
do with anything? It don't matter what remote.
I'm
Do
just
you
saying,
know?
I'm a little Looney Tune right
No,
now.
that don't
Like
make
I'm
sense what
Bugs
you're saying.
Bunny.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
Bugs Bunny.
You don't make no fucking sense because if you was on Cali time, right, you would still be motherfucking sleep right now. You
No, I
actually
just got
you
off.
would get more sleep.
I just
What
got
you
off.
mean
I'm
you
trying
got
to go
off?
to.
Dude,
I get off at 8 a.m.
Cali time is behind us, not ahead of us. Right?
It's currently 5:13 a.m. in California.
Exactly. And it's 8
Yeah, and I
something
get
here.
off at 8. I get off at 8 a.m. Eastern Pacific time.
So what? You get off at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Okay. My God.
Yo, y'all said tech talk. I'm telling you how this works. If y'all don't know how to work, and look, I don't know.
Oh my God.
It's like, oh my God. It's almost like you tell people something, they don't believe it, then they research it, then they still don't believe it. It's like, throw your hands in the air, fellas. You can't really win. Just keep your integrity.
Yes, keep your integrity. You done change your jobs, companies you work for, and all kind of shit. Every time you come up here, it's something
It's called
different
being
than
a
what you said
contractor,
before.
Bomb is called being a contractor.
I
You get
know.
paid very well.
Yeah, that's cool. You work more than you think.
Okay, that's what you think. I'm not here to
That's
contest
that dumb,
you.
stupid shit you told me.
I'm not here to contest you, sweetheart.
Telling
I'm
me
not
to
in that
raise
mood
my
today.
prices, but you don't even know my prices.
I'm gonna go
That's
get
the
me
dumb.
some.
Got to be the dumbest thing.
I'm gonna go get me some Peking duck at lunchtime, and then I'm gonna go to sleep at 1
Isn't it
o'clock.
lunchtime? Aren't you on New York? Aren't you on
Yeah, it's
California
what,
time?
8:15. No, well, I get. Oh my God.
It should be your lunch.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Not because I live here. The sun just came up.
Oh, wait a minute. But you work remotely in Cali.
Yeah.
So why are you not taking your lunch?
This guy here.
Oh my gosh, you guys are wild. Yo, all right, hold on. Let's put this in a better perspective. You work in Cali, right?
We don't
You
need
work
to
in,
know.
no, hold
we
on.
don't.
Okay,
we don't want to know.
cool. Yep,
Yeah,
cool.
thank you. We really don't want to know.
Okay, I'm gonna try this again, right?
Try what
Some
again?
dude.
No.
Some dude.
I hope. What?
Can I try this again?
No.
Oh, he gone. Okay, my bad.
No, I don't think he gone. What you gonna try again? Because trying again just means.
He claimed.
I hope
he claimed he came to the panel because of Tech Talk. And I just wanted to find out whether or not he's capable of answering a direct question regarding
Absolutely.
Tech Talk.
Absolutely. But listen, Tech Talk, if you're a tech, you could be in Spain and have a job in the United States.
Oh my God,
remote.
I think we all know that.
We're not
okay. So why is New York to Cali different?
That's not even what the point. You
All
tried
right,
to switch it up, but
No,
it's
I didn't.
okay. I know.
Wow.
Nobody said that you couldn't work in Cali and be in another part of the country. Nobody said you couldn't do that. It was the fact that you tried to say your body is on California time.
Yeah, sleep habits. When was it, yo, Bomb? When was the last time you had a good night's sleep? Real talk, a real good night's sleep, like blacked out, just like reoccurring dreams, vivid dreams, all that. Good night. REM sleep, REM. Rapid eye movement, REM sleep. When the last time you had that? Sounds like you stressed, baby.
I sound
Need a nap.
stressed.
Yeah, you do. You barking at me, yo.
Yeah,
It's
because
early.
Because you
Early.
stupid.
You could do
Don't matter if it was early or late. You stupid.
Yeah, I love you too.
Mm. Go ahead. You was about to talk about some tech talk, Mella. You call him nice. Mella. Okay. Guess not. So what you were going to teach us with your tech talk stuff? It's a great time to talk.
Okay, I'll make this
I think our connection might have dropped. Well,
I'll make this one quick.
No, he's low. I think I hear him, don't I?
I'm only do this one time.
Oh no, that was Kev that dropped off.
Oh, my bad. Yo, my bad. I'm gonna do this one time. And this is because you named it this, so I'm gonna give y'all a jewel. If you're using a Windows PC, but don't try this on Windows 10. I'm only gonna put it in the back chat. It's for those that choose to share it. It opens up God mode in your PC. It's an administrative mode, but don't be logged into your own PC as a guest. Okay? I'm gonna put it in the back chat. Okay, I'm not gonna say nothing no more.
I asked you what? If
Okay, all right. Well, if you let me talk, it will
what
enable.
The fuck? Okay, kick his ass off of here, please.
Jesus Christ.
I can't even take it. You said something and I didn't hear what you saying. I'm listening. And then you say, if you let me talk. You was talking. I simply said what so you could repeat what you said so I can understand what you were talking about. When you mentioned something about not being signed on, I'm not sure if you said as a guest under your own computer. Jesus, I just don't understand.
He said it don't work on Windows 10, and I know damn well 90% of the people that's listening to this stream
will be on Windows 10.
Yeah.
So he already like taking away half the people already, right?
Yeah.
So I don't even understand. Yeah, and then he say he gonna share it, but only with us up here, and then only if we want to share it with everybody else. Mm-hmm. And why would he do that in case something happened? You want me to share something that might fuck up somebody's shit?
Yeah, he said something about some God mode. I mean, I ain't even been keeping up with tech that real tough, and I know goddamn well.
I know God. What is that? Him trying to come back up?
Yeah.
You can let him back up, and I don't even know why I'm letting him back up because the truth is dumb as fuck.
Yeah, I know you don't.
Because if I asked him anything, like if I asked him to repeat it, pretty much I said what? All I said was what? Oh, if you let me talk. If I asked him what is God mode, oh, you really want to know? You don't want to know. Like it'd be some stupid shit like that.
Oh boy.
That's why I don't understand why he come up. Okay.
Yeah, I know your capacity is not as tolerable as it was last night. So if you couldn't deal with him last night when you had the energy, I know damn well.
And did he say God mode? Did he say God mode? What did he say?
Yeah, he said God mode.
Oh, God mode. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to find that Colorado story.
I wonder why his God mode wouldn't work in 10. It should work in 10 and 11.
So were you able to find your zipper pulls?
No, I'm still looking. I found the zipper pull. I'm just start looking for all kinds of shit. I hate when I go shopping on virtually. I end up just down a pathway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that why you have those tabs open all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw she had about like 1 million tabs over.
Yeah.
It all be me shopping. Either putting shit in carts.
It's hard to close them out. I understand. Like those, it's hard to close those tabs out because you think you just gonna go back to them, and then it's 2 months later. It's like I still got this tab open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I gotta clear stuff out too. That I get it. I understand.
Yeah, I know I gotta reboot after this stream. Yeah. Once I can't remember the last time of the reboot, that means it's time to reboot. I think I did Sunday though.
Okay. I gotta clear some space.
Even when I reboot, you know, I set it up where when I reboot, when I restart the browser, it'll tell me, do I want to reopen all the browsers I had open?
Oh yeah.
And I always tell it yes.
Oh.
So I never look. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I disabled my option to reopen after reboot on my desktop. I think I did. I can't remember what I did on my laptop. Because sometimes when I hit the tab, when I be hitting these news links, it automatically opens up another tab. And depending on what the story is, I may have it open for a couple of days. If it's something that I really want to look at.
Devastating. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
I was wondering what your thoughts are regarding the trend that boys are becoming more effeminate. Is someone to blame for that, or is something to blame for that? When I mean thing, I'm talking about the environment of media influence, or is it someone like their environmental upbringing?
Yeah, it's a combination of all the stuff you just said.
It's not one or the other, it's a combination.
Yeah, it's a combo.
All right.
So we have this generation that's literally being from 0 second one. They're in an environment, in a culture that has heavily pushed this alphabet situation with regards to from a social, political, media, entertainment. Now in schools to be accepted. Then when you ingest, different levels of medication and chemicals, your natural testosterone would not be developed.
Oh, the pharmaceutical thing too.
Yeah. So the home cooked meals, we talked about the organic situation a little bit earlier. The child is not really getting enough essential nutrients in the first place. So the effects take effect quicker. And then when you become docile from a physical level, that emotional comes into play. So you mesh the emotional and the physical acceptance of being, feminine, knowing that you're a man or a male. And then you don't have to worry about embarrassment or being bullied like we did in the 70s and 80s. So everything is lined up in their favor to just go ahead and turn it around if you like. And if you need some incentive, you know, we have different incomes or streams specifically for that behavior. So if you literally want to act like a woman, knowing that you're a male, the bag is always there available.
Right. Yeah.
That's about
I wonder.
tight as I can put it.
I wonder how many children were introduced to pharmaceuticals that are now, you know, challenging their gender as an adult.
You mean trying to flip back?
Well, I didn't think about the pharmaceutical angle of it, of how there's an increased amount of young people that want to just be absent of a gender role that they were born into. They just don't want to be the gender that they were born. And you were explaining how it was a combination of environment on both sides of the coin, be it media or at home.
Yeah.
And I didn't think about the pharmaceutical influence, about how when your brain is growing and developing,
yeah,
and it doesn't actually fully develop, like the frontal cortex, it doesn't fully develop biologically until 25 years old.
Yeah,
that's neither here nor there. My point is, when you're introducing man-made medications designed to interfere with your neurotransmitters and how they're signaling one another, it didn't occur to me that pharmaceutical interference might be a consideration too.
Yeah, very heavily. So in the 90s,
that's deep.
Yeah, when in the 90s, when they were mass producing all these diagnoses for ADHD, that Risperdal was found to have producing these hormones.
They started getting they started getting chest, right?
Yeah.
I forgot what they call it. You all talked about that before. It's a word for it.
Yeah.
Gyno something, but basically it's
word.
where you get man boobs.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So this is not something that's just happened in the last couple of years. They've been working on this for like a generation or two, and the plan has worked out perfectly.
It has been a generation.
Yeah.
It has been a generation. When, you know, my aunt, being an educator, she was really an advocate at the time. She knows better now, but at the time, she was an advocate for boys that couldn't, quote unquote, sit still. Oh, thank you, Lola, in the chat room. That's the word I was, the G word I was referring to.
Right.
At the time, and we're talking like almost 2 decades ago, she believed in pharmaceuticals so much that she thought it was the solution to help boys not be so rambunctious in the classroom. And she had told me recently that she's wrong for thinking that, because she didn't understand pharmacology.
Yeah.
So, you know, so we're talking about 2 decades ago, it was cool in the minds of educators. And now, you know, with how things have transcended,
yeah,
you know, she's aware that that's not something to blindly endorse. You know, it's you can't just blindly endorse medicating children with things that's going to interfere with how they're the just not blindly. I'm not trying, I'm saying that doctors have scientific studies and peer-reviewed research. I'm just saying that as far as layman's judgment, it's difficult to really endorse something that's going to alter a child's neurotransmitters in the brain as to how they signal one another. Even though I do understand it's important to calm depression, because I don't know that much about dopamine and all that stuff and how all that works. I know what they are, but I don't know biochemically how all that works. I just find introducing those man-made medications is probably not the lick as opposed to making sure that the child doesn't have any food allergies first, because there's a such thing as brain inflammation, right? And if a child is experiencing brain inflammation because they may be allergic to certain types of foods, and instead of giving that child an allergy test, they just put them on pills. I think that's atrocious, man. And that happened a lot. They didn't put that child through physical exams of medical certainty as to whether or not there's inflammation in the brain. They just labeled the child as being hyper or depressed or whatever these terms are they have in the psychiatric industry. I'm sorry, psychiatric field.
Yeah.
Whatever terms they have, they just it seems more convenient 20 years ago to have just slapped that on them instead of putting them through a full spectrum, comprehensive, head to toe, the blood work, the
it's a complex
scans,
process.
the brain scans. They you have to find out if that child's brain is inflamed before you start dispensing pills, right? That's what I would think.
Yeah, they know all this already going in. So if they know what you need to do to do it the right way, correctly.
But they didn't know it then.
Well,
is that what you're saying?
I'm saying they did know that,
oh, okay.
Yeah, they did know that in a child, we're talking about children here. We're not talking about adults who have already had their systems fully developed. You haven't even given the child enough time to fully develop his systems. So how are you going to develop medication to address something that's supposed to work on something that's supposed to be already developed?
It's bogus. It's totally bogus. There is no way in heck that is anything other than bogus, and I'll tell you why. Because the presumption is that it's not invasive, when in fact it actually is. It's just chemically invasive as opposed to physically invasive. And the scientific community wants to pretend like pharmacology is not invasive, and it is. Chemically, it's invasive. And they just trip me out how they play it off and try to justify that industry as if, like take for instance, right? There are ways to detect, I don't know, just any type of thing that's going on in somebody's body through an MRI, through ultrasound, because ultrasound is just not for pregnancy, all types of ways to find out what's going on inside of somebody without being quote unquote invasive. And to me, invasive is like surgery, like when they got to cut you open to stick you with something, or what is not being addressed that I have found is how pharmacology can be considered invasive too. Just it's chemical. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
with much more damaging effects.
Absolutely.
they're required apparently by the FDA or whatever to read them off, and then anyone with common sense can look at what are the benefits is on this side, the list of that, and then but the side effects, that list wraps all the way around the damn bottle.
Yeah, side effects are a trip, I would imagine, because they
fatality usually pops up on all of them.
Right.
Shit.
I mean,
it's worth risking your life. And then once again, we're talking about children here.
The side effects are longer. The list of side effects is longer than what it claims to be curative about. You know, it's just like, it's just, man. And then, you know, people practically worship doctors, right? Yeah. And so, like, doctors can do no wrong. So if they prescribed you something, you know, it must be legit. And that's just not the case. You know, doctors are people too. They are adhering to the training they receive. They receive training, you know, as far as those that write prescriptions, they are taught to listen to the complaint of the patient, apply their knowledge of training as to how whatever chemical, you know, associates itself to that complaint. And then they prescribe you the drug. That's what they do. They don't know how everything works full body, because that's why there are different departments in medical centers. There's the podiatrist, there's, you know, the cardiologist, there's, you know, just stuff like that. Like, there are different departments, but there are very few practitioners that know how the entire scope of the body operates. Very few. Right. And that's becoming what's called functional medicine. That industry is starting to blow up in popularity. And a lot of really successful physicians apparently are leaving their jobs, and they're starting their own type of, they're making their own groove, you know what I'm saying? And they are doing it under the umbrella of being functional medicine practitioners, you know, where they treat the whole body, you know, not just part of the body. They treat the whole body, you know. So, you know, I was just asking about that regarding children, because it's not a mystery that a lot of parents will take their child in for something, believing that the doctor is insightful enough to perceive something more than what's really going on, you know, what the complaint is. Like, if you come, like, if a child comes in with an earache, right?
Yeah.
And the earache is, let me try to structure this, because there are types of things going on. It could be viral, it could be bacterial, or it could be actually a mineral vitamin deficiency, right? Like tinnitus, for instance. I found out that if you just tweak, you know, certain micronutrients, you know, that ringing in your ear just stops, and you don't. But see, some of these doctors, they will like schedule you for surgery.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it don't take all that. It's like, oh, you know, you needed, you know, some more chromium. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so a regular medical doctor isn't trained in functional medicine. Like, they don't know that certain nutrients that are missing can throw off, you know, different types of areas of the body. And then there's always, you know, reflexology. That's not considered when somebody shows signs of what's medically known as diabetes, and how all they have to do is avoid, you know, they just have to understand what nerve impingement is. you know, in addition to the, I mean, I know when people, from what I heard, when people have diabetes, they have a dietitian, a nutrition and instructions, and that's good that their diet is being, their meal planning is being made more healthy. I'm talking about how the meridians of nerve endings can be rejuvenated through reflexology, because in a really, when you put it all together, from what I understand, it's about nerve impingement, and that nerve impingement is preventing how people process some the way they can digest foods, as opposed to, but see, that's what I'm saying. I'm not a specialist in this shit, but I just want people who are listening to me rant about this. It's not why I'm saying that people aren't born or have a hereditary trait where these things can, you know, present themselves. I'm saying that, you know, there's things that are considered that aren't being discussed inside of the doctor's office with the patient, right? So, you know, I just like a lot of these damn things that I look up on YouTube. It's been very helpful. But as far as children go, when it comes to like when they get like ear surgery and all it took was some damn nutrients, that's tripped out. When they gotta get like a child is born where their foot is twisted a little bit, and they put them in braces and all this, you know, just that, you know, the surgery, the invasiveness of it all, when actually you could just take some hard bottom old school baby shoes, put them on the opposite foot for a couple of months, teaching them how to walk, and it straightens itself out. You know what I'm saying? It's an adjustment thing rather than an invasive thing. Like, it's like a lot of these medical practitioners, they're too quick to just, you know, just throw out surgery and throw out pills to children. And you know, it alters, I would think it alters something, you know. I myself haven't had to go through anything other than a dentist. I've had a tooth pulled before. Fortunately, when I joined the military, I didn't have to worry about anything from, you know, to this day, thus far. You know, I don't have to worry about my teeth looking great. I don't have to worry about healthcare. That's not the case for a lot of people. They don't understand how necessary it is for children to have braces. And because I heard somebody talking about that the other night, about how braces, you know, like when a child needs braces, from what I understand, the immigrant population without documentation, they are given braces like with no cost. But then you have people who are citizens born and raised in this country, and they have to pay for braces. And braces are not cheap. Okay. So it's just little stuff like that, you know, that's kind of disparaging about how children are being introduced into systems of operation without us being fully aware that those people in charge of those systems don't even know what the hell they're doing either.
Or
That's
do
the
they?
point.
Or do they?
They'll tell you that they know what they're doing. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Oh, yeah, at the lower level. Yeah, the lower level, local level. Yeah,
I'm talking
I'll
about
ride with that. I'll ride with it. But at the upper levels, the manufacturer, the administrator.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Big Pharma know what they doing. Come on.
Oh
now.
yeah. On that level,
They got the game locked, unfortunately.
Yeah. So I posted a link. Most antidepressant drugs ineffective for children and teens, a study finds.
You were mentioning something about Pfizer earlier. I didn't get a chance to catch up with.
That was Silent. He was talking about the CEO. Yeah, I saw the story. I that's not the first time that's came out.
It's not about pills, is it? It's about them being crooked.
Talking about the link I put in the chat.
Yeah, about Pfizer.
No, that's not about Pfizer. Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about. These psych meds
Right.
that's shoving down children. They
Right.
actually did a study, and they found that the majority do not work.
It can't because it's natural. It's not natural. That's only. Come on, man. Anything that's not natural is not natural. What really scares me though is that the only reason why I'm not gonna stand behind that 100% is because I've had a headache before.
Yeah.
That came out of nowhere, and despite all my herbs and tonics and supplement information,
yeah.
Do you know I got my hand on one of those Aleve gel caps?
Okay.
Yeah, man, I only took one. I didn't take two. But it hurt so my head was hurting so bad. I was tempted to take two.
Yeah.
But it says on the bottle like it can cause, bleeding and shit. So I was just like, okay, I'm gonna just take one.
Yeah.
Man, I took one with a cup of yogurt.
Yeah.
And it was like it never happened. So I'm not, so I just can't confidently say that man-made medications have no purpose. I'm just saying that, when it comes to children,
I get you. Yeah.
We got to be mindful of side effects. Like we just always question the doctors. It's like, okay, what are the pros and cons regarding the side effects as he grows or she grows into adulthood?
Yeah.
And if you can't explain it to me in a comprehensive way, as opposed to just, telling me, trust me, I'm a doctor, you need to get the fuck out of my face.
Yeah.
We'll figure something else out. I'm just saying regarding children, I don't, because their brains are still developing, for goodness sakes. The hell? And then there's the almighty pandemic. I hope children are readjusting to going back to school again.
Yeah, it's a real culture shock. Not just with dealing with all the physical adversities, but the social routine.
Yeah, interrupted like in a major way.
Yeah.
Yep. Lola in the chat mentioned the opioid crisis is directly caused by just the careless dispense of medication. Like, instead of really examining how to relieve the pain, they just gave them pills that were tremendously addictive.
Yes.
And next thing you know, when they were no longer able to get those pills, they started hitting the streets.
Yes.
Because they had to feed that addiction.
Yeah.
That's messed up. You go in for a broken ankle and wind up a goddamn junkie, man. That's fucked up. That's terrible.
He's trying to change his picture.
You see me trying to do it over here? I'm trying to see what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's not the right button though.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
Nah.
I could have sworn that was the right one.
No, I mean you're just sharing what's on your screen. That's not when you see Miss Bond's picture pop up when she talks. Yeah, she's not sharing her screen. So you see apps down there at the bottom. You on the home computer now?
Yeah, I don't have apps on mine though.
On the Zoom screen. It's
on the Zoom screen?
Yeah, it's right next to reactions. You got share, you got chat, you got whiteboards.
I say participants and more. That's it. And it say background effects.
You on a computer like Windows?
Yeah.
And okay, so on the Zoom screen, you got participants. Go from left to right then. Just go from left to right.
I don't have that on mine.
So what's next to share screen? What's on the right of share screen?
Participant.
On the right side?
Mm-hmm.
So do you have chat?
Yeah, I got chat.
You have participants?
Yeah.
You have whiteboards?
Nah, I ain't got that. Hold up. See, nah, I don't have white. I got meeting settings, background effects, disconnect audio. Everything else, raise hand stuff. That's crazy.
What you say you got?
I thought I was doing it right.
On his Zoom screen, his menu is not looking like it's supposed to be.
What it look like? What it say at the bottom?
Mine say mute, start video, share, participants, and more. That's what I got over here. I'm on the phone though, bro.
My video is not.
Oh, he said he on the phone.
Oh, okay, that what it is.
I thought you said you was on your computer.
Nah, I wish I
Yeah,
was.
he asked you, and you said yeah. I thought you said yeah when he asked you.
Oh no, I ain't.
Yeah, I don't know how to do the phone.
Yeah, he got
Hit more. See what does more say?
It just got the meeting settings and the background effects.
Media settings. I don't know. I'm not gonna tell them to go into it. I ain't never did Zoom on the phone. I got it on there, but I ain't never got on here with it.
Oh, okay. I thought all of us was on our phone.
No, ain't no way to do Zoom.
Well, Bomb, yeah, I know Bomb one.
Yeah. Yeah, so when you get to your desktop computer, man, that's when you
that's when I'll be good.
Yeah, you be able to fuck around with it.
Okay. Learning something new every day though. No deal. It's about to throw down now. It's about to rain now. I'm about to tell everybody what I done found out too about that Aniston too. Everybody about to know.
Yeah, let them know.
Definitely.
Let them know immediately. That's tripped out. Messing with the water and stuff.
Y'all there?
Yeah, a lot of people are looking. A few people are looking. I know I'm looking. I'm trying to find this other story that I posted about medications ineffectiveness. out of 1,000 participants, 94% of the medications were ineffective.
Messes with your brain too.
Say that again?
Messes with your brain too.
Yeah, not only ineffective, but causing damage.
Yeah.
No, Miss Freeze, ain't nobody been asleep.
Wait a minute now. I got up at 4:30 this morning. Now stop lying on me. I'm an early riser. I didn't pull an all-nighter. I'm just an early riser today. That's all.
Yeah.
I didn't pull it. I have pulled all-nighters before, but not this time.
Not last night.
One day I'm concerned y'all gonna catch me talking in my sleep.
I thought somebody was doing that on the panel a couple nights ago.
It wasn't me. If I find, like, just like I would tell you, I have a situation which is cold for, I'm getting sleepy, I'm getting drowsy.
Yeah.
I immediately, that announcement, specifically to you and everybody else.
Yeah.
It's like, look, I'm going on mute. If I don't respond, you'll know why.
Yeah.
You know? And then I might wake up and I'll hear, in the distance, where I place the device, that there's still voice, that the, live stream is still active. And sometimes I'll jump back on, and sometimes I'll just, just go back to sleep. Like, oh, okay, they're happy.
Yeah.
And I just roll over and go back to sleep. I like when you all are happy, man. That just tickles me.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Silky started off happy because she was interested about that semen retention guy. But people started calling her out, like, because she was claiming that she didn't have a, like she just kept saying how she wanted Bomb to interview him. And I was like, okay. So
she had to like she just found out about that, man. It's been 3 years.
She been on that same page for 3 years, right? And so we were talking to her as if people were familiar with the fact that she's been here periodically for 3 years. And so I was like, well, let's have people let's have you Apex too. I was like, let's have the audience become more familiar with who you are. And they were kind enough to, say a little bit about themselves, how long they've known Bomb. And just some discreet things about them. Indiscreet things, I should say, about them. And then that's when the conversation started getting revved up. It was crazy, man. At first, it started off kind of happy, though.
Yeah, I was trying to find out.
Bone's still arguing with these dudes about the same thing about the past 4 years.
Yeah, I was trying to find out why didn't you go on his panel?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I was like, why didn't you go on his panel and ask him? How are you able to do that? What was the holdup of her actually getting on his panel?
I don't know.
I never got to. Once she told me that, once she told us that Hawaii was another country, I was out. My hands was up. I was through.
Yes, that was shocking.
But she reminded me of somebody that was just revved up. I don't want to say she was under the influence, but it just her mouth never slowed down at all. Even when I ended the stream and tried to do it in a calm manner, she was determined to get every last little drop word out. Miss University boy, touch that nerve, boy.
Yeah, she be racing for that center of attention.
Yeah. So also what we were talking about, Miss Miller, is that Marvel Comics is unveiling the homosexual Spider-Man character.
Not Spider-Man.
Yes, I will post the link.
Why not Thor?
It don't matter who it is.
Thor, none of them supposed to be that way, but
why not the Hulk? He ain't got no woman.
The Hulk
Hulk
not
do got a
married.
woman.
This is a
Not
direct.
married and had kids.
This is a direct attack on kids.
That's awful, man.
Straight up.
They gonna do
You know,
Spider-Man like that?
Iron Man and Ant-Man supposed to be like woman beaters.
Oh shit.
So it's not Spider-Man himself. It's a character in the latest movie, but still, that they're making it known that that's what it is.
It's gonna be the black one too, right?
Whoever Web Weaver is. Who's Web Weaver?
Okay. Oh, I don't know.
I haven't been watching the movies and shit in the last decade or so.
I remember the first cartoon on television of Spider-Man. It had a really nice jingle to it. And now they want to do this.
Yeah.
Man.
He's not Peter Parker though.
So there it is.
Oh, it's not the Peter Parker one. Okay.
No, it's not Peter Parker. Whoever Web Weaver. Is that a villain or something?
Is that the black one?
Wow.
Web Weaver.
Lola in the chat said they're gonna start messing with Batman and Robin too.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, everybody's fair game now, all the characters.
I guess that's where the future is headed.
Man, yo, I be watching crazy. I watched this movie. Oh, have mercy. Oh, man. I watched this movie with my daughter. Right, it was this guy, and he had took a woman, and I don't know if it's a real story or not. Y'all probably seen it before. He had took a woman and put it kidnapped her in his house. And made her cut her hair and everything. And I think he held her for like 7 years or something like that. He got another little girl and got her pregnant. And started a family and everything. I cannot remember the name of it, man. But I just be watching little movies with my daughter like that all the time. Like,
how old is your daughter to be watching something like that?
16.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's appropriate.
Yeah, so yeah, I be watching all them type of movies. I show all type of stuff what be going on. And she come and tell me everything too, man. My daughter tell me everything.
Yeah, some of those movies are important for them to get the message because I co-sign that definitely.
I forgot the name of that movie.
Awareness. Be aware that people like this, man, listen, there's this one movie that had, what's that Brad Pitt's ex-wife, Angelina Jolie, called Changeling. And it was about how this guy was kidnapping children in the 20s. And it's based on a real story. And apparently the way he would get the children to go with him is he had a boy with him. He wasn't by himself. He had a boy with him. And the boy wasn't allowed to say anything when he was, abducting these children, which is what it adds up to. But the hook was your parent is in the hospital. I'm here to pick you up and take you to them. That type of thing. Make the child think that something's wrong at the house, and they were sent there to scoop them up. You know what I'm saying? To take them to their family. And so they weren't lured by candy, like, hey, little boy, hey, little girl, you want some candy? It wasn't nothing like that. It was it was some kind of, fabrication that.
It be peer pressure, is that what they call?
No. I guess it can be considered some type of peer pressure because it's a fabrication. And if the child is too gullible to believe that there is no such thing as stranger danger, if they were never taught that, if they were never taught, like, don't allow any stranger to tell you nothing about me. If somebody tells you, oh, your mama's in the hospital, your daddy's in the hospital, they told me to pick you up from school, you just be like, well, you ain't, well, no, thank you. No, thank you. You're a stranger. I don't know about these prearrangements. You can get the blank on, you know what I'm saying? And,
does that include the police?
You know what? I would have to say so, because we know that the police are human beings too, and you don't know, like, I just see, that's creepy too, because like, let's say hypothetically a police officer shows up to a child's classroom and tells the teacher, we got to take this child to their parent who's in an emergency situation. And because that police officer is wearing his uniform, and the teacher may think like, okay, this is an authoritative, officer, this is an officer of the law, so they hand the child over without question. And the child might even be accepting of that, or they might be apprehensive, but there is peer pressure to like, oh, he's a police officer, he's not going to hurt you, or she's a police officer, she's not going to hurt you, when little did somebody know that officer might have had their eye on that child for God knows how long to target them. You know what I'm saying? So no, I would definitely not endorse that a child just go off with a police officer just because they claim that I'm here to take you home, and like out of the blue, you here to take me for real, out of the blue, no pre-scheduled appointments and shit. You're just out of the blue. I'm supposed to just disappear with your strange ass. No, I hope I don't get backlash for that, but I wouldn't recommend that shit. No. A stranger is a stranger. That's the simplicity of that when it comes to children, and making sure there are no gray areas. A stranger is a stranger. So that's my final answer. And I'm gonna stick by that shit. If the child doesn't get picked up from school in the event that their parent, something was to happen to their parent, the fact that the child is sitting in school till the business hours close down, there's attempts to contact the family and there's no response. And maybe they might even go so far as to call the local medical centers to find out if anybody's been admitted to the emergency room. But if there's no way to get that child connected with their parent, who usually picks them up after school, oftentimes social services is officially an official intervention. There is nobody just out of the blue that's just gonna walk up and say, hey, your parent is in distress and I came here to take you to them. No, that shit has to be like, there's a protocol that should be in place. So yeah, just that arbitrary, somebody showing up just because they're goddamn, they got a position. No, fuck that. A stranger is a stranger, man. You know what I'm
So,
saying? There are protocols to adhere in the event that the child is not picked up after school. So yeah, follow the protocol. Don't follow a stranger. You know what I'm saying?
so you saying that happened back in the 20s, 100 years ago, roughly?
It was based, this movie Changeling with Angelina Jolie
Mm,
was it was based on a true story.
mm,
And as a matter of fact, that was back in the days when women didn't really have a whole lot of legal rights. And she was stirring up, because see, they tried to reunite her with a child that wasn't hers. And they
mm,
tried to make it seem like she was crazy for not accepting, because the guy, the mayor of the town, was getting all this flack, like, why haven't you found this child? Where's this baby? Like, I can't send my children to the movies on Sunday afternoons anymore. You know, the city is not safe for children. You know, all this ruckus and uproar was being pressured upon the city authorities. I think it was in Los Angeles that the movie was told to have, you know, where it all occurred. But anyway, the guy, apparently the mayor guy, he came up with the bright idea that some child was reported wandering in another state across the country, like Arkansas or Iowa or some shit. So they, since he fit the age and description, they just shipped him back to LA. And Angelina Jolie looked at him and he's like, that's not my son.
mm.
And they were like, of course it is. Because, you know, they had the press all around. Like when the child got off the train, they had the press there, the newspapers, you know, and they was just ready to take pictures of the reuniting of a lost child and all this other kind of stuff. And so as soon as they ready to take pictures about the happy reunion, she was like, that's not my child. And then they, you know, somebody like nudged it, like, of course it is. Of course it is. Now let's take this happy picture, you know. And so, and somebody told her, just try it out. Maybe you'll grow to recognize him again. You know, that gaslighting shit, right? And next thing you know, she was just like, look, this is not my child. Somebody needs to find my child. Y'all fucking with me. You know, she was snapping to the point where they actually, what do they call it when they put somebody involuntarily inside of a psych ward? Because she wouldn't stop making a fuss about it, and the paper started getting, you know, news, you know, they started putting it in the news that they reunited this woman with a child that's not hers, just to make, you know, just to get the smoke off his back. So the way they shut her up was by putting her in the psych ward involuntarily. And they almost gave her a lobotomy, but one guy that was a detective on the missing persons report was like, something's not adding up. And so he would check on her to see how they were treating her. And, you know, they weren't treating, you know, patients very humanely back then, I guess, according to the movie. And they were about to give her a lobotomy. They was like trying to shut her up for real. And you know, as the movie would have it, he intervened from that. She got released, and because a lot of clues started becoming evident, like about some bones found in some field, right, of missing children. And so they started investigating real hard, and they found out there was this boy that told on the guy that was kidnapping and killing the children. And so then they found the guy and they unearthed his land, and it was just a graveyard. It just started bodies and bones, and so eventually they were going to execute him, of course. Well, he did get executed, but prior to the execution, she confronted him about, what did you do with my son? And you know, she cursed him out, spit in his face, and tried to kick him in the nose. I mean, she got real, she got as violent with him as as close as she could get to him. But they eventually hanged him. Oh, I know what happened. The boys that were kidnapped in the chicken coop, right? Because that's where he had the kids, like waiting until he just got his whim to kill a child. These children, these boys were just sitting inside of a
chicken coop.
A chicken coop. Yeah, like it was chicken coop wire, but it was big. It wasn't just a chicken, like a little small chicken coop. It was tall enough for them to stand up in, but strong enough not for them to easily get out of. And I think it was a real vicious dog guarding them too. But anyway, somebody found a way to figure out how to do something to the dog, and they found a way to get out of that to get past that, all the wood posts and the chicken wire, and they was running and running. And so three of them tried to escape, but only 2 got away, because one boy, he got caught on the chicken wire, and he was trying to, how they do in them horror movies where like it seemed like somebody is just acting like they can't get out of what seems to be an easy situation. Like it would seem like his shirt was caught on the wire, or he fell, or it was something where he was the one that didn't get away. And as it turns out, the movie infers that boy was her son, because those other 2 boys, they got away. Not only did they testify to the location in the area, that's when they brought that young boy in, who was the accomplice. They just spilled the beans about everything that they knew. And then when they went to the property and only that boy was there, that man was not there, they took the boy in, and he just sat down there and had a nervous breakdown and confessed how he was being forced to do it, or else it would be him. It's like, you better do it or it's going to be you. And he was just just really messed up. And
what's the name of it again, Mella? So I can watch. I'm gonna watch it.
Changeling.
I hope it's good, Mella.
Changeling. Yep.
Changeling. All right, let me put it down, Mella.
With Angelina Jolie.
Changeling.
Yeah, that's Brad. You know who she is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's that way because I don't know if they got it. Some of these movies, they got the same name for like 3 or 4 different movies. You know what I'm saying? So I just try to give out the name of the person that's in it, so like you can at least pinpoint whether or not you got the right movie. That tripped me out.
Changeling?
Yeah,
Changeling. Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. So I put this on.
She was a telephone. She was a single mother, and she was working as a telephone operator back in the 1920s. That's the character. That's the character in the movie that she plays. A telephone operator. She was on roller skates. I think she was a telephone operator supervisor. And the way she was supervising the operators, it was like she was roller skating, And I don't know how she became a single parent. I don't know if the father died or left her or what, but she was a single parent. And that was part of the reason why they were able to hospitalize her without her consent, because, she didn't have someone authoritative, otherwise known as a husband, to protest it. You know what I'm saying?
Let me check it out. The one I was talking about was called the Cleveland Abduction. Was that a true story?
I'm gonna type that in. I'm gonna check that out sometime in the future. Thanks a lot for the movie reference.
Yeah, it's Cleveland Abduction. Yeah, it's all right. It's good. You'll like it.
Okay.
I'm into them like thriller movies and stuff like that. So yeah, I be watching them thriller movies. I don't watch scary movies and stuff like that, but I watch a thriller. Yeah, I love thrillers, bro. I love.
Yeah, here it just showed up. It's actually it's on YouTube. Cool. It's an hour. Yeah, it's an hour movie, an hour long YouTube Lifetime channel, the Lifetime channel, right? So
I think so.
now you could get
Is it?
Prime Video. It's on Prime Video, like if you got the app. It might be on Netflix. I'll look it up either way, but I know that I think some Caucasian woman named Amanda is in it. I think. Let me see what the IMDb say. No. So it's about wait, it's a movie about another single mother with some problems, child.
Oh yeah, that is true, yo. Yeah, it was sad what had happened too. I forgot about that part.
A single mother who becomes the first victim of kidnapper Ariel Castro. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know about this. Is this the okay, yeah, I remember this news story. Cause it's based on a true story.
Yeah, that's what I watched it. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
And you
I
from
like
the
stuff based on a
Midwest,
true
so
story.
you definitely heard about that probably if it's true and you from the Midwest.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the movie came out in 2015. Yeah, it was around 2012 or something when that happened to those, when they found those him harboring those, because Castro, he killed himself in jail, right? I remember the trial and everything.
Yeah.
You know, he did what he did to those girls, and then, you know, when he was standing trial and stuff, he found a way to take his own life. He couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle being in jail. He took his own life.
Yeah. I think at the end they showed it. Yeah, they showed that part too. Yeah, that was a good
I remember
movie.
that news story. I remember that news story for sure.
Yeah, that lady was in there for so long, Mel, in that house. I mean, come on.
Yep. Had a baby and everything.
Yeah, I was like, man. And she had a baby. She didn't get her son had grew up on her. Like I was like, no, bro.
Yep, it's a trip.
So it was true, Mella, and you right. He did get that other girl pregnant. Had a daughter and everything. Right.
Yeah, Devastating put something in the chat. She killed her mother to collect her disability checks. That's terrible.
No, her body was in the deep freezer.
Right. That means she killed her. She killed. Oh, okay. So like, did it say that she died of natural causes, and to prevent to keep the checks coming, she put, like, did she kill her or she just hid the body after she died?
The headline scared me. I just.
We didn't read it. We didn't look at it yet. Okay.
No, I didn't dive into it. The
headline could have happened
alone.
one or two ways.
Either the headline alone.
Either she killed her or the mother died, and instead of the checks getting cut off, she just, put it in the freezer. That's, either way, it's sickening. I think because a lot of times people, they will, I forgot what they call it when you let somebody else handle your Social Security checks.
Power of attorney.
It's not just called the power of attorney though. It's like
custodial, something like that.
Yeah.
But they get the money. Like if you're a drug addict,
beneficiary.
They send the person the money on your behalf.
That's right. That's right. And then next thing you know, in this story, apparently, according to the headlines, if that woman passed on and she still wanted those checks to keep coming. She put the body
in the yard,
in the freezer.
No, in the deep freezer. Yeah.
In the deep freezer. That is sickening as hell. I'm going on mute. I'm scared. Cause I don't want people getting no damn wild, no bright ideas to be doing. You ain't, whoever the fuck thinking about that shit, you ain't gonna get away with it, motherfucker.
You sound like some dude right now. I'm gonna go on mute right now.
I know.
No, my uncle tried to do my grandmama like that in 2009. Yeah, I mean not killer, but that beneficiary shit. The custodial had the checks come directly to his bank account.
Hey, free is the win.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah.
Because I do have a doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
And I need to wake up, so I gotta set my alarm for like 2.
2.
Yeah, 2. Yeah. Hey Siri. I don't know where Siri at. Gotta find her ass and set the alarm.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna see y'all when I get back from my appointment, y'all.
Okay.
Take it easy.
All right. Y'all got the polls, right?
Yeah, we got it.
I don't have one. I don't think. I haven't looked though. Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
You gotta hit up Devastating. Okay, I'm going.
Yeah, he got it. She got it. Yeah.
Have some good rest now. Talk to you later. Yeah, I don't know, because actually I had the YouTube on next to the Zoom. So they're both showing at the same time, but I'm not looking at the chat. Only like there's this part where you can press live, like it tells you how many people are. It's got like a, I don't know, an emoji or some shit that you press that's got a red light on it, and you press it and that opens the chat. Yeah. But the only screen that's showing is the small screen of the Zoom and the large screen of the YouTube, what do you call it? The thumbnail.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's showing. So I didn't know whether, everything was cool or not. Now, if I enlarge the Zoom screen, I could see. Yeah. But I don't, I'm straight.
You see it now?
I'm getting ready to enlarge it. Oh, yeah, okay. I see it now. Yeah. I see it now. Now I gotta balance out getting both screens back together again.
Yeah, and now you see why when I'm on my laptop, I try to take advantage of the dual screen option. I can't do it. My eyes too bad.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, boy.
Are you gonna get another monitor?
No, I got another monitor. I've been had another monitor. My TV. Yeah, my TV.
Oh, okay. I knew it was something like that. You were saying something like that.
Yeah. Okay. So my Zoom is on the laptop.
That's right.
And all the articles and the news and shit is on the TV.
Okay.
Spread out. Yeah.
It's a sunny day out there.
Yeah, I see.
Man. I was gonna go to regional, but I might put it off until later, later in the week. I haven't been to regional in a while. My God. You remember when regional was downtown?
Regional?
Yeah, the Veterans Benefits Administration. The regional office.
Yeah, the only one I ever went to was
the old one. Yeah. The old one down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that old building. That's where I signed up at. Before I went to MEPS. Before I went to MEPS, that's where I went to the recruiter, trying to escape from Chicago.
No, I heard that story. That was good. That was a good decision. Yeah, I did all my stuff down in Memphis. I took my ASVAB
Oh, cool.
in Millington, Tennessee. That's a suburb of Memphis. So I hit a 92 on mine. I was hungover from the previous Beale Street excursion.
I'm trying to remember what my ASVAB score was. I know it was in the 90s.
Yeah.
I don't think it was like anything close to 100, but it was in the 90s.
Yeah.
If it would have been 98 or some shit, I probably would have remembered that. It was probably like 90.
Yeah.
It was probably 95 at the most.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, because I remember being pleased. I remember being pleased because I didn't think I would do that well because I didn't know anything. I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
So I didn't think I would do that well. But really, it's basically a placement test.
That's all.
They just want to make sure you're not stupid.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I wouldn't go so far as to call it an IQ test or anything like that. It's just like a placement test. That's all.
Yeah, one of my friends scored a 71, and the other one he scored he was in the 40s or something. They were so pissed. We all got drunk though the previous night. We were like, aren't we supposed to do this after we take the test? They were like, no, soon as we take the test, we're gonna go back home. So that was like our little excursion, but.
And then some people just aren't, some people, they don't know when they're that young, whether or not they're good at taking tests. Yeah. And so they might be overconfident and think they could get sloshed. Yeah. And then just wake up in the morning and take a damn placement test.
Yeah, I was a professional crammer, so.
With your mother being an educator, of course.
Yeah, I had a lot of leeway. They didn't have no leeway.
They didn't have an educator as a mother, okay?
That was exactly right.
They didn't know how to study or be prepared for a test.
Yeah.
How did you prepare, Silent? Did you prepare or you just winged it?
I went in there raw. That's what I did. Honestly, I could have did better than I did, but like when I got to the reading comprehension part, I just tilted. I'm like, I didn't feel like doing it. But I scored high on like the engineering, the math part, science part. Yeah. You know, I scored high on the parts that I was interested in, and the ones I wasn't interested in, I didn't. So, but that was my part, you know. I forgot what the score was. I just know I could have got it any branch if I wanted to, but I chose to go to the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And I was hard-headed. I wanted to go to the hardest. I said, if you're going to do it, you might as well go at it, you know. Then plus, when I signed up, Clinton was still in office, you know what I'm saying? So.
Did you get a bonus?
No, I didn't get no bonus, no.
Okay, some people get signing up bonuses, especially if you bring somebody with you.
Yeah, when I signed up, it happened before September 11th. So, you know, they really wasn't doing bonuses until September 11th happened. Then started trying to get people to, you know, come in and stuff.
Yeah, there was no real need for incentives after 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
Especially after that football player went in from the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
So, but my bonus was right after boot camp, like as soon as we put the flags down. No. My bonus was after basic electronics school. I had to graduate. I had to complete electronics school. So right after that, I was E2. I was E2 right out of basic. That was a bonus because that wasn't not necessarily automatic. So even if you graduated boot camp, you still had to take a test to go to E2.
Right.
But I was automatic right at graduation.
Right.
Then after the school, I skipped straight to E4 right after that. So I went
Y'all
from
could go.
E1 to E4 in 9 months.
Was it because of the MOS you were in or something, or?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it was the job he was in because it was more specialized training.
Yeah, exactly.
So you probably got E5 before you got out then, huh?
No, I stayed right there, man. I didn't. No,
Yeah,
I didn't
right.
want.
Once they just give it to you like that, it's like, well, I guess I'll just chill.
Yeah, it wasn't all the way up like that.
No, I started at
chill.
I started at E1 and picked up E5 within those 4 years. They were
4 years?
surprised that
that's the normal route. That,
surprised
that,
I got
that
out.
was the normal route. I knew people that didn't even make E4 in 4 years.
Yeah, me too. I know people that stayed at E3 they whole fucking career.
Yeah.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
But I was on it though. I stayed in shape and I knew my job.
Yeah.
So there's other ways. I think I told you about that. About and you can go on board and pick up like that, but I didn't want to pick up like that.
Yeah.
So that pissed off my master sergeant.
Yeah.
So he tried to kill me after that.
I didn't know at the time, but yeah, the recruiter does get that bonus once he got my mother to sign that consent form.
I know that's right. I think the Marines is the roughest, toughest basic training I could ever conceive. Much respect.
Well, yeah, because we do basic. That's like 13 weeks.
Yeah, off cap. So,
and then after that, we do another. I think like my class was the last class to do. I think it was like a little bit more than 2 weeks, and then they amped it up to I think 3 weeks for it's Marine Corps basic training, which is just some more stuff when you just stay out in the field. Then on the weekend you come back, shower and all that stuff. But then we pretty much stay out there for all 5 days, and do different exercises and learn different weapons, something like that's when we learned about the saw and the 240 and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And the Mark 19. The Mark 19 is the like fire the like little tiny like little missile things or little not the grenades. They were grenades, like more shoot little grenades. And the 203, that's pretty much a modified M16, and it has the little grenade launcher on there too. I'm sure y'all saw those before, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I see my basic training didn't include all that out in the field stuff. That's why I'm saying, like, people that went to the Marines, they hardcore, man. That's like knowing how to survive in the middle of nowhere type of training.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I was thinking about, even when we were just talking about the school shooting thing, even though, it's been years since I've been out, I still feel I have the skills that I could have went inside that school. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the basic, basic stuff you should know just to go in there, how to search a building and all that stuff, how to clear rooms. I don't see how they know how to do that, But within police officers, I'm sure they probably did maybe one time of training of it, and that's it.
Probably.
They would have arrested you if you would have tried to go in that old prime.
Yep. I got 2 pallets for you.
Oh, you doing that shopping at that place? You finding some deals?
Oh no. I haven't went to get my CDL yet, but right now they got me driving like a moving truck.
Yeah.
And I can.
Oh, you're working. My bad.
Yeah.
I can fit probably about 7 pallets in there with my jack.
Yeah.
So the first delivery I have, they have 2 pallets. So
I was letting them know because I got to go on the other end of the what's the name, so I can just pull those off and I can keep it moving.
Yep.
I can't wait till they send me to truck school because they're paying for the room. They gave me a rental car and they can give me like $70 a day to eat.
Yeah, per
That's
diem.
sweet.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm eating steak almost every day.
Ah, here y'all go with the steak.
Yeah, yeah.
$70. That's a a day.
Yeah, that's per diem. Yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah,
that's
that's
pocket. Yeah.
That's a lot right there. They all you give you receipts. I'm good at that. I can keep that my expense report, and then they call it a hot card, but pretty much all this is a business only credit card.
Yeah.
So I think that's better than me having to, they reimbursing me. I rather like they give me that card and I just use the card and I keep all my receipts. So
yeah, my business credit card got my name printed on it.
oh yeah, mine's too. Yep.
Yeah.
I think my brother was trying to get into that type of gig before he passed away. Yeah. He was pursuing over the road driving.
That's what I'm gonna like about mine because I get to stay in town.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Or even if it is like out of city, I mean, it just be a close by city. There's no like, or if I go to Ohio, that's like right next door, something like that.
That's good. You can raise a family like that because, people that have to go over the road to the other side of the country and be away from their family for God knows how long at a time, that's they be missing their husband's child.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, they online talking crazy with us good people. They was asking Coach, like, Coach, why the hell you online this time in the morning and you married? And Coach was like, look, my husband is a truck driver. And, she didn't say mind your business, but, that's, But it's funny how people try to ask, why you do what you do when you online, when you're not really hurting nobody.
Yeah.
That kind of inquisitive shit cracks me up, man.
Yeah.
I could see asking questions to keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
And I'm guilty of that myself, because I didn't have to tell people I'm separated from my husband. I didn't have to tell people that. But they kept just like, how the hell you married and you online?
Yeah.
So eventually I was like, I'm separated.
Yeah.
Do I regret saying that? I don't know. Who cares? Who cares?
Yeah.
We raised there's a great offspring in our life. And that's, satisfaction enough for me because there was a time I didn't think I could have children because I was on, what do you call it? Birth control pills.
Yeah.
And when we were planning our family, it just, even though I stopped taking the pill, it's because we had relations before we got married. We were together almost 2 years before we got married. And so we wanted to be married before we have a child. And so I planned to get off the medication, and it just didn't seem like it was working out. And I was just really frustrated. But then one fine day, I just knew a change was gonna come. So here it is 2 decades later, and you know, it just worked out. It just worked out.
So they're trying to go over the counter with the birth control pill now.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, knowing what I know now, that is chemically invasive. At the same time,
yeah,
you know, who really wants to, when you're in a relationship that is leading to marital union,
yeah,
y'all not really, you know, using condoms. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a monogamous relationship, and the commitment is understood. It's leading to marriage, and you're both medically clean, and you just, you know, enjoying each other. And as long as don't nobody mess up, you get married and you make a family. But you know, the entire time I was on the pill, you know, and you know, I don't know. But from what I do know about those birth control, I think it was Ortho 777. It was Ortho something. What I do know is that it prevents estrogen from, it's something about hormonal interference. You know, it doesn't like stop your menses or anything. It's just a hormonal interference. And you know, my skin it looked great. I didn't have cramps. I mean, really, I really had a pleasant experience being on the birth control pill. It could be because I was young and I just didn't know the difference. I didn't notice the difference. I don't know. You know, and being in love can do that to you too. You know, you're just so in love, you're not really experiencing anything but happiness. So I don't know, but it didn't seem like a big deal. And so when I wasn't getting pregnant initially, I was the type of person that thought I was like, the month I got off the pill, I'm supposed to get pregnant next month. I was that type of person. You know, and chemically that just doesn't make any sense. Your body needs time to readjust its hormones so that you can ovulate, you know, again. And I wasn't thinking about it like that. I was just one of those, you know, immediate gratification type of people. Like, I stopped taking a pill last month. I should be pregnant by now. It was really silly. But like I said, it worked out. It worked out. I don't have a daughter, so I don't know. You know, somebody had posed the question, if I had a daughter, would I put her on birth control as a precaution? You know, and that's a damn good question. I don't know. Am I gonna...
My sister did. Once my niece got a certain age, she put on birth control as a precaution. They had a conversation about it, and she did it. They did it.
Okay. It is a precaution, you know. One of those better safe than sorry type of precautions, you know. Because it's better than dealing with having to decide what to do with the unexpected occurrence, you know.
I think the shot is better.
I heard they have a shot now. I heard that they have all types of advances now. Like,
wait, the shot been out for a minute. The shot been out since I was younger.
Really? Well, back in my day, the only thing I knew about was the pill. That's the only thing I knew about. You know.
Shoot up the club with the shot, you know what I'm saying?
Huh?
I said you shoot up the club with the shot, you know?
I still didn't hear you, but that's okay.
I said, did you make my breakfast?
Oh, you mean the potatoes, the grilled potatoes with peppers and onions and the fried eggs.
Mm-hmm. What a bacon
Yeah.
at? What a bacon at? You didn't put no bacon in there?
Yeah, it's still on the stove. You late. It's gonna get cold if you don't hurry up and get it.
Yeah. So this over-the-counter approval, how's that gonna work out?
I guess they're gonna they're gonna verify the age of the, aren't they?
They've been selling Plan B over the counter. What else they talking about selling over the counter? Just the regular birth control?
Yeah.
I thought you had to get a physical and all that stuff and buy your body or something that they decide how much dosage and all that stuff or what type of take. But I don't know. That's what I thought.
That's what I'm saying. You're basically saying, yo, we're gonna get a responsibility up, and even if the person that's swiping the card is not the one taking the pill, they can give it to anybody that they want to. When they leave the register.
And that's gonna be moms that don't know how to talk to their daughters, and they just gonna be cooking their daughters breakfast and putting in their food. And men too. They don't want to get somebody pregnant with someone putting in their food.
Like a smoothie. Yeah, I got nieces, but but that's different. I'm not, because of our distance, it's not the same as raising a daughter. Man, my nieces, man, they used to make a goddamn slave out of me, man. Every time I turned around, I had to, I'll put it this way. They are the type of girls that don't have a problem telling you what they expect you to do for them. It's like, hey, auntie, we coming over. You got to get the cookies ready, and and we want to go here, and we're gonna do that, and this and the other. There was a time when I was growing up, when I showed up to my aunt's house, whatever she had planned or not planned, that was the call of the day. Not my nieces.
It happened.
My nieces have an itinerary ready for your ass. I'm like, okay, fine.
You let them pull it on you though.
I do. I love them. I love them so much. I do. I love them. I just love them. I don't know what else to tell you. They tell me, it's like, okay, so when we come over, we're gonna go bowling, and then we gonna pick up a movie. This is when they were younger, of course. We're gonna pick up a movie, and we're gonna make popcorn and cookies. They telling me what the fuck is going down. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, that's what we doing. Okay. Okay. There was no, and I find it delightful because I didn't do that when I was younger. My brother didn't have a problem doing that shit. My brother did that. I guess he spoke up for all of us, really. But all of my nieces are like that. They don't. And I don't have a problem telling them no, don't get me wrong. It's just that I just like their confidence, I just really love that. They still can't decide what, whether or not they want to be be scientists, like, I would prefer them, if I had to choose, and I'm trying to encourage them how important it is, and effortlessly they can become, some type of scientist.
How old are they now?
The youngest one is 10. The eldest one is 16.
You can get them like STEM little sets, little kits, by age. And if they interested in it, that's how you can find out.
I'm
They
pretty
got
sure.
ones from like robots and then rocks and all types of stuff. They have those for like STEM stuff, like, and it says on their STEM, and it's all
Uh-huh.
like I know I saw some stuff at I think Barnes and Nobles, and I think Target too. I think Target may sell it too, but I know Barnes and Nobles have a section of all that type of science stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have good. I mean, they have bright minds. You know, they have bright minds. So, I'm confident that my sister and brother-in-law are catering to that. See, I sort of like put the bug in their ear as opposed to pestering the girls. You know, I just tell them how they're brilliant enough to be scientists and how lucrative and satisfying and reliable that career field is. I tell that to my sister and my brother-in-law. Now, whether or not they've done what you suggested, I'm going to mention that to them too. So thanks a lot for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and hopefully they'll tell me, "Oh, we did that already." Hopefully, but I'll let you know.
I got too many to try to keep up with. I try to keep up, at least keep up with their birthdays and send them stuff for their birthdays.
I know, right?
It's let me see, 7 nephews and 11 nieces. I think I said 10 last time, but I just counted. It's 11 of them. That's what it is. 7 nephews,
7 nieces,
11 nieces.
11 nephews.
Yeah, 7 nephews, 11 nieces. Yep.
Oh, 11 nieces, 7 nephews.
Yeah, 11 nieces. Yeah.
That is one big family picture, bro.
And only one of them have had a child. So
Oh man, you've been an uncle for a long time.
Yeah. I think since what, 11 or 12.
So the this over-the-counter birth control pill that they're trying to go is called Opill.
Let me come right back. I gotta knock at the door. I'll be right back.
All right.
It's me. Let me in.
Yeah, so it's called Opill, Opill, and apparently they got the drug from Pfizer in 2014. Yeah.
Like he said, by 23, he's gonna have half the population gone.
Yeah. I've seen Pfizer's name more than I should have in the last 2 years. Not in a good way, in my opinion, actually.
They're the ones that I think make Viagra and everything.
Is that who's marketing that?
Yeah, Viagra.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about trying to get some stocks in it, but that shit high now.
Yeah, it's all the way off the charts. Yeah. That's what James Brown OD'd on.
I think that's what my uncle OD'd on too.
Straight up.
One of them young girls. He was the 60s or 60s. Yeah, I think he was in the 60s or maybe even 70s.
Yeah.
Trying to mess with some 25-year-old popping them pills.
Yeah, man. That messed up a lot of stuff, man. Miss Mimi?
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good.
Great.
I was trying to explain a movie scene to Sakata.
Yeah.
There's a movie called Once Upon a Time in America. It's a really good movie, and actually it's 4 hours and 11 minutes.
Mimi, 4 hours, girl.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's a really, really good movie. It's one of my favorite movies. It takes place in like the 20s and 30s. And Robert De Niro's in it. It's directed by Sergio Leone. And these four guys, like they grew up together. It's based on like, you know, loyalty, friendship, and all of that stuff. And they started their own little crime family, like that was like in the prohibition area. And what happened was there was a corrupt, that scene that I was trying to explain to you in the chat, the baby scene. There was a corrupt police officer that was working with the politicians that was going against the labor unions. So what these guys did was they went into the hospital and they found out that the police officer's wife had just given birth. So what they did was they switched the baby because he always wanted a boy, called him up on the phone and threatened him. So that was the scene that I wanted you to look up on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, they switched. Hold on, he had a girl and they switched it back. I'm gonna look at it. I'm
What
gonna check
happened
it
was
out.
this police officer, this police officer, he already had 3 girls and he always wanted a boy. So he finally had a boy. And when they found that out, they went into the hospital, they dressed up like a doctor, and they switched the baby from a boy to a girl. And back then there were like numbers on the tags. So what was messed up was that when they went to go put the baby back, they messed up.
So they switched somebody else?
They switched the police officer's baby from a boy to a girl. So when the police officer went to go hold his baby, he's like, "Oh, this is my baby boy." He opens up the blanket and he sees a vagina, throws the baby down the bed. It was like, "This is not my child. I thought I had a boy." And that's when the mobsters called them on the phone and was like, "If you want your baby back, you need to pull out of what you're doing in the union." So even though they made that agreement, the guys that switched the baby, they still couldn't figure out which was the right baby because they screwed up the numbers that was on the name tag.
Too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out.
It's a really good movie from start to end. It really is. But you got to pay attention because they do go back in time with stuff. But it's really good. I watched it. It took me 2 days to watch the movie because it is a long movie. It is.
Yeah, that's super long.
Yeah.
Malcolm X was 4 hours and JFK was 4 hours, so you can get through it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm gonna watch. We're gonna watch Malcolm X now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna try to check it out though. I'm gonna check it out. I promise I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna watch it.
That's the movie he should have got an Oscar for.
They got an Oscar for that movie. Oh yeah, they should have. Yeah,
No,
for
that's
that
the
long.
movie that's the movie that he should have got the Oscar instead of Training Day. He should have got Oscar for Malcolm X.
Yeah, I think this Training Day was the first time Denzel played the bad guy, huh?
Oh yeah, that was the first time. And I think he did it one more time or was he a bad guy in was it Home Safe Home, something like that?
Yeah.
Safe House.
I remember that, yeah.
Was he technically a bad guy then too, or?
If I can remember the plot, yeah. That's another.
The Equalizer, he was a good guy. Equalizer, that was good.
Yeah,
Both of them.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah,
and then Book of Eli, I like that one too.
Yeah, that dude from the Sopranos passed away the other day.
Oh yeah, I heard he was 83.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in the mafia for real.
Yeah, a lot of those things are they're based on true stories. Especially that movie that I just told you about. Some aspects of it are based on true events.
What was the name of it again?
Once Upon a Time in America.
Yeah, I think I went through that. Yeah. I think I remember the baby scene and the prohibition.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I remember that part.
I'm gonna see what it's talking about. It better be good, Mimi. I'm gonna let you know it ain't.
It's good if you like action and some shooting and stuff like that, but there's also a storyline in there with the friendship between Robert De Niro and his friend Noodles. They were like four Jewish boys that grew up in New York, and you know, they didn't grow up rich or anything like that, but they wanted to always have their own thing. So you'll see like Robert De Niro always wanted to be on
Yeah.
the
Jimmy Woods and Joe Pesci. Yeah, I remember that movie.
No, Joe Pesci isn't in that one.
You probably about the Irishman.
Oh, hold on. Came out in the 80s?
1984.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, Joe Pesci. There is a scene where Joe Pesci's in there.
Yeah.
That's right. There's a car scene. Oh, yes, yeah. And there's many scenes where you think that somebody's dead, and then all of a sudden they reappear. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty good movie. I watched it a couple of times.
Miss Mimi, you want me to watch a movie that's from 1984?
I'm telling you, it's a good movie.
Older than him.
No, you gonna like it, dude. That one dude, William Forsythe, he played Al Capone in another movie. Jimmy Woods, you're gonna like his role. Yeah, you gonna get through it, dog. You're gonna get through it.
All right.
Yeah.
I gotta prepare myself for a 4-hour move.
Yeah, and no distractions, because what happens is you'll miss something, because what happens is there's some parts like where it starts off, it's like for Robert De Niro, it's like the future, and he's going back and he's reliving things and he's trying to put some pieces together. So you gotta and then there's some stuff that goes back to childhood, but it all ties in together.
Yeah, just don't plan nothing for the rest of the night, man. That's the only way I watch it.
I see. But I want to show my daughter that other movie though, what we were talking about.
Oh, Running Scared.
Yeah, I gotta show my baby that one. She gonna love that one. Yeah.
That was a good movie. When his wife killed those pedophiles, I was like, I wish that was me. She didn't think twice. Those people were.
That's my favorite movie. Yo.
It's a good movie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Is that the one with Gregory Hines and Billy Crystal?
There's a couple of movies named Running Scared, but you got to put in the one with Paul Walker, the guy
Paul
from
Walker in it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking about the old Running Scared movie. I'm talking about
they got a couple of them.
Bro, that movie, they're good, bro. The one she talking about, hey, yo, everybody need to watch that. Y'all love that.
That was a really good movie. And they got that scene where his wife kills those pedophiles. They have that scene on YouTube.
Yo, it look like the same people who made that movie are the same people who made American X or something like that.
Oh, really?
It seemed like it is the way the graphics are. To me, it do. To me, it seemed like same type of style. Like the same people made that movie.
It could
but
be.
Yeah, they were showing a whole lot, man, on how they were treating them kids and stuff like that. That was real crazy. You seen them kids? They were stepping on them kids.
Yes.
On the floor, yo.
Yes. And you would have never thought that couple would do something like that, right? Because they seemed like they had money. They were well spoken, very clean cut, and they were pretending like those kids were theirs.
And that's something like what that movie Mella was talking about. And they was like, cause then like they kid, Paul Walker, her child like felt something was going on or something with the other kids. I don't know how they figure it out. I can't remember.
Oh, because Oleg, remember that kid Oleg, the one that they were looking out for? He was he had what he did was he somehow got their cell phone and he called her. He called the wife on his cell phone and she was able to track like the location. And she wasn't letting up because she knew that he was in there because he had called.
Oh yeah, he got
and they were
caught up in there
acting
with
funny. Yeah, and they were acting funny at the door, remember? The lady was like, well, oh, come in. These are my children. And then when she found him, he was in the closet. Remember they put that plastic bag over his head?
Oh yeah, they was gonna knock him off. Yeah, they was gonna knock him off too. But they was keeping the other two. That's the weird part.
And they were in the bed. Remember that?
Yeah. That's one of my. Hey, I love that movie. The way she took him out, like you can't get no better than that.
Mm-hmm. She didn't think twice.
Cause she couldn't, because I think they was gonna. I think they would have tried to get her. They was gonna. She knew that. Them folks crazy.
When it people like that do need to be taken out.
They had stocks of babies all in the walls and stuff. They was all in the walls with kids all over there.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Paul Walker had some good movies. That was good. See, I had watched that Cleveland abduction with my daughter. She loved that.
Cleveland abduction?
Yeah, and then we had watched some other movie called Traffic. Yeah, but Cleveland abduction, Mella said it.
Too.
Oh, you saying Traffic?
Too.
Traffic.
Yeah, that's another long ass movie. It wasn't 4 hours, but shit, I had to wake up and watch it.
Oh, you had to wake up and watch it again? Oh, why you watching Devastation? Why you watch that movie? Because they got them 18-wheelers?
Well, People Under the Stairs, y'all saw that one before?
Uh-huh. Yeah. That was one of the first movies that I had seen. When they was like kidnapping kids and stuff like that. I don't know what they was kind of kidnapping kids, huh? So, in that movie, yeah. So if you watch the one me and Mimi talking about, it's like an upgrade of that. It's a little different. Yeah. They was actually knocking them kids off. So them people up under the stairs, they would have been knocked off.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that guy from People Under the Stairs, that actor? He just like, he disappeared or something. What happened to him?
He was in a few movies. Like he was even in, what movie was that? Heartbreak Hill, was that? Or Heartbreak Ridge? That John Wayne movie? Not John Wayne, but what's his name? Clint Eastwood.
I can't remember. I don't remember him in it. I remember him in
Heartbreak Ridge. This is a Marine Corps movie.
I think I probably in there. Yeah, Brick Manson's 5'2", sock.
I know he's weird looking though.
Yeah, they came with it though. They came with it without. On my little off days, I had to goddamn get them in while I can.
What was that movie when I think it was what's her name? Halle Berry, they kidnapped her son and she chased him down and shit.
Oh yeah, in the car and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know what? I get it. Yeah, that was all right. It was all right. I think it got a little it got a little fake a little bit. Cause like she did something when she just knew that he was gonna, but I give it a little benefit of the doubt. She did all right. She did all right in there.
You guys ever watched No Country for Old Men?
Yeah, a bunch of fellas seen that.
That was a good one. I like that one too.
And why was he? So they stole from that man though.
From the hitman?
They stole from him, didn't it?
And then that guy found the money. That's what happened. He stumbled across the money. And then that hitman was on the mission to get the money back.
Okay, yeah.
And he killed anybody that was in his way.
That boy was dangerous.
Remember the hotel scene? When the guy hid in the bathtub, when the hitman came and the guy hid in the bathtub and he killed him anyway, he didn't care.
Yeah, man, he was lunatic.
Yeah.
I be loving them little action movies. But I see a lot of women starting to really like the movies, the little action movies and stuff. But y'all starting to like them. I don't even watch them like y'all do. I don't watch them no more. They be on them.
You talking about up to date action movies?
Yeah, like women be like they be wanting to watch action movies now. It's crazy.
Yo.
You can. What's up, son, dude?
Yo, I'm so intrigued.
Some dude, why you coming up here? You with the mellow words, man.
What you talk about? Yo, y'all want a movie? Cause she got me because she said no Old Country for Men. Yo, that dude was using that pig puncher.
Oh yeah.
Yo, he was using that pig, but it's the dopest movie ever.
What
Unusual Suspects. Like Jay-Z used that at the end of his video, When You Belong to the City. Google that one.
Oh, I think I remember.
Unusual Suspects. Yeah, and Jay-Z used the same script at the end of his video when he made that joint, You Belong to the City. Y'all want facts? Y'all get facts.
No, I'm finna look it up and make sure I've seen it, because I know I've seen it before.
Usual Suspects. Let me see. I think I've seen that one.
That's with Kevin Spacey. Where's their name?
Yep. Yeah. The dude that like the main thing that everybody was like the devil was Kaiser Soze. Nobody knew who he was.
At least on Toro, whatever his name is, he was in it too. There was a lot of people in that movie.
Mm-hmm. I just came up. I'm going on mute. Thanks, guys.
That's 95 though, bro.
Man, you be tripping off the year it came out?
Yeah, a little bit, because the graphics just don't be like up to par.
No, man, you can't go off that shit. Well, I be watching Scarface like it just came out last night. Shit.
Now Scarface, that right there, I can watch that any time of the day. And what's the other movie? Blow? I can watch them movies any time of the day.
Blow is such a good movie. Yeah, Blow is good. That was based on a true story too.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man.
The Goodfellas. That's another one that I like.
Hold on, Miss Lady Mimi. Mimi, let me talk to you direct. This might sound weird.
No, you gotta call on the telephone if you want to just talk to her by herself, man.
I want to just mention a movie, man.
The panel?
All right, I'm going on mute.
So you on the panel? You got to deal with that shit. We got to deal with your ass. You got to deal with us. Shit. So you want to just talk to Miss Mimi by herself. Sorry, Miss Mimi. You get carried
Oh,
away.
it's okay. I just like action movies. I like a lot of crime movies too.
Mm.
And my show is Power. Have you guys ever watched the series Power?
No, you want a movie about integrity? Saving Private Ryan.
That was a good one. I saw that too.
Yeah, I got I I I kind of peeled off when they got to the Tommy series. It didn't seem to follow what was in the original how it was characterized in the original.
Yo,
It
I'm a war
seemed like
movie fan. It's like that what the Pearl Harbor, dope ass movie.
it seemed like it was taking a different direction, but maybe I need to wait till the end of the season, or is it over yet?
Yo, if you want a real good movie to watch that'll bang your speakers and your surround sound in your crib, watch Armageddon. And Michael,
Are you just gonna
Mi-
pop in at random all day?
I'm confused. Devastating. Were you talking about Power?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Tommy part.
So what didn't? So are you talking about the? So you didn't like the series, or you don't like the new one that came out about
Yeah,
the
the
son?
Tommy the Tommy thing came in on him double crossing what is it, the Jewish mafia in Chicago.
Oh, you talking about the new series, like the new
Yeah,
one?
the new, yeah.
I couldn't get into the new series for some reason. It just wasn't the same for me.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah, but
same.
I'm rewatching Power all over again. I'm like on
Okay.
season 2. I'm
Yeah,
just
okay.
rewatching it all over again.
Yeah, that's a good binge though. It's a good binge though.
Yeah, it is.
Leading up to it. I wasn't necessarily agreeing with the killing of the kids though. I'm still kind of separated on the
Right.
message that they was trying to send
Yeah.
on that.
Mhm.
But outside of that, the Mary J. Blige, all that.
yo, you know what's a tearjerker movie? That thing Bruce Willis was in with the Navy SEALs when they went to Africa. I think it was called SEALs. It was Bruce Willis. You watch that beginning to end, surround sound
How long you gonna stay on mute?
now until the end.
To the end of what?
Did you guys like The Godfather?
Oh man, when it was as it was coming out, it seemed it so long. I had to go back over it to
Me
appreciate it.
too.
Yeah.
I had to watch it a couple of because there are some parts that are like they were a little
They really
boring.
dragged it out.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Yeah, it took me a while. It took me a couple of times to watch that movie.
yeah, they dragged that one all the way out.
And then I started watching The Sopranos again too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember Sopranos that was kind of different when it came out. It was kind of direct.
Yeah, it was a pretty good show. And then they came out with the movie. It was supposed to be based on Tony Soprano's uncle.
Yeah.
I didn't really like it. Was good. Ray Liotta was in the movie.
Oh, okay.
I was disappointed based on, watching the series, and then when the movie came out,
Yeah.
I couldn't I didn't like it.
Yeah.
There was some good scenes, there was some action, but I'm trying to understand what the plot was. It was like they
Mhm.
weren't sticking to one plot.
Hmm.
It was just a little all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah.
They-
So yeah, trying to cram all that in a couple of hours.
Yes. And then I wanted to see more because they did add some stuff about Frank Lucas in there.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see more scenes of that, and they didn't show that.
Yeah.
Do you guys like horror movies?
That's Creole's area.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, I like horror movies too.
The movie that some guy was talking about was Tears of the Sun.
Tears of the Sun.
Yeah, that's the Bruce Willis movie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't see that one. Oh, it came out 2003.
I remember that.
But I was not interested in none of the power stuff. I refused to watch it.
Yeah, the new one, I couldn't get into it. I watched a few episodes and I just wasn't into it. I thought Mary J. Blige did a good job.
Yeah, I liked her role. Yeah.
But
I'll say-
I just couldn't get into it.
I didn't watch none of them because just the simple why always gotta be drugs, and then like at first I used to watch the movies like that until I met people that really think the shit is real and they really want to live that life, or they watch shit like that and they really like, oh yeah, I want to do this. Like, are you fucking crazy? Like, I don't know. I get tired of. I would watch some fantasy or action stuff than people watching motherfuckers selling drugs and shit.
Yeah,
but the main character, Silent, in that show, Ghost, the whole thing is he was trying to get out of it.
I know, and his wife was keep wanting him to stay in and wanted him, you know, like I saw pieces of it. If I'm at somebody's house, you know, I can't tell them to turn their TV. You know what I'm saying? So I saw
fight. That's a fight right there and there. That show.
Because I know about, like, he was messing with I don't know if she was a FBI or DA, whatever, and he wanted to stop, and the wife told him, no, you better keep doing it. And then I saw, like, the part wasn't the wife about to turn her son in so she can get out of jail, some crazy shit. And he killed his own father, and that, and I didn't watch Snowfall neither. No.
Mm-hmm.
And all it took was one scene on Snowfall. No. Not watching that either.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I gotta binge watch that. I'm waiting on this Ghislaine Maxwell series to end so I can binge watch that. Cause I be wanting to know. I need on something like that because she just got sentenced. It's like she got sentenced and then the show came on like the next day and shit.
Oh shit, they did close the road. Oh well, I get paid to go around. Yeah, I'm done with all my deliveries now. I just got back to the station.
Oh, that's cool.
It's cool. My day probably start off like 4:30. Get ready to get to the station.
Yeah.
Get my truck, drive to the airport, help offload the plane, do the mail, go back to the station, pull the heavyweight stuff off. Then after that, wrap my pallets for my deliveries, load them up with the forklift, then do my deliveries, and I'm done.
You loading them from the ground?
Oh yeah, I mean, we got the forklift, so I just pull inside the station.
Oh, okay.
And usually I have somebody helping me in the inside, or it depends who it is. Sometimes I do it, or sometimes somebody help me in the inside. And as I put the pallets on, they move it into the position. So I can probably, I can put like 7 pallets in there and with my pallet jack.
You got roll up doors or swing doors?
Just roll up door.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, because I still have went off for the school. Right now I'm just driving like a regular Kempski truck, like a moving truck.
Yeah, I got you. Box truck, yeah.
Yeah. I only do maybe 1 to 4 deliveries. Today I only had 2. So.
Yo, I was contracting with this moving company during the pandemic in a box truck. It was international. And the motherfucker had the automatic slowdown on the brake with the sensors, dude. I had to disable that shit, man. I was like, yeah, it's a cool feature, but yo, I've been driving too long. I don't need no automatic shit right now on this one.
Yeah, the way like the trucks we have, they got governors on them.
Yeah.
And they got cameras in there.
Yeah.
And you look down at your phone, like keep your eyes on the road.
Yeah.
Put your phone down, pull over to use your phone. They just talk to you and everything.
Yeah.
Like if you start the vehicle up and you don't got your seatbelt on, it take a picture.
Yeah.
All types of crazy stuff.
Yeah, they getting real strict on that, man. They getting real strict. Yeah, my truck is cut off at 77 miles an hour, so.
I think ours is 65.
Yeah, you're not
then
going
the thing
that
about
far.
it,
Yeah.
you know, in Indiana, we got, you can go to 70 on some of these roads or, highways.
I know, yeah.
65.
Yeah, there was a group activists a few years ago that was trying to get those banned because in certain situations it does hold up traffic. You know what I'm saying? You'd be trying to get around another truck or another car, and depending on how much weight you have, even if you got to cut off at 65, you may not even be able to get up. So, but it's harder with the trailers also. But all in all, I would say it's probably a good idea to leave them on, because if you didn't have them on, it'll be a lot more fucked up shit out here on the road, man.
Because I see even the post office do contract work sometimes.
Yeah.
Course ground and FedEx ground.
Yeah.
With the FedEx ground, they be doing them with the combination ones.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to try none of that shit.
No, yeah. The doubles and the triples.
Yeah.
Yeah, triples is illegal in Illinois.
Now, was it Illinois? They just got those new buses, or what? Where I'm at is where is that in Indianapolis? I'm thinking about.
Some like the electric buses.
The buses that they got like that. They're extra long. They got that in the middle.
Oh
like
yeah. We had them. It's been a while since I've been to in the city limits, but yeah, even before 9/11, we had it was like an accordion when they turn the corner. Yeah, it was extra long. Yeah. I've been on a couple of those when I lived in the city limits, and it is kind of tripped out when you do turn the corner and shit. Cause some of that insulation in the wintertime don't be fully insulated. Even when you had a heat on, it still be cold and shit back there.
Yeah. You keep on bending shit.
Yeah,
and like any material, it's gonna get cracks and opens and shit.
Yeah.
Man, shit, with a bus fleet, you know what I'm saying? They just want to keep it running. They don't care if it's air conditioned or heat on. They just, as long as that motherfucker go.
Yeah, they don't give a damn. But they got the hybrids out now, and I think they got a couple all electrics.
Man, I thought about it. Like once I get this, once they pay for this, then I can move within the company and go back to Georgia.
Yeah, you can go. You
Don't have to worry about none of that crazy temperature.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get my mom to move down south with me. She ain't trying to leave.
Yeah. She own property up here?
No, she just, comfortable, stuck in her ways.
Yeah. Yeah, just like my grandma. She just turned 92, man. She's been up here since shit. 1958. Yeah, since 58, 1958. Yeah. So she was born down south too. So.
Yeah, the way it was, my mom was born in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And then during that migration, a lot of the family moved up to New York, which is like the Bronx and Spanish Harlem area.
Yeah.
And then my grandmother and her twin sister, their kids moved to Indiana. So that's how we got here. But I still got some family. Yeah, I got family in New York and some family in Birmingham. When I went down there to bury my aunt, they still got the graveyard. They still got that, or the cemetery, whatever you want to call it. They still got that segregated in Alabama.
Yeah, in my hometown in Arkansas, it's the same thing. The black people on this side and the white people on the other side.
Yeah, it's the white people up front and we way in the back.
Oh, damn.
Like up the hill type shit too. Like, ooh.
Hike, yeah.
I was like, it was some good weather that day, because man.
I'm trying to remember, man. I really kind of cut down on a funeral attendance, but it seemed like all of the goddamn funerals that I attended, it rained on every last single one of them. My granddad, both my grandfathers and my father, yeah.
Because the last one I went to was that last month? Yeah, I think it was last one with my grandmother. That's the first one I went to when, usually people, get put in the ground. She got put in a wall.
Oh, okay.
So. That's a crazy device they use, like put it up there and stuff. You even almost had some drama at the funeral. Snap.
Yeah, my granddad's funeral. That was kind of not so good for me. I was getting pissed off. I was getting ready to leave. The only reason I didn't leave because I had my grandmother with me, and she's the only one that saved me from going off on everybody. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Had some bickering about some stuff that y'all have been fighting over since before I was even born. Y'all still fighting over shit when y'all was a kid and shit. Yep. I mean, it's still going on to this day, like right now. You know, so they ain't never squashed that shit.
Hey, yo, talk about it. You know what's the problem, Dev? Social media. It's so simple. 1 and 0, hot and cold, night and day, up and down.
No, that don't have nothing to do with what I was talking about, man.
Well, kind of. If you put it in the microphone.
They warring over property right now. That's what they're warring over.
That was one of the arguments.
Yo, all right. You know what's the problem? Like I own property. It's cool. You know what's the problem? They will tap your pockets for just being a renter or just charge you. Like I say, there's very few states where you actually own your home. Because even after you pay your mortgage off, you still got to pay that state tax. Like you got a $25,000 home, like in Connecticut, it's 14% a year, even after you pay your mortgage. So if you got
So
a
are you paying like square footage? Are you paying for your square footage of the
no,
land
it's
or
I don't know how real estate works. I'm not deep diving like that, but I'm just saying, like Connecticut, you can look it up, and Yonkers too. It's 13 something, almost 14. So even after you own the house and you paid your mortgage, you got the loans, you closed it out, blah blah blah, right? Even after you paid that off, you still owe them 14 grand a year. And if you don't pay it, it comes into a tax lien certificate. Think about it.
but I'm sure it's go by each home. I'm like you, like I'm sure not everybody pay that same amount. I'm sure like it got to be some type of
Yeah, there's
calculation.
different. Yeah, there's different things. Like that's what I said. I went to the extreme, which is Connecticut and Yonkers. But like you go someplace like Virginia, it's a Commonwealth state. It's like 3%. So you good. Like Montana, like you see a lot of exotic car owners. They all got a Montana address or a registered PO box with some mail coming to it, and you can write a car up so you don't get these exuberant insurance prices for owning a nice car. Real talk. That's real game.
I wonder was that I was watching some story. I don't know if it was in New York. It was somewhere, but it was like police people will buy a brand new car and they'll stop them as soon as they get off the lot and give them a ticket about the performance of the car.
Oh no,
police
that's
crash.
Cali. No, that's
You know what I'm talking
Cali.
about? You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about?
that's state refs. Yeah, state ref, and that's Cali though. I don't know. They don't do that in New York. Well, I'm not in the street. I got fast cars, but I don't play like that no more. I did that on bikes. Got hurt a lot too, but that's another story.
I
But
was like,
yeah, I
but
know
how
what
could
you're
they
saying.
do
That's
that though?
Cali though. Yeah, they state ref you. They see your pipes, your loud exhaust. That's why they invented the valve exhaust, where you hit a button and a valve on the back end of your catalytic. And that's another thing. The catalytic converter thieves. What the hell's going on?
So back to the real estate. As I have been a loan officer for 10 years, uh, the the property taxes are assessed by your county assessor, and it can be looked up in terms of how they value it. But New
Something if you got
Jersey, New Jersey has the highest in the country, and Alabama is the lowest in the whole entire country. And the way you can get around that is put your property in a trust under a allodial. That's ALLODIAL title, and you are exempt from any taxes. That's how the
Damn.
Amish do it.
That's good game, yo. Thanks, Dev. Hold on. Hold on a second, motherfucker. Shit.
yeah, because there's a
Give me
lot of
some
Amish
game.
around there. They like you go over there, they still got horse and buggy in they stuff.
Yeah, but they don't have to deal with
Nah, he just really
all
spit
the shit.
some game.
Right.
Yeah, they got like some bartering system over there too sometimes.
Yeah, they good. They ain't missing. They feel that they're not really missing out on the modern society shit.
Yeah.
Look how happy the average population is. Is the average population all the people that's got walking around with smartphones and shit? Are they really truly content, or are they complaining every day about shit?
Mm-hmm.
Fellas, this type of conversation is over when the women get back, right? Let's take advantage now. Let's learn something.
I'm sure some real estate women here somewhere.
Think about get something up there or down south?
I'm always thinking about down south.
Yeah, cheaper cost. Same here.
Shit, I remember I was looking up some in Alabama. I don't know exactly where in Alabama, like where it's at on the map.
Yeah.
They had like 325 acres for sale.
Yo,
I was like,
yo,
what the
yo,
heck?
Yeah.
yo, you know what's crazy? When you get like a nice piece of land, like I tell everybody, go down like from Washington State and below. Yo, they will buy the wood that'll pay for your house to get built. The house not there yet. Build the house from scratch. But the wood off your land, when you get something that's undeveloped, that's what's not for sale yet, but it's getting bought up quick. Little secret, little caveat.
That type of land, I wouldn't want to mess up the habitat of the creatures there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you get enough. You get enough of it, so it doesn't matter. We call that a backyard supermarket. You got squirrels, rabbits, doves. You got a fishing pond, half of a lake. You don't even need to go to the coast. It's a
I want enough
fruit
land so I
trees.
can.
It's a backyard super. If the lights go out, you got a backyard supermarket. That's what I'm telling people.
So I want enough land I can put my own shooting range on it too.
Yep. Buy some stuff, plant some stuff, dig out a big hole, fill it up with fish and water. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? When the lights go out, it's gonna be funny to a lot of people. That's when the real havoc's gonna start. They told us, and I had an alert today. Scared the freak out of me. I thought I was dreaming, bro. I smacked myself. You know what? I'm not even gonna say it. It's weird. It's scary.
Damn, I forgot to tell Mella about that Amber Alert earlier. What's the chatter's name in the chat? Brown Ellie. You remember that name? You remember seeing that name?
No. Can't say up to it.
Okay, she's in the city limits of Chicago, which is about 100 miles from me, and we both got the same Amber Alert last night. But the alert was from another suburb that's not even close to her. It's south.
You know what happens with that? That was a relay from that Canada outage.
No, it had nothing to do with that, man.
Well,
That's
I don't know
usually
about
Amber
that.
Alert is a missing kid.
Yeah, but it only gave a description of the car to look for. 2015 Ford 500. It looked like a Taurus.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I used to date a girl that had one. She always had problems with it. It was always in the shop every time I go by her house.
Yeah, like Ford 8 trucks.
Yeah, top
SUVs
of the
are cool.
line. Yeah, no problem.
Oh,
Yeah,
y'all
no
talking
problem.
my
Very
language.
reliable.
Y'all
But
talking my language.
the cars, oh no.
Hey yo, Silent. What you know about rotaries?
Rotary? Oh, what is this? Rotaries on what?
13B rotaries like Winkles, 12As, 13Bs. What you know about rotaries?
Not that much.
All right, honest answer.
My favorite Ford truck is the biggest gas guzzler. I know that.
350.
No, the Excursion.
Oh yeah.
You want to fill that up? Yo, I seen an F-150 go for 110 grand the other day. It's bugged out. Utility trucks, biggest sale.
So word on the street after this road test they did in Colorado, the new all electric Ford, the Lightning, against a regular gas GMC, towing a trailer load. So as soon as they pull off, the the range on the electric Ford got lower and lower, and they were only supposed to go 125 miles, but the electric truck only made it 85 miles before it ran all out of battery. Yeah,
batteries overheated.
Because it's pulling a load. It's working harder than it. It's different when it's just driving itself. You pulling that load.
Yeah, the battery's overheated. The battery's overheated on the electric car, so the performance decreases. On the gas-powered car, all you need to do is turbo, some more gas, advance the ignition. It'll keep going as long as you got fuel. You just keep some antifreeze in it.
So what's the purpose of having a truck if you can't use it for what it's designed for?
Look, the first time I went to Paris, like when I landed, the whole thing smelled like diesel fuel. Doesn't smell like New York or Jersey. It smells like diesel fuel because all the cars are diesel. Like them little bikes with windshields on it in the back streets and all that, like right down the Champs-Élysées and all that. And then you look and you start to compare. We use gasoline and they measure it in liters. There's very few cars unless it's exotic. And if you had an American car in France, you'd a man. A Corvette in France, that's like having a Lamborghini in the USA. But it's just different. It's like nothing will replace diesel engine cars with efficiency. Period.
What do you think about the biodiesel ones?
So passenger cars, the initial knock before Tesla became popular was that performance and speed. I'm still not comfortable with only 300 or 400 miles.
Yep, no backup, and them batteries get hot. There's been many cases, you can Google that and all that. Them batteries they just catch on fire. If you're going through Arizona in like 105 heat and you got your AC, all your electronics, all the batteries running, it's drawing a lot of power. Drawing a lot of power. Some contacts is going to start getting red hot. That's just basic electrical engineering.
And then plus
it's a circuit. It's a circuit.
Behind that, how they design that Tesla, how the battery's at the bottom, and you hit something wrong with it, mess up the whole damn battery.
Yeah, there's a Florida crash. There's a Florida crash involving a Tesla that's under investigation by the LTC right now. Actually, hold on, I think I had the link. The reputation of Tesla is going down. Actually, that's basically what I'm saying. I remember.
They don't have no customer.
No, they're dope. Teslas are dope. Them things are like you don't, I don't care what you got. Don't ever pull up on a Tesla Plaid. That thing will embarrass you.
Yeah, they good as long as they work good. But if you start having problems, then that's the problem.
That sounds like a cell phone.
Yeah, and it's the battery. See, a lot of you know what's crazy? They said that new GMC Hummer, they said that has more of a carbon print than one that will be powered by gas, because it takes all that stuff to make the batteries, the factories and all that, this and that, and it's like the actual data carbon print. That's worse. But people I don't know. Okay, this is a little scary quiet.
I'm putting up the link. We're gonna read the Tesla crash investigation report.
Yeah, I hear people typing, bro. Bro, I hear people typing. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
So
Yeah, that's the only problem because like the way Tesla is, like you have a problem with it, you have to go to them.
the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration has opened 37 different investigations on Tesla from crashes from 2016.
That's that people doing that self-driving thing and falling asleep. That's what that is.
Mostly, I think you're probably right on that.
You're supposed to stay woke. You don't supposed to just go to sleep because
yo, dude, yo, bro, I drive a stick shift. That is the best. It keeps you awake driving a stick shift. You know, you can't hold a phone in your hand while driving the 6-speed. You know what I'm saying?
So this one in Florida hit a Walmart truck that was on brakes, killing both the people that were in the car. They're claiming that they don't know if it was on autopilot or not. I'm trying to think, is this Mike guy from representing Tesla?
You know what's wrong with Tesla? The motors are faster than the cars are built for. It's simple engineering, bro. The chassis is not built for the way those cars move. Trust me. They need like a better. They need
Okay,
a sturdy,
man. You just bigged up Tesla a second ago. Now you're saying they're shit now. Which one is it?
No, I'm just saying. Look, I follow this. Like, I would love like the. You know what? I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah, you should send them an email. You have a design that could make it better. Make some money off of it.
I want the Spider, but I can't afford it yet. I just got a Turbo Carrera. I'm good. I want a 918. You always got to upgrade, brothers.
I want the Tesla X. Is it the X or is it the Y? No, it's the X. It's the X. With the Falcon.
You got an X? Oh, the hatchback, the like Sakamon car. That thing is dope. It does a dance. No, that thing is quick too. It'll burn every car down in the street. Off the line, burn everybody down. But you're not. What you like? It has the like. It's you know what capacitors are. Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna have this conversation with you right now, but this does say Tech Tuesday, so I like this. I'll holler at you in a minute.
I'm trying to go into this article right here.
Because I did start my my electrical engineering program and all this. Then the fucking pandemic happened.
Yeah.
Close to school and all that stuff, and my GI Bill stuff timed out. So now, if I want to go back to school, then I got to go on a different program. But with that program, you got to get approved and all that stuff.
Yo, bro. All right. Hold on. Don't kick me, Dev, because I know you're about to. Yo, really silent? Like, damn, you got me sounding like Dev now. Shit. Electrical engineering ain't it unless it's like development. Like as far as like landscape, like cities type stuff. You know, that's when you get the good money if you like want to grab and go. You know?
Because I was gonna go into the that was like the main name of it, but I was gonna go under the biomedical engineering when you be fixing all the nurses equipment.
Oh no, like yes sir. Actually, having that, and if you took the patience to get it, that's an accolade. So yeah, I'm not saying do it or don't. That's up to you. I'm just an opinion. Everybody got one, right?
Yeah, I like to tinker with things. So I just hate when David try to make you take them extra classes. Shit, like come on, I just want to do the actual job and do that extra stuff, all that extra history and.
Yo, dog.
English and all that crap.
Real rap. What I did that made me like always like, you ever played like I'm not good at chess, but I know how it works. Always think 3 to 6 years ahead. It's like he was moving on the chessboard. So like okay, you can look for a job, have some savings, you already you just like at zero, you got to be on your grind to even do this mathematically. You know what I'm saying? But no, you good, bro. Like, yo, bro, what you should do, like I did, turn your hobby into a career. Very simple. Very simple. And it's fun.
All right, so here's a Tesla trying the autopilot feature. So I guess he's cutting that feature off and using the steering wheel now. Cause he almost got fucking smacked by the fucking train that was right in front of him.
Yeah, it's that brake assist. The BMWs, like my M3, that thing used to have brake assist. You got to turn it off. Like if it's like the little sensors in your bumper, it sees something, it'll make your anti-lock brakes. It'll just do something stupid.
So
Like I
how
like
many
that.
feet?
Huh.
Like how many feet or how many yards does it like senses it to
Look,
make it
dude,
stop?
I don't know. I don't like it, and I drive manual transmission cars.
Oh, okay. No, because I've been seeing those commercials and it stop on its own. It's like, oh, good, you had that system.
Yo, bro, you want to become a driver or a rider? Learn how to rock a stick. Learn how to slip a clutch.
Yeah, I haven't did it in a while, but I'm about to do it a lot soon. Because I just got done doing this reading this
Dog, yo,
book.
real rap. I'm trying to build a drift car. I was trying to get like an old 318, and put like an M3 motor in it. But then you got to cut everything out. I just don't have a place to do it. It's just a hobby. Look, this is my joy. And I thank you guys. Yo, you guys are cool today. I like you guys.
Because I know they talking about on this, talking about a 10 speed. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot. 10-speed transmission on there.
Yeah, just go through the motions. You know how to go through the motions in a 5-speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you have this the switch on the gear shift. And you do the same motions like in a 5-speed, and then when you get to the 5th gear, just grab it with your fingers and pull it up, and then whatever the gear that number 1 was in, that's going to be 6.
Mm-hmm.
And finish it out. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, I was looking at that
Hey,
diagram.
yo, but Dev, yo, like, I remember my boy pulled up, and when he finally got his license, it was like a 26 gear stick shift, and it had an air brake lever. What the hell is that? I don't got a CDL. I'm just asking you, bro. Not flossing, nothing. I want to know how that shit worked. How did the freak does that work? Like it's like if you're going uphill, you got 6 gears, and you go, and then you get another couple 6 gears, and then, and you got to just keep shifting, but you got to hit that lever.
That's the way they make it. So either want to drive it or not.
Yes, sir.
I thought
Yes,
it was
sir.
gonna
Yes,
be
sir. That's what I'm
automatic.
talking about, Dev. See, I knew it would. I knew it wouldn't be that long. See, yeah, you a cool cat.
But yeah, they say you have to learn on the manual so you can drive anything.
Yeah.
Majority of that fleet is gonna be manual.
Yeah, I prefer stick shifts, man, on the mountain run tip. Cause you're only gonna do regional.
Mm-hmm.
Back and forth from Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Down
Yeah,
to Kentucky and over to Illinois. Yeah, you're not gonna really.
Yo, Dev, the kick down. You gotta have the kick down. Usually automatic cars will have a kick down cable, which was analog. Now it's computerized, right? It's tech talk, right? That kick down will fuck a truck up because it's not in the right gear. You be in fourth when you should have been in third.
So unless I switch to a different company, I'm just gonna be going to the airport, to the station.
That's it.
And then maybe
You don't need no stick shift for that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Stick shift in a city environment or a heavy metropolitan environment. That means for me, a motherfucker like me, I don't have that energy that I had when I was in my 20s. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Dev, you know what's the crazy
Stop cutting
thing?
me off. I don't have the energy like I did. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm at a stoplight or if I get in traffic, man, my knees, I'm like, yo, man, I gotta get out of traffic. That's the only drawback. So for the advantages to me, if I'm going up a mountain, you know what I'm saying? As long as I'm not in congestion. Yeah, but in the city, there's no reason to have a stick shift in any city.
Mm-hmm. I know of one of the automatic. I think we only got like one automatic, and that's the straight truck. So
yeah.
I think they were sending all the other ones with the trailers. So I'm about to before I go off the class, they about to set some time aside so I can just be inside. You know, we can go to the airport, all that space, and let me start practicing. So I'll be ready by the time I actually
you
get
know
to
what?
school.
You know what messed me up when I was trying, and I went because I always did. I turned I turned a hobby into a career, but I used to do other stuff, so it was cool. But as a truck driver, I'm gonna tell you my fuck up. I couldn't back that shit up. I would always hit something like the cones, and it takes money to take that test. So bless up, and I wish you the best. You heard?
Oh no, the company paying for all that.
Yeah, but still pass it though. Still pass
Oh yeah, I'm
it.
gonna pass it. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I hope to hear from you soon and say you pass. I might send you something. I might send you something just to show
I've
you
been
appreciation. Show you appreciation how real motherfuckers do. I might send you something.
Because that's the only thing I didn't like. Like when I got out the military, I had a Class B license, but the state of Georgia don't recognize government license. So that kind of
Buses and passengers, and they can sue you, and then you lose your job. Don't do that. Just get your, and what I think, they got them things like the double, triple trailer shit. It's reticulators in the city, but you can't get triples in. But triple trailers, do that. Be exclusive, man. Don't do the grunt work. Be exclusive. That's what I'm telling you. I'm gonna say it again. Be exclusive.
So, yeah, because I got my permit already. So, and then under that, I have air brakes combination, tanker, and then they changed it this year. They changed the hazmat stuff, so you have to actually take a class online.
Exactly, it's a never-ending story, bro.
Stop cutting him off, man. Damn.
Yeah, you got to take the class online. Then once you pass all them tests,
yeah,
they can go inside the actual license branch and take that test.
You took your hazmat already?
No, I haven't. I got those classes online.
Okay.
So I got everything else though. I got the combination. I got the air brakes. I got the tanker.
Yeah.
I didn't do the school bus one. I mean, I ain't gonna be driving no school bus. I thought I was doing it, but
That's under the belt. Insurance. Don't deal with that. go
Yeah,
higher.
you don't need the school bus for right now. I mean, you want to get it after you get rolling, that's cool. But yeah, long as you get the hazmat and your all the other stuff you got, you be straight, man.
So that's what made me
Yeah,
mad
know
because
your
by
worth,
the
bro.
time I moved
Yo,
down to
bro, know your
Georgia,
worth. Know your worth. You're
my
smarter than that. Don't drive a school
Okay, he's
bus.
talking, dude.
because
Damn.
by the time I moved up to Indiana,
Yeah.
the government thing already expired, and
Right.
so I got to do it.
Yeah.
That's what kind of pissed me off because in the military, after you got your class A, I had to. I mean, I got my class B, but I had to get hazmat certified so I could drive the ammo around.
Oh, okay.
All the ammo and all the explosives. But
Yeah.
when I moved back here, I told them I got the license, but it expired. They said I got to start all the way over. But then luckily I got with this company and they said they're gonna pay for it. So
Yo, you
I
know
was
what's
like, okay.
crazy, bro? Yo, bro, you know what's crazy? Because I deal with that all the time with onboarding, offboarding, drug tests, and blah blah, and certifications, and like, yo, being a trucker, I wouldn't want
That
to
don't have nothing
do,
to do with what you just said.
huh?
It's not related at all. What
Okay.
you're bringing up is a totally different topic. It's different. Omega in the chat. What's up, Queen Callie? Yeah, so
I love
they're taking a lot of STEM courses out of these public school programs now. They want automation and robots. You know,
Yeah,
kind of like
that's one good thing they have here where I'm at now. They still have like a career center. So like you can go to school half the day, and the other half of the day you can go to. It's called Anthus, and you can go there, and they got all of it. They got CNA, automotive, saying how to build a house. They got all
you know
that
what I'm
stuff there.
saying? Yeah, shit, hammer and screwdriver shit. Yeah.
So when I was in school, I went there. I first went for electronics for the first year. Then the next year I went in for automotive.
Yeah.
Because at first I was supposed to go to Lincoln Tech, but then I decided to go to Marine Corps instead.
Yeah. The Lincoln Tech over here in Chicago?
Or in Indianapolis.
Oh, okay. They got one over there now?
Yeah. This was a while ago, so I don't know if it's even still there. This is like
okay.
01 I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I had a shoe in to get a job at GM.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, I would have been at GM about 20-some years now.
You know what I'm saying? You had some time in and shit, yeah.
Oh, well, I don't regret going to the military. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, so because I remember they used to ask me, and I used to say the word engineer, and they was like, "What type of engineer?" Civil engineer, electrical engineer, and I said electrical.
Yo, what's his name? Silent. He was saying that like he was getting into electric. Do you know what Coulomb's law? Once you understand that, you can solve any problem in electrical engineering and circuits and the bands with the colors, with the resistors. Yeah, talk to me, bro.
Okay, yeah, about how it's measured by ohms and all that stuff. Yeah, I was getting a little bit into it.
Yeah, that was my MOS in the Navy, man.
And yeah, because I was gonna do that because they were right next to
Hey yo, thank you
medication.
guys. Thank you
You're
guys.
gone. Okay.
Damn it.
You're gone. You're gone. You're gone.
Because that was those guys was the ones that was fixing our radios and stuff. Because honestly, if I would have known, no, we had some in the Marine Corps too.
Oh, okay.
But honestly, I didn't even, I was young. I didn't even know they even had that that MOS. If I would have known about that MOS, I would have did that one.
Yeah, I didn't either. I think
Like
after I took the before you take the ASVAB, they give you like a pre-practice. Because I was when I initially went in, because my dad was an RM when he went in, so I was just gonna be like the guy on the walkie-talkie, I guess. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't nothing specific, but after I got in, you know, he actually showed it to me and laid it out. And then when you started talking about the going from E2 to E4, shit, I was like, damn, what do I do to do that shit? Because I was, you know, like everybody else, the rank was the money. So I had friends that had graduated before me that was still E3. You know what I'm saying? When I was, yeah.
I was, you know, because you know, I don't know how they do it with y'all, but when we sign up, you gotta put down 3 different MOSs.
Yeah.
Because at first I thought I was gonna be fixing refrigerators.
Oh, okay.
But then there's, you know, the you radio operator. I think it's whatever.
Yeah, we were one of the few schools in our area that actually had computers in the mid 80s, man. That was like real rare, especially for our poor ass fucking country ass town. So I had a little bit of exposure to word processing by my mom being a teacher. I was only allowed to work on the computer because she was a teacher. I couldn't go there by myself and do it, you know what I mean? So I know I wanted to fuck with that. But once I got in there, man, learning the circuits and all the boards and capacitors and the boards and all that shit. It seemed at the beginning it was kind of cramming, but I knew I needed to get through it. So pretty much for the first few years, man, it was like college for real, man, for me. But yeah, pretty much things the way it's going today, everything is automated, condensed. Your resources are, your options is a little bit more. Sleep. Then when you wake up, you gotta go to the doctor. So we'll be back this evening, later tonight. It's late.
Still here, I'm just getting gas real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. What's the FYM? Yeah, so I don't know about the electric car industry in America. I think it's being forced on consumers without having the infrastructure to support and justify its use as an efficient vehicle.
Yeah, and then your all electric didn't get hit by MAP, and we all messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to be in the military or 007 to have one of those devices as well. Yeah.
Knock out everything. Be messed up.
Even Bomb said on the sewing machine tip, she's got the fancy up-to-date Mercedes-Benz computerized. She said if you're just gonna be doing basic sewing, the older machines are more stable and better. You know, from the motor reliability, the old Singers and the Sears. That was coming from her. Y'all can go back and check the stream.
And that's what I be trying to tell people about, like even when they get the internet service, if you're not really on your internet like that, you don't need all that high speed and all these really gigs. If you're just doing your basic surfing,
yeah,
it's just you. If you got several people on there and the people gaming, you better get the top. I remember I had to switch mine because, you know, my nephew moved in and we both, you know, got game systems and all that stuff. They hit me up because I remember I went there and, you know, put mine down because it was just me. But when it was about to go over, they sent me a text message like, it's about to go over. So I called and had it upgraded to the unlimited plan.
Yeah. But yeah, these STEM courses require our young generation to be creative and think for themselves. Oh, okay, yeah, Miss Mimi, I got you. Require them to think for themselves, and in terms of the progression and the way it's being presented, I mean, you don't really have to know shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Now, did you know what he was talking about when he was talking about rotaries?
I thought he was talking about brakes.
Yeah, because when I think of rotaries, I either think about rotors, or I think about like a rotary phone, or you know what I'm saying, like, you know, some old, you know, I think about some old stuff, but I didn't know exactly where he was going with it.
Nah, my brain is not like, I don't have time for that random shit right now. Miss Nikki.
Like, rotaries.
Yeah, here come a tech specialist right now, actually.
No. Hello.
Yes. Thank you. Welcome back. How are
Thank
you?
you. Yeah. I know you might not agree with me, but I think it's great that they're introducing automation and robotics in the schools.
Yeah.
You got to get ahead of it. You know, you can learn so much about computing online.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because that's what I was looking at doing. I was looking at that program.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I got this 3D printer, so I can start doing some crazy stuff real quick. I was looking at trying to build one of those robot arms to assist a family member of mine with them grabbing stuff.
Right.
So I've been looking at what was it, Thing Universe or something like that? It's some site I go to. You get the stuff, you can get the 3D printer you can load up. So that's one reason why I was gonna go there, so I can learn CAD, so I can design my own one. But they do have websites you can go to get some of that stuff. I just haven't really did none recently. But the way I got my 3D printer was, they was like, if you buy so much of the filament, they will give you the printer.
Outright?
I did. Yep, outright.
Really?
That's what I had. Yep.
Yeah, they're starting to enroll a lot of little perks and incentives to kick some of these programs off, which I don't mind. I do support the training and the technical knowledge, but for me, the ultimate goal is to still have some sort of entrepreneurial type of edge to it. So I don't want to see a lot of people being tied to some corporate policy and being trained for a skill, but be under the pressure of on-the-job politics and other things that don't have nothing to do with robotics or electronics that's affecting their jobs.
Well, you have to question the type of education you're getting. Is it going to be about putting them together or actual robotic design? Because that would be where that's leading if you're going the entrepreneurial route.
Yeah.
What can you create that would be beneficial?
Yeah.
And create and generate a return of investment. So how can you use this skill and transmute it into something that people would need? And it's not at the ground level yet.
Yeah.
You have to think like manufacturing wise.
Yeah.
Because people like Amazon or Apple would snap you up in a minute because they're always looking to lessen their labor load. So.
Oh yeah.
You see it? You see the printer?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, welcome back, Miss Miller.
Yeah, I came back. Yeah. So we're talking about technology and innovation.
Yeah, we're still recovering from the after effects of the second round of the some dude effect.
Oh, he returned, of course.
Yeah.
If I didn't, yeah, I don't know what to really. I have no idea what to really guess about his personality at all. Anyway, anybody come up with any ideas about what would be innovative for a startup?
No, that's one reason why we're here. We're just bouncing shit off each other's noggin for now. That's how most ideas get rolling.
Yeah, I'm gonna focus my son's attention. Not that he's into that, but I'm gonna get him to be interested in innovation. Like, it's all right to start a business, whatever it is you want to do. I think what is also the icing and cherry on top of the cake, right, is to have some type of one-of-a-kind innovation that can be patent, and in that way, that's a good thing to have in your pocket as well. So yeah, I've been thinking about that for a while. Like, is it just enough to own a business, or do you want to make a name for yourself as an innovator responsible for the patent of something that the population can barely do without, and it doesn't have to be something as sophisticated as a damn cell phone. It could be little things like a Post-it note. I mean, just think of who invented a Post-it note. It was an accident. You know what I'm saying? And just little stuff like
was
that.
An accident too.
Huh?
Penicillin was an accident too.
What's also an accident was some type of glue, like Gorilla Glue or something. It, just all types of stuff that.
And Viagra was an accident too.
You need a steak to calm you down.
No, I'm just saying. We, I was
No,
talking
you
about
get you
accident.
revved up this morning, bro.
He was waiting on that one
I've
to
been
drop.
getting inspired by Japan's environmental architecture, how they build their skyscrapers and their buildings.
Hi, Vicky. Yes,
Hi.
I love.
Environmentally forward and how it's sustainable. It's not
Yeah,
cheap,
they
but
got
it's
gardens in the sky.
yeah. And I think that's going to come in handy, especially with the West dealing with drought issues and everything. That's not going to get better.
Yes, I
So
was
if
thinking the same
somebody can
thing.
get ahead of that, they'll be like the next set of billionaires, I think.
If I was ever to get up on a whole lot of land, I would have a Japanese architect come over and build all my stuff.
Would you have
Well, that's
plenty
what
of
I say. You can get
eggplants?
ahead of that. And
Would you have
architecture is a part of STEM. Sorry.
That was
Mm-hmm.
that was a joke. He was making jokes, right? So I just chimed in on it.
What would you say?
I don't know if you all heard it or not.
What'd you say?
I said, would your garden have plenty of eggplants? It was a joke.
No, I don't like to cook anyway.
It was a joke. Because you're talking about Viagra and what
No, we
else?
were talking about stuff that was made by
Right?
accident.
You know, just stuff that dealt with like sexual depravity or some shit. I was just like, oh, okay, that's what he on.
No, we were talking about accidents. Viagra was an accident. They didn't mean the Viagra to be what it was.
What was it supposed to be?
I don't know. I think it was like
Muscle
some
relaxer. Muscle relaxer.
Oh, so much for that. I had no idea. And how did penicillin come about? I'm allergic to penicillin. I had walking pneumonia.
Wait a minute. No. Viagra was initially designed for back pain. Back pain. That was it. Back pain. My bad.
Oh, like anti-inflammation.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like my back is still hurt, but I'm hard as a rock.
My back. Okay. I had walking pneumonia in the what, late 90s. And I had never been sick like that before, so I just thought it was just something to just muster through. I took Tylenol. It made it worse, apparently, because I was so ill that my family took me to the hospital. And I was just like, I'm all right. You know what I'm saying? I'm all delirious. I walk in there, apparently my temperature is 103, and there's all this fluid build up in my lungs. And, they're telling me I got this walking pneumonia. So I'm hospitalized for 3 days. The first day, they gave me penicillin, and apparently I broke out in whelps, like, whelps,
Mm-hmm.
I remember the nurse walked in, she was like, oh my God. And I was just like, what? And so she went and got the doctor. The doctor came in and he was like, I think you're allergic to penicillin. We're going to have to give you something else. And I happened to get out of the bed with all the tubes and stuff. What do they call it when they put the tubes in your veins for hydration? Anyway, I got out of bed. I looked in the mirror. If anybody's ever been whooped with an extension cord, it was that kind of stuff, like all over myself. It was like, what in the hell is this penicillin crap? So apparently I'm allergic to that. Now, from what I understand, it was created from mold. Is that correct?
Yep.
There's some derivative of mold. So, I'm highly sensitive. That's why I don't play around when it comes to my longevity and health and being unscathed. I don't play around with that. I'm not interested in fluid exchange to this day because it's like I'm just a very sensitive person. And that was a tripped out scene, man, to see how one injection can just take over how your skin reacts. It was a trip. What are we looking at on screen? We're designing something.
Yeah, so these are kids right around the age of Miss Baum's grandchild, that are making toys that are being powered by solar panels.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I got this. I don't know if it's still working. I've been using it a long time, but this is a little car, and it's a water engine in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah. Why the hell would they assume that I wasn't allergic to something? I guess because my temperature was so high. I guess they was trying to save my life. So I'm not, I'm not mad about it. That was just a tripped out experience.
Mm.
And I was going to church at the time. This is really fascinating what I'm looking at. Yeah, they made a little robot. Look at that.
Yeah, no batteries.
Solar powered robot. It reminds me of WALL-E, that cartoon, if you all have children or yourselves who have seen a cartoon named WALL-E.
Yeah.
That's what the design shape reminds me of.
Do y'all remember Short Circuit? Y'all remember that?
I've heard of it. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I kind of hated that movie, but yeah, I remember it. It was kind of
I used to watch that movie all the time.
yeah.
And the sequel.
Yep, both of them. Yep.
Have you heard of WALL-E, Nikki?
Yes, I love WALL-E. I'm trying to get my husband to watch it because we both love Pixar, but he won't watch it.
It is the cutest thing.
We're both poo people, so
Now,
I think it would trigger him.
Yeah. And it's not a lot of talking. It's just a whole bunch of, you can just, it's a good experience.
It's such a cute movie, and it
A whole
says
bunch
so
of what,
much.
Mama?
Huh?
A whole bunch of what?
It emotes a whole bunch of like
Our dependence on electronics and social media, the
the
environment
little robot
implications.
actually has a personality,
Mhm.
but he don't
Old
he doesn't
technology
talk.
versus new, yeah. Like he's an old school robot, and he falls in love with like this newer
He is the old school
robot.
robot that falls in love with a new, like, potentially
New and
violent
improved.
robot.
Yeah.
When she first met him, she wasn't playing no games.
No, well, she did what her programming told her to do. And I heard that the producers went to Apple and asked them to design her. So that's
Yeah.
why she looks so like Apple-esque. She looks like something Apple would make.
Yeah. And the way they did that, see what captured the emotion is the eyes, right? The eyes of the robots, because her eyes would, adjust in a way that you could tell she's happy or angry. And his eyes, you could tell he's like nervous or in love and curious. It was just really cute. It's a safe.
It was cute, but it was creepy too. Like how everything was owned by this one company.
Oh yeah.
They destroyed the planet. Now this cute little robot is still like gathering trash and making his little cubes. He has no idea that everybody is either on this ship or dead. Like that's unspoken. And then the robot, I don't know if you've ever seen what was that movie where they were up in the ship and the controller of the ship, it was like this old 70s sci-fi movie.
Okay.
And he was just like this red eye, and he wouldn't let them do anything.
Yeah, he had
You
them
talking
all.
about Odyssey 2001?
Yes, Space Odyssey. Yes. So it was kind of like that. And as a result of our dependency on this technology, everybody was super fat, like so fat they couldn't even walk.
Man, it was just in lounge chairs, rolling
Just in
around.
lounge chairs. Robots did everything for them. And they couldn't even, they didn't even see each other. They would just had screens in front of them all day. Like it was really, whoever wrote it was kind of checking us and kind of insulting us.
And that's why I asked you about the Short Circuit, because if you look at him in the Short Circuit, he kind of looks similar to the Short Circuit robot.
well, it's the same premise, right? It's about breaking out of your programming. But then the opposite of Wall-E was again the runner of the ship. So the robot he fell in love with his brand new tech. She would go out every 5-6 years and look for life on Earth so that they can all come back. Well, the person who was running the ship was stuck to its programming. So every time something like a robot would go out and find it, the other robot on the ship would hide the evidence.
Right, like somebody stealing a patent.
Yeah, like somebody stealing, but it wasn't nefarious. It's just, if it didn't do this, and if they found life and went back to Earth, then what would all these robots do? Like they would no longer have a purpose.
Yeah.
And so he was trying to keep everybody on the ship.
Trying to keep the system going.
So it was deep. It's a deep movie where you look past the cuteness and you're like, ooh.
That's what's fascinating about Pixar films. They made it interesting for adults and adorable for children.
Yes. It makes you think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a movie that also doesn't, well, it's narrated, but it's about a horse named Spirit.
I just watched that.
Oh, yeah.
That's my heart, man. Like, my God.
That's so funny.
When that horse jumped that canyon, I was like, you are, oh man, like, come on, man. Come on. Who couldn't be sitting with their children really getting involved with that? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then the soundtrack, even though it was by someone other than a Black guy, it was phenomenal as well. Because it was theme.
I miss animated movies.
Appropriate. It was theme appropriate. Okay.
Yeah.
And when the two horses fell in love, that was cute. And they didn't make it perverted. You know what I'm saying? They made it seem just like she was a feminist. He fell in love. This big old stallion fell in love with this feminist mare, that was attached to an Indian tribe, and the guy of the Indian tribe, he was captured by the guys that were trying to build a railroad across the country, because at that time when they were building a railroad from the east to the west, they were canceling out all the Indian tribes. They were just like overtaking them. They were slaughtering them if they had to. And so it was a snippet of that time period in history from a wild stallion's perspective. It was really it's a treasure to me. Did you like it, Silent?
I did. I liked it because it kind of puts you in the horse mind.
A big old strong man like you.
I'm saying it puts you in the horse mind because you think about it, they run around free, and who are we to come there and put a damn rope on it? Talking about we gonna get on your back.
Yeah, man. The
Trail of Tears.
Yes, the Trail of Tears. Yeah.
That's why it astounds me that people could still get up and talk about our country. Do you know what was done here?
And not to mention those sports teams. What about the audacity of sports teams to use, the Native people's image, after what they did to them? You know what I'm saying? Like, dare I say the Blackhawks, the Cincinnati Reds, all that stuff.
Changed their teams to the Guardians. I can't remember.
Did they? That's cool.
Somebody changed their team to the Guardian. And I think Washington changed their team too, I think.
That's cool.
Cleveland Indians are the Guardians now.
That's cool.
Oh, we were talking about Wall-E.
Yeah, spelled.
Do anybody on the panel have actual Native American blood?
-E.
I have no idea. I know my grandmother came from Georgia and my grandfather came from North Carolina. That's the furthest I go.
I mean, I always heard we did, and then one of my aunts actually sent me a picture of the Native American lady in the family. So I was like, well, at least that was true. Because a lot of people say it, and I'm like, oh, where's the proof?
I wanted to ask Devastating if he's seen any animations recently, and if so, which one did he like?
Let's be a no. Sorry.
You're not that type of guy.
Nah.
When you have children, it's like they force you to do it.
Yeah.
Like every Tuesday there was I don't know what they called the reduced price ticket, but after school on Tuesdays, for whatever reason, that particular time span in between like 2005 to like 2014, it was like nothing but Pixar films coming out, or Spider-Man, or just it was just always something that was family. It was a family film that was always coming out. When I was growing up, they didn't have a lot of family films. They had the Mac, okay? They had Superfly.
Yeah, black exploitation.
They had a lot of black exploitation films. It was hard. It was so difficult for my grandfather because he wanted to take us to a feature film every Sunday after church because he didn't want us going by ourselves, of course. And it just got difficult. It got to the point where he would just read the paper to us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was
even
like,
in the 90s, Disney only put out one animated film a year. One.
Exactly.
So it's easy to look back and see Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin. Oh, we had to wait once a summer for it. It only came out one time. And then we drag our parents to see it 5-6 times, but it only came out one time. They're used to getting 5-6 animated movies a year.
Exactly. They're used to it.
We had to wait till summer to see what Disney would put out.
And you were lucky if you got one, because I remember, I guess I was 8 or something. I don't know. Anyway, Saturday Night Fever came out. Now that wasn't a PG movie, and for whatever reason, that was one of the movies we went to the drive-in to see Grease. We saw Thank God It's Friday with Donna Summer, the Black woman that was a recording artist. And that's what I'm saying. Those are the types of films that I was exposed to growing up in my, preteen years, because they didn't have animations, that were featured at the theater. They just didn't.
Did you like both Grease? Did you like both Grease movies?
I like the first one better than the second one.
Right.
I must have been sheltered. I did not realize Grease was as dirty as it was because I used to watch the TV version, the edited version, and then it came on cable one day, and I sat there for an hour and a half with my mouth on the floor, like,
kids
what?
Had no
Grease
business
light is so dirty.
Like,
what the hell?
Girl dropped out of school and everything. Yeah. I was like,
listen.
Now did y'all know
like,
that?
Wait a minute, Rizzo was pregnant, or she thought
right?
She was...
and then they told her how to prevent pregnancy. It's like, come on, man. I look back on that. It was like, I was too young to pick up on it, but I look back. I said, I can't believe they took me and like basically the neighborhood children to the drive-in to see that movie.
I'd watch it all the time, and then I watched the unedited version. Same thing happened with Dirty Dancing. I saw that years later, but I was very sheltered. I didn't realize knocked up meant pregnant. So I can't tell you how many times I watched that movie and I didn't realize that Penny was pregnant and got rid of the baby.
But also on Grease 2, I don't know if y'all remember that part when she's like, I missed my period, and the principal thought she was talking about she missed the period of the school, but she was talking about no, she missed her period.
Wow.
And then did y'all know that when the board got rid of Steve Jobs off of Apple, when he left there, him and some people created Pixar's.
Did y'all know that? They created Pixar. Yep.
Yeah, I had to watch.
Was it attached to Bernstein or not?
No, Weinstein was different.
Oh, Weinstein.
It was him, it was George Lucas, and I forgot his name. Pete, somebody who was in charge of Disney. I don't know if he's still in charge of Disney Animation.
Okay.
But they were the founder.
Okay.
If you get the Disney Plus, they got all that stuff. They got the Pixar, they got the Star Wars, got the Marvel, they got the
They
National
brought Fox
Geographic.
too.
Yeah, that's a good
About
channel to
20 something
have.
Fox.
And then I just got that Paramount one. I just got that one. That's only I think for $5, but that's the one with the commercials. For $5, you get the one with the commercials. For $10 is the ones without commercials. But I can watch some commercials. I ain't spend no extra $5 just for some
I had to
commercials.
scale back. I got rid of Hulu and Netflix. I had to put Netflix for a day, a little while.
Because you were binge watching and stuff.
I just had too many subscriptions. I mainly watch YouTube and YouTube.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to consolidate as well because
And Disney Plus. Yeah.
yeah. Look at what we
I
got
don't
on
really
the
want to
screen. An
consolidate.
8-year-old boy starts
I
his
don't
own
really want to
robotics
consolidate.
company, y'all.
I want to put it all on one day because they all coming out on different days of the month. So I just want to put them all on one day to come out because I still got a lot of them, but I still watch them all. So
Okay.
That's great.
what about y'all got Prime Video? What about that one?
I'm sure I have it. I just
I-
haven't looked at it.
I don't
The
even
last time
mention
I looked
Prime
at-
because today and tomorrow is Prime Day, and I'm trying to stay off that app so bad.
The last time I looked at their movie selections, the app that has the movies and stuff was when Eddie Murphy came out with Coming to America 2.
They got that. Then or I don't know if you be
finished
into
watching
the
The Boys.
boys. Yeah, the boys. Yeah, that's about to say the boys.
Yeah, so this is
That's so great.
Caleb Daniel. He was born August 28th, 2008. And now
Alright,
he's the CEO of his own robotics company.
Is he
That's great.
American?
No.
I'm sorry to hear that. But all right. I love the babies. I love the children. I want some insight into how his parents cultivated his drive. Cause he looks like a regular everyday American Black child.
Yes.
Well, you know they have camps, robotic camps, coding camps for kids. They have Black Girls Who Code. That's still huge. They have different sections in different cities.
Okay, that's his mother. Okay.
And then I think it's a movie on Netflix. I think it's like The Boy That Created Wind or something like that. It's about a boy that in a village he put some pieces together, and he made pretty much a one of those wind.
Oh, the wind tower, right? I heard about that.
Wind
He like
tower,
powered his
the-
whole village
Yeah. I haven't watched that whole movie yet, but I want to watch
out
it
of
though.
trash.
Out of trash, yeah.
Mhm.
Because first
That
he,
is a confident young man right there. Look at him expressing himself. He just he act like a CEO. Did you?
or the London.
No, not this guy. He's an adult. I was
No,
talking
so
about
no,
how
they're in
confident.
London. Though.
Yeah, how confident the young 8-year-old CEO is. Because a lot of times going to university for that type of business acumen, you are learning how to communicate in front of people so you can, give your sales pitch or whatever it is you're doing. And he's just confident all by himself.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Look,
You're
that's a
free when
staff
you're
member.
that age. You're not hindered by opinions of other people.
Yes.
He knows what he knows and he's good at it, so he can talk about it.
It's all right.
Yeah, that's the age when
So
you
great.
still have an imagination and everything. As you get older, you kind of start thinking reality and stop being so imaginative.
8 years of age, man. Just a genius out here.
Today that was an old news article. So today he's 13. He's 13. He was born in 2008.
And still a genius.
Yeah.
I wonder how much his company is worth. I don't know, but I'm just
so great.
impressed. Yeah, I'm happy for him. That's good. Hopefully he'll help people that look like him, if you get my drift.
No, there's more to come. This was one of the first ones that popped up. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing some inspiration. Just stay tuned.
Did they show his father? Is his father in it too?
That's what I'm waiting. I haven't really reviewed the tape yet, but I'm sure he's somewhere around if he's alive or something. You never can tell with these stories.
Well, I have to drop down. Thanks for having me up.
Okay, Miss
Probably
Kiki,
be back later. Take
thank you
care,
All
very
right
everybody.
then. All
Yeah.
right, Nikki. Have a great day.
You too, Mella.
Thank you. His hair is so cute.
Yeah, it's got the
With
kid
the
that play game.
glasses, with the
Yeah,
Malcolm X glasses.
yeah.
I wonder if he plays like other children, or is he just, just working with different types of ideas at the lab all day. Like I'm saying, like, I wonder if he knows how to play basketball, football, baseball, tennis.
Well, they're showing them doing track there. Look like
Yeah, it was showing them doing track. So
The coach, right? Yeah, that's right. There was a coach. So they're taking care of his athleticism. That's good.
School about to come. Wait a minute. I thought school was. Oh, this must be summer school kids. What the hell?
You talking about this tape here?
Huh?
No,
No, you talking about in
Look at that robot. Oh God.
Yeah, now that's tight. The Asians don't even have that shit.
That's what's up.
No, he got his own self on his shirt. That's cool too. He can get his own shirt.
Yeah, that's his. That's his. Yeah, that's his.
Look how he got his hand pressing up against his, like he got his fist pressing into his hand, like ain't nothing gonna stop me.
No.
Not a thing. Not a thing's gonna stop me. He's just so confident. He will be a great leader.
Who is that he's in front of? Who is that?
He's interviewing Will Smith.
Yeah, that was tight. So yeah, I'll drop that link in the chat in case I want to check it out, the audio. But yeah, we need to have a better focus, man. It's all the stuff that's happening on the in the entertainment industry, in the recreational industry. We got kids out here just doing it. You know what I'm saying? He's not even 18 years old.
I know, right?
Yeah.
He got into science during the formative years.
Yeah, in the fucking third grade, he had already won his first contest. And by the time he got to high school, he literally was the CEO of his own company. I mean, this shit is crazy.
I didn't know you could be the CEO of your own company until you were 18.
Right.
Maybe because of the different country he's in. That's why he was able to incorporate himself.
No, I've seen some teenagers over here. They're like 13 and 14. They got their own catering company.
Okay.
Yeah, or that little girl that got her own lemonade.
Yeah, lemonade. Yeah, I mean, it's registered and everything. Yeah, so it's legal. The labor laws over in America obviously are different. So I can see what you're saying on that. But yeah, as you can see, that's his school. Those kids in there, they're signed up to his program. those adults that you saw in here, they work for him, like straight up.
Oh man.
Yeah, like that, straight like that.
He might as well be named Hakeem of Zamunda.
Yeah.
But only technically and technology.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so impressive.
So
Yeah.
We had some requests in the chat for the link there. So there you go. Caleb Daniel, robotics prodigy, his own boss, holding it down. Born 2 months before Barack Obama got elected president over here. And now he's doing big things.
What are those Obama girls doing?
Yeah.
College.
They're just regular schmegular college students, university students, I should say. Ivy League university students. They were not having them go to no kind of, like, I remember when Rahm Emanuel was mayor of Chicago, there was a lot of pressure on him to put his children in public school. And he pulled the Hall and Oates on them, like, no can do. I am not sending my children to public school. and you know, he got a lot of backlash for that because he was talking all this smack about how fit the Chicago public school system is, and any child can succeed, you know, regardless as to whether or not they're a Chicago public school student. There is no prison to pipeline, and it's just smoke and mirrors with rumors about that, and you know how safe it is to go to Chicago public school. And so there's like, okay, you talking all that smack, send your children to public school. And he was like, no. That's like somebody that claims that the drinking water is safe, and then you hand them a glass of the drinking water and they're like, no. You know what I'm saying? It's politics, man. It's politics. These politicians, man. I was kind of disturbed to hear about that story that was mentioned that Barack was on that island where a whole bunch of shenanigans was going down. You know?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot more politicians involved, but as far as the notables, I guess they just single him out to be the most recent and the most popular, I guess.
Yeah, they got Bill Clinton.
Now, would y'all
was
count him
involved.
as one of us?
Bill
Would y'all
Clinton and
count
what's
him
the
as one
other
of us?
guy? Huh?
So would y'all count him as one of us?
Who, Bill Clinton?
Obama.
You know what? That's a good question. The only reason why I ever even began to consider having confidence in him is because of his wife. His wife is from the South Side of Chicago, so I embraced that, right? And I grew up around, well, I guess I could say like some of my young adult years were spent on the South Side of Chicago going to school. So, you know, I knew that sisters from the South Side of Chicago are real sisters. Like, they are real Black women. There's no phoniness about that. And so I have full confidence that by Michelle being from Inglewood, that she's a real Black woman, you know? And so a real Black woman is not going to embarrass herself by, you know, being a sellout, you know? But that's just me. You know, I that's just me and my thoughts. It doesn't have to mean anything. It's just that because he's married to Michelle, I consider him Black enough. if that makes sense. That's what I'm saying. Because he's married to Michelle. Because I know how he grew up, you know, and it's a very unusual childhood compared to most Black American children. It's just that considering he's married to Michelle, I just gave him a pass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he is first generation American. He's not descendant of slaves.
Why you think they let him in there?
Well,
Why do you think he?
if you
Why
go
you
into
think?
conspiracy theory, they say you can trace him back to being related to all the presidents, because you know how they say all the presidents are related somehow.
On his
Which
mother's side, probably so.
Mm-hmm. Because
Yeah.
he shot up quick. If you think about it, he became a senator. The next thing you know, he became president, rapper senator. So
Yeah, somebody with a whole lot of money we can't even conceive exists put it behind him. Okay, I remember an interview with him and Michelle, and they were talking about, so what are your thoughts about the election? Are you nervous? And she was like, it's a done deal. I was like, okay.
yeah, because they talking about his was it his stepdad that got all that money, and he inherited a lot of money.
He I think a life insurance policy afforded him at least $500,000. I think it was a $500,000 life insurance policy that his
more than
grandparents
that.
left him.
Mm-hmm. I gotta look it up.
Yeah, I think it was his grandparents that I think they had $250 each, and he was the beneficiary. So I think that's how, if I remember correctly. I knew they looked out for him. I knew that. And they weren't the type of people that didn't know, that were uninformed about that type of investment. You know what I'm saying? Because I think his grandmother was a manager at a bank. I think. I don't know what the grandfather did. He might have been a military veteran and worked someplace decent. When I heard that one of the grandparents worked at a bank, it turned out to be the grandmother. I'm not sure what, because it's his grandfather, more likely he was involved in some type of war conflict. So he did something beneficial, I'm sure. But, he grew up in Hawaii. I mean, he went to Indonesia during his formative years, but his teenage years, I think, of course, he was in Hawaii. How many Black children grow up in Hawaii? You know what I'm saying?
So why do you think they changed his name to Barack Obama? Because then they say his real name was Barry or something like that.
That was his nickname. Because for a long time, people would make fun of his given name. He was named after his father. And I guess he just got, people to call him Barry, I think. If they would say like, oh, that's an unusual name, it was like, yeah, don't worry about it, just call me Barry. And it just went from there. Even his wife called him Barry before he started getting into the spotlight. She was like, yeah, because Barry and I, she didn't call him Barack back in the day. When they were featured in a few isolated televised segments where he was promoting his book,
So when he got elected to be a senator, she called him not her husband, but her baby daddy.
Yeah, she was real smirky for quite some time. Like when I say smirky, I mean cheeky. Like she was a very sarcastic woman when referring to him. She was talking about his ears and all types of stuff. And I think somebody probably pulled her to the side and was like, you don't know who you married to, and you need to cool the fuck out with these sarcastic ass, joking things that you say about your husband in front of the public, you know, because we got plans for him and you fucking it up. You know, I remember she was very, very sassy. There was one interview segment where he was promoting this book and Michelle was there with him, and she just did not have a problem with, you know, portraying the whole I might as well be the baby mama type of, you know, joking thing. And it's like, as much as I believe that he appreciates her sense of humor as a, you know, an inspiring challenge, you know, depending on how high up you are trying to go, you got to curtail that type of openness, right? Because I'm not saying that the way they relate to each other is wrong. I mean, if it works for them, that's cool. It's just that as they got more publicized, you know, I noticed that she started to keep those jokes to herself. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he didn't have a problem with her sassiness. That's one of the things he loves about her. You know, he loves that she's quick-witted, highly intelligent, accomplished, elegant and poised, confident, all that good stuff that Southside of Chicago women want for them once, you know, they get their head on right. And, you know, he loves that about her. It's just that it does come across as a, well, how well does your, you know, how much does your wife influence you type of thing. Like when people start investigating your marriage and stuff, when they have plans for you to, you know, sit at the highest seat of global power, they, you know, they want to start looking into whether or not your wife, you know, how much does your wife influence your decisions? You know what I'm saying? And I like the way when she became first lady, she was able to just have a focus on children, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the way that she focused on, you know, children having healthy food. I like the way that, you know, she just kept out of, you know, more commercial agendas. You know what I'm saying? Like she wasn't trying to say this place should be out of business. And, you know, she wasn't stirring the pot. You know what I mean? She was just like, just put me with some children. That'll be my, my mission as first lady. Now, I don't know what's her name? Trump's wife. I think her agenda as first lady was cyberbullying, anti-bullying.
Mm.
I
Probably
think.
cyberbullying because she was on there naked. That's why.
Right. Everybody had pictures of her half naked, if not totally naked somewhere. So
that was so crazy because they would trip on Michelle if she just had a shirt with no sleeves on it, but then his wife on there naked.
Yeah. That's the, you know, that's how they do. That's how they do a sister, man. That's how they do a sister, man. Like, you
They tried to
know,
say she was a man and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, they tried to make it seem like she was militant. You know, she's a secret Black Panther, all kinds of stuff. It was just really, and really, she introduced healthy school lunches, and everybody resented her for that. That's how much they hated Black people, man. It's like this woman is trying to feed your children healthy food, and y'all tripping. Them fat kids out there need healthy food, and y'all tripping. It was crazy how they was just, you know, browbeating her over nothing. But she made it look easy. She made it look gorgeous. She made it look absolutely marvelous. She never took a bad picture, ever. She was always on top when it came to being photographed. And when she did get gussied up, it was jaw-dropping. Like, wow, look at that skin. You know what I'm saying? She just had beautiful chocolate skin, just amazing. It was some guy that made a comment under one of her pictures back when I was doing Facebook that said, I bet she smells like cocoa butter and Chanel #5. You know, and this was a Caucasian. This was clearly, I could tell by the comment, you know, they had the little picture. It was a Caucasian guy. Everybody was giving her praises for how she, you know, was well photographed. She always looked very, very elegant, you know. Yep. You can't go wrong with being elegant, okay? If you don't want something to bite you in your butt later on in life, just always take elegant photos. But that's, you know, that's to each his own, you know. That's the advice I gave to my nieces, because, you know, they're into social media, and I just would advise them to not get too carried away about being so vain that a picture that could be misconstrued might come back to give you a sense of you know, an uncomfortable sense of explanation. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't really need to see a 16-year-old with her cleavage. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to see, you know, as the public at large would have it, we don't need to see a 16-year-old's cleavage. She might be proud of her cleavage, but we don't need to see her cleavage. And I had to explain that because, you know, she's young, and I just want to make sure that she's not too hot to trot, because it's probably not a good idea in this, you know, it's just not a good idea. It's just not. But you know, you just have to give them wise counsel. Wouldn't you say, Silent? Like with your nieces, how do you shun them without actually scolding them if they're doing something that you disapprove of?
I give them my opinion, but then the only thing I be sometimes running into is if they mama let them wear it.
Right.
So I'm like, damn, if the mama let you wear it, what the hell can I say?
Yeah.
Because I remember from my niece, I know it was her birthday, and she had some dress with the back all out, and it was kind of short. I was like, what the hell she got on? But the mom let her wear it. So what can I say if the parents let you do it?
Those are those
But you know
tough
what's so funny is I said something. My sister and my nieces, they came down here to visit this weekend, and my sister, she older than me, she's 44. I told her her shirt was too. I told her her dress was too short. And I said because it was above the knee.
Okay.
I was like, what you got
Your
on?
knees are showing, gal. How did you tell her?
No, I told her, I said that dress too short. Then she said, she's like, her husband she told her husband that she only was going to wear it at home. But she didn't define home, because home is when you come here, you know.
Home is where the heart is.
You know what I'm saying? Because home is, you know, she came here to visit us, and that's where she was born and raised. So she said, this is my home. So
Okay, I wore it at home. Okay. I didn't wear it at my address. I wore it home. That's funny. Oh man.
Then I say, don't be feeling some type of way when somebody be looking at you crazy or say something crazy to you.
Yeah, that's the difficult part. When you've been forewarned and it turns out they were right. You know.
And then a man should be able to control himself. Well, some men don't. Some boys don't know how to control themselves. They gonna say what's on their mind or say some crazy stuff.
Yeah,
Or they
you
may
just
think you
can't.
older than you are.
Yeah, you should have something covering up your yoga pants. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just have your booty jiggling in the grocery store like that. I mean, you can. It's a free country. Do what you want to do. I'm just saying, like,
Because I remember when I was working in Atlanta, I would go to like certain malls and they would have on see-through shirts. You can see everything walking around the mall.
on the man, listen, on public transportation, like when I went to visit out of town somewhere, and instead of driving to the location, we took like some type of trolley car or something, some type of tourist trolley train or whatever. And there were people that seemed like they were in their pajamas, right? You could, and I'm not just talking about the women, I'm talking about, like, me, I don't like to see men, and tell me if I'm wrong, I don't like to see men in shirts, I think they call them wife beaters or whatever, those sleeveless shirts. And even though they have some that are, well made, I just don't want to see a man's underarms all over. I don't want to see that.
The armpits.
The armpits of a man is like challenging for me.
The hairy and everything. The hair.
Yeah, some of them are just not cool with it. They don't get it. Like, look, Now, if a woman got underarm hair, she's mentally disturbed. So I don't know what to tell you about that. But men, they can get away with having underarm hair. They can actually get away with that. And they just like, they're just, in a produce aisle with their underarm hair.
Yeah. You don't supposed to go to a store like that. Like, come on.
But they do. Especially in the summertime and some hot regions of the country.
Now, does it matter to you if the guy's in shape or not?
No, I don't care about that. People gotta.
It's just a simple fact having a wife beater on.
I don't want to. I think that's the old school way of referring to the type of the cut of that undershirt. It's an undershirt, and there are some well-made ones. It's just that the armpit exposure, men are allowed to have hair under there, and it bothers me. Now, I don't mind a guy that is wearing, no, I can't even say that. I don't know. I guess that's kind of prejudice, because I think now that I think about it, if you got too much chest hair, I'm tripping too. Now that I think if you got too much chest hair, like, I want to make a spa appointment for you. It's just like, come on, man. But I'm telling you, that armpit hair, it's like, unless they're a professional bodybuilder or a model or something, they're not really manscaping. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, take me as I am type of attitude. I remember seeing a guy that was so hairy, it looked like he had a suit on. He was just, his legs.
You got that monkey
like
fur.
He had pants on, man. Just hairy legs. I was just like, well, I can't hate on people for being healthy and natural. It's just, I just don't think armpit hair should be at the grocery store. That's all I'm saying. I don't want armpit hair reaching over the lemons and the limes.
And sweating.
Like, they'll go, they're searching for the perfect citrus fruit, and they're taking their arm and outreaching it and going to the top. And so that means their armpit hair is just stretched all over the other damn. It's like, man, come on, man. Come on. But I wash my produce anyway, so I really shouldn't worry about that. But it doesn't have to be a bad thing. I'm just saying. Anyway, I came up here to chew the fat with y'all. Look like it's just a few of us hanging around. Y'all want to keep it going and chit-chatting? Because I really don't have anything other than the news this day in history article I put in the back chat about apparently in the 70s, the archived military personnel records that was on the fourth floor.
Tank top.
Huh?
No, I see. So if I say so, you can call it a tank top. But usually, I don't know. When I think of tank top, I think of a woman's shirt.
When I think of tank top, I think of the little like the spaghetti straps for a woman. That's why I didn't call it a tank top, because women have tank tops. So,
but then that wife beater does sound like a bad name.
Well, and that's what somebody called it, and it just stuck. It was like, that's what they called it. I called it an undershirt. That's what I've always called it. And until I pointed out something that I didn't like in a grocery store, they said, "Oh, the guy with the wife beater on." I said, well, that's what they call the damn thing. But I always call them undershirts. But apparently people think of undershirts when it comes to men as those like those Hanes collared short sleeve shirts. They consider those undershirts.
So Mello, when you go shopping, are you organized with it, or do you just go there and it's a free for all? Like you just grab it?
Now I am.
Free.
Now I am. I've learned, brother. I've learned. Now I am. It's so structured now, because there was a time that I was very whimsical as a shopper. Like I could even have a list. There was a time I could even have a list, and I'm still getting stuff that I don't need. That's how far it went, because I just want it. And I had to remember, what does my wants have to do with my needs?
Now, do you eat before you go shopping?
I do now. I didn't before. I'm serious. It took me, and we're talking about changing the behavior over a duration of a number of years. Because when a mother goes shopping with her child, oftentimes it wasn't a scheduled, like every Saturday was shopping, but there were times in between that I was compelled to cater to his whims about him wanting to eat something else, and
Oh, you nice.
No, I'm serious, because like because of the like the distance from his elementary school to our address was so far that oftentimes I had to have dinner ready when we arrived home and heat it up. The problem is the commute was so long, he would want something to eat en route. You see what I'm saying?
How far? Like you talking about like a hour, half hour?
It was about an hour.
Ooh.
It was about an hour. And so oftentimes, you get tired of, stopping off at Wendy's and getting some nuggets. You get tired of doing that, because there's better food available for him. So oftentimes we would go to the grocery store and get something.
Like slice up some apples and eat some apples.
Yeah,
on the
like,
way.
some fruit, right? And so it turned out to be that type of thing. And guess what happened when I'm in a grocery store doing an impromptu situation like that? I'm grabbing stuff I don't need. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, I've always had a grocery list. It's just that there was a time when there was a lot of impulsive shopping going on from impromptu situation. And it became a habit. Like it became okay to do that. It became okay to just not focus on the mission of, okay, we're grabbing him an appropriate snack, or I'll pick up an appropriate snack on my way to get him. And I'll still be in the grocery store. You see what I'm saying? I'll still be like, grab something. Like, oh, okay, we might like this. I might as well get this out the way. That type of attitude, right? And it just, man, so it just became like the shopping list just became a suggestion at that point, But now it's different. I stick to the list if I can. I don't fall for that, oh, it's on sale stuff like I used to. That was a big thing too. If it was on sale, it was mine. That was crazy. It was something about that. Okay, we got something else on the screen, everybody. Black in Robotics, Why Diversity Matters by Professor Carlotta A. Berry, who's an electrical and computer. She's a professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. That's what she is. Okay.
So this is just going to be a short clip here.
All right, here we go.
It is a professional development, networking, and scholarship program to encourage more women and minoritized and marginalized students in STEM to pursue degrees in electrical and computer engineering, computer science, and software engineering. I am also co-founder of Black in Engineering with Dr. Monica Cox at The Ohio State University and Dr. Tahira Reed-Smith at Purdue University. And I am on the organizing committee for Black in Robotics. And today I'm going to talk to you about Black in Robotics, Why Diversity Matters. So first I would like to share a little bit about myself and my intersectionality as a professor, an engineer, and as a Black woman. So Ernest Boyer states that the work of the professoriate may be separated into 4 separate yet also overlapping functions: scholarship of discovery, integration, application, and teaching. He proposes that there must be a more inclusive view of scholarship where these 4 dynamically interact to make an interdependent whole. And I like to use this to define myself as an academic. So what this means is that knowledge is acquired through research, synthesis, practice, and teaching. And we have scholarship of discovery, which is investigative research, which is what most people are familiar with, as well as scholarship of integration, which is the synthesis to make connections across disciplines, which robotics is ideal for. We have scholarship of application, which is applying the synthesis and investigative research to consequential problems as well as service, which robotics is also ideal for. And then, because I'm also an academic, scholarship of teaching, which is where we educate and entice future scholars to transmit, transform, and extend knowledge. So I like to say that I bring robotics and STEM to people, and I bring people to robotics and STEM to educate and diversify the profession. And part of me as this intersectional academic with these 4 foundational building blocks, I'm able to do this. And I like to call it, I am a nouveau STEMinist or a nowhere STEMinist, which is another way of viewing myself as a professor, because I'm not just an engineer, but I'm also an academic who does lots of service using robotics in order to recruit more populations to STEM and bring it to them as well, in order to change the face of engineering and market it to a more diverse population. And as part of doing this work, I teach, which is what this left image is showing, is my freshman engineering design course, where we use robotics to teach them the engineering design process. And on the right, I use robotics to do research with my undergraduate and graduate students. And I also use robotics to teach some of my upper level courses for the students who are in the multidisciplinary minor. And there are also courses in artificial intelligence, computer vision, image processing, kinematics, dynamics, etc. And then down the center, I use robotics as part of my service. At the top is my daughter's Gamer Girls robotics team. It's all girls. They're all Girl Scouts, and they do VEX and First Lego League. And in the middle shows that I was a first robotics competition judge advisor, and I was also chair for 2 years for the Crossroads Regional, which is the award that I got for Volunteer of the Year for that. And I also do robotics workshops for middle school and high school students. Here is Twist Summer Camp, which I did at St. Mary of the Woods. So as part of breaking the mold, what I challenge people to do is that if you do a search for engineer or professor on Google, or if you're looking for gifts on social media, typically what will come up is either younger or older white males. And they may normally have glasses, maybe tape on their glasses, a pocket protector. You may get an image of Dilbert or Sheldon. But I like to say part of changing the face of engineering is understanding that engineering is defined to be when we find solutions to problems to impact the world and make it a better place. And since the world is becoming more global and diverse, engineers need to reflect the world that we live in order to come up with the best solutions. So here is what ideally engineers should look like. Hashtag I look like an engineer. Isis Winger in the top left was a software engineer in the Bay Area who coined this hashtag after she participated in her company's marketing campaign. And when posters of her were posted on the Bay Area Rapid Transit, a lot of people started contacting the company and saying they knew she wasn't really an engineer and she was really a model. And why was she dressed like that? Why was her hair combed like that? Why does she have that snarky look on her face? And she came up with the hashtag, I do look like an engineer because I am an engineer. And it started this viral campaign of people posting images of what they did and how they really are an engineer. And to me, this is my vision for what we have to make engineering into in order to make that discipline reflect the world that we live in. So I don't want this to be an ad campaign for Goldie Blocks, but I want to show this video because this is an example of an ad that got it right. is a device that is made up of hardware and electronics that uses software to give it some level of artificial intelligence and autonomy so that it can achieve a task or goal in the world. So robotics is ideal for multidisciplinary work in STEM. So this is why I teach multidisciplinary robotics and why it's also ideal for diversifying the STEM Academy. Because mobile robotics is inherently multidisciplinary. So it already draws students from computer science, electrical, computer mechanical, biomedical engineering, math, physics, as well as several other disciplines. There are so many benefits in multidisciplinary work, including teaching students to speak the language of their classmates' discipline while also being the expert or domain expert in their certain field in their depth knowledge. There are some unique challenges with multidisciplinary robotics, however, including divergent interests, divergent prerequisites, and hardware and programming ability. But that's also the richness of multidisciplinary robotics because they have to learn from each other. So the way that we like to represent this at Rose-Hulman is we have a mechanical system, and mechanical and biomedical engineers may be the most versed on the mechanics of the system. Then we have software in a robot, which is the computer scientists and the software engineers' wheelhouse. And then the electronics, which may be more ideally suited for the electrical engineers and computer engineers. They take classes in all of these departments during their 4 years so that they learn to work on teams with people with different majors. And then they come together because we have a multidisciplinary senior design project. And the cool thing about it is computer science and software engineers now get some hardware familiarity, such as understanding what are kinematics, what are controls, etc. Electrical and computer engineers and mechanical engineers may become more well-versed in software development. And mechanical engineers may learn more about embedded system, microcontrollers, and sensors. So now I want you to show you an example of how I also use robotics in my freshman engineering design class, as they have to design a robot system to complete some kind of design challenge, which they then are able to demonstrate during the final competition.
Welcome to the Monster Mash.
So the competitions are not necessarily for a grade. They're graded on their ability to execute the design process, not to actually win a competition, but it is a great way for them to get bragging rights and for them to see that in engineering, they are able to do things that are fun while also being impactful. So my area of research is actually human-robot interaction. Human-robot interaction is the field of study to understand design and evaluate robotic systems for use by or with humans. The objective is to develop principles to allow for natural and effective communication between humans and robots so that they're able to achieve some task. So this is why diversity in robotics is so important, because humans are innately ingrained in the process of robotics. So the model that you can use in order to create these robotic systems is based upon artificial intelligence. So this image here is called a sensory egosphere, and it was part of my PhD work. And it's a way of representing the ego of a robot in the middle around its sphere. If you want to think about it like a sphere of influence, in this case, being sensors, peripherals, and things that impact the robot's space. So based upon this sphere, it could be seen as a database that is also searchable. And it could have IR data, sonar data, odometry data, etc. So it creates an internal model of the world that the robot can use for planning and reasoning, a way to represent its knowledge, to solve problems, or to search for things. So in this case, it could search for, I'm looking for a yellow cone, and I'm confirmed it's there based upon my sensor and sonar data, and I need to somehow plan a path to that area. Or it could be keeping a database of how many balls are in the area, how many cones are in the area, how many obstacles are within my space. So here is an example of my students representing some of their robots' knowledge in a human-robot interface in order to teach the robot to do localization and mapping and path planning.
Okay, so this is localization. So for the map of the world, we've translated it to our cell numbers. So we are starting in 3, 2, and we're gonna find out where we are once we end in 0, 2. In our sense, this is 11 and 8. What you're gonna see over here as the robot's moving is this is gonna say this is where we think we are. And then once it settles into one location where it knows it is, it's gonna update our GUI with graphics.
Okay, let's start here.
So we now think we were in 3 or 11.
You see the numbers at the bottom.
We now think we're either in 1, 2, 9, or 10. Same thing. We finish in
And
0,
boom.
2. We are currently right there, and that is where we started.
So that was an example of a team with a computer engineer and a mechanical engineer on it who designed a user interface, and they could do this in either MATLAB, processing, Java. I give them the flexibility to use whatever knowledge they have in order to achieve the assignments in the mobile robotics course, because at that point they're seniors, and so they all have their foundational knowledge. So here we talk about how does bias get injected into artificial intelligence, machine learning, and robotics. And it basically happens because when humans work on these systems, they sometimes can inject their prejudices or their inequities with respect to class, race, gender, socioeconomic status, etc. So these are some of the things that bias can be based on. Here we have Charles Isbell, who does research in artificial intelligence. And just recently this happened where there was an algorithm in Twitter that if you uploaded a highly pixelated image, it would try to correct it for you, and it would always default to a white male. And it had done this with a picture of President Obama, as well as some others. And this is how we learned that this algorithm was biased towards white men. So some ways to address this bias is to have more multidisciplinary and multicultural teams so that you can actually try these systems on more than just a few sample data to see when these things happen. There are other examples as well. Here's one that I show my freshman students when we talk about why diversity on teams and multidisciplinary teams matter. And this video is, I think, from around 2011. And it shows a soap dispenser that actually was designed with an IR sensor, which do not always react well to darker colors or darker skin. And therefore, it only worked on lighter skin.
Nice. Okay, Noel.
The soap dispenser racist too? Okay, what's your
Yeah, they racist. No, I seen this go down in truck stops, for real.
What I'll do, come again, Sash. What I have to do to get, what you have to do to see how racialist thing is. Yeah. I have to use that piece of white. Let's say a napkin, and show it again. What's the difference? Bring your napkin again. Napkin again. Right, put your hand out. What's it called on your hand? Man, the black man getting fight down all over, boy. All over.
During my first semester at MIT, I got computer vision software that was supposed to track my face. It didn't work until I put on this white mask. I'm thinking, all right, what's going on here? Is it the lighting conditions? Is it the angle at which I'm looking at the camera, or is there something more? That's when I started looking into issues of bias that can creep into technology.
Our ideas about technology that we think are normal are actually ideas that come from a very small and homogeneous group of people.
Vast amounts of data at incredible speeds.
Everybody has unconscious biases, and people embed their own biases into technology.
This kid got stopped as a result of facial recognition misidentification, and then used that as justification to search you. This is an innocent child.
Racism is becoming mechanized.
Systemic issues are only going to be hardwired into new technologies.
It's not just face classification, it's any data-centric technology.
Every day, we are all being scored.
Who gets hired, who gets housing.
I am making predictions for your life right now.
The people who own the code deploy it on other people, and there is no accountability.
Management at Atlantic Towers wanted to install the facial recognition software. Pretty much turn this place into Fort Knox.
The technology is being rapidly adopted, and there are no safeguards.
We are socially controlled in a way that we don't see.
Technology that analyzes faces could be biased, but the company is pushing it anyway.
What demographic is it most effective on?
White men.
Show me that it's going to be fair, that it's legal, before you put it out. That's what we don't have yet.
It's going to take people coming together, striving for justice in this age of automation.
So one of the challenges when you have bias in AI, machine learning, and robotics is it can lead to injustice. When you have bias that's based on protected characteristics, it leads to decisions that negatively impact a protected group, and that leads to injustice. This can be intentional or unintentional. For example, if it's intentional, there may be awareness of bias, and if you're acting on it, you're hurting marginalized groups. Or if it's unintentional, it could be implicit bias, but the actions are based on biased assumptions, and it could still hurt marginalized groups. So how do we address bias and injustice in others and in ourselves? So here's an example where Robert Williams in Detroit, Michigan was arrested because an AI algorithm did a facial recognition check on driver's licenses to match them with this dark, blurry image from a robbery at a store. And it came back as a match on his driver's license, and he was arrested in front of his wife and children, completely based upon this failed facial recognition algorithm. So how does bias find its way into robotics? Well, you have assumptions and model priors and information accessibility. So you have to look at what assumptions are being made about the end user, the environment, uses of technology by end users that may affect other groups. And then how much data do you have? How much training data are you using? How diverse is that training data? If there is AI, what data is used to train the models? Is this information representing the true population, including marginalized groups and protected characteristics considered? Should they be explicitly taken into account? Should they be actively filtered out? And is the operation robust enough to protect characteristics? How do you recognize cases when bias has found its way into robotics? You have to look for services or actions of robotic systems that negatively impact a group based on protected characteristics, such as with the arrest of Robert Williams. How do you address bias in robotics that may lead to injustice? You have to have better engineering, better policy and usage, and you also have to have more diverse teams who are present and looking for these things. So bias can be coded into a system so that machine learning and artificial intelligence can perpetuate inequities such as gender, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic, class, or sexual orientation. So examples of this are that Microsoft's Tay was an AI teenage chatbot that learned from interactions on the internet within 24 hours of being exposed to the public. Tay became racist, sexist, homophobic, and had to be taken down indefinitely. And this is an example of how bias can be injected into our AI or machine learning. Apple Health Kit, which enables specialized tracking such as selenium and copper intake, neglected to include a woman's period until iOS 9. Here's another example of where researchers did not consider women in the design process. Similarly, this happened when crash test dummies were first created to be the average male figure, and it was many years later that they discovered that the ratings for several cars were low in safety with respect to women, pregnant women, and children, because no one had thought to make crash test dummies in various sizes to consider that. There was another example when Google's computer vision system was labeling African Americans as gorillas, while we noticed here that the Microsoft Vision system was not able to recognize darker skinned people, similar to the soap dispenser that did not recognize darker skinned people due to the sensors that were used. There have also been examples where voice recognition systems could not recognize a female voice, only male voices. So all of this is to say that you have to have diverse teams to create safer products. Another study conducted by Lancaster University concluded that Google's search engine created an echo chamber for negative stereotypes regarding race, ethnicity, and gender. For example, if you typed in the words "are women" into Google, it would autocomplete with choices such as a minority, evil, allowed in combat, or last but not least, attracted to money. So how do we solve these problems? Well, there has to be better engineering and better policies. And this is where organizations like...
Silent? I'm sorry about the length, man. It's almost over.
No, it just tripped me out, like how all this stuff coming racist. I mean, it's some racist programmers.
Right. No, you're right. But the soap thing, I'm telling you, in the truck stops, that shit is for real right now today.
But honestly, I'm thinking the same thing that
Black in robotics and Black
at my place, because when I try to do the thing for the with the towels, I got to keep on doing it over and over because it's not recognizing. Like, damn it, something like, because my hand wet, or is it? But that's probably what it is. Because
same thing. Yeah. All right, let's go and finish this out.
And engineering come in. Black in Robotics was created to address system inequities in the robotics community by focusing on community, accountability, and advocacy. So it includes networking, mentorship, social media presence, showcasing and normalizing Black excellence in robotics, connecting academia and industry to diverse talent, supporting and defending equity in performance and ethical use, being a conduit for all roboticists to participate in solutions, identifying best practices, and holding each other accountable for equitable designs. So, strategies for addressing bias and injustice in robotics: developers must consider ethical implications of robotics usage. Educators must include ethics and societal questions in training. Teams must be diverse to provide unique perspectives and solutions. And researchers must reference the work of diverse roboticists. Here are examples of 2 diverse roboticists here: Jeremy Delane Brown and Ebony LA, who are both on social media showing their work in engineering and robotics in order to normalize seeing diversity in robotics and finding these people to put them on your team to help address inequities. The next steps for the robotics community are to actively promote diversity in developing teams in academia and industry, ensure that bias is considered in the research and application of robotic systems, and make bias training and its effect in robotic applications and methods of mitigating harm a component of the educational curriculum. Here we have another Black roboticist, Aaron Shepard, who not only works at NASA, but also does a lot of outreach work as well as social media demonstrations of robots that he builds. Black in Engineering is also doing work in this area. It was created to make engineering environments where we are respected and treated equitably through messaging, policy, education, and awareness, a social media campaign, a call to action, Black in Computing also has a call to action that you can go and read, share, and sign. Community engagement, connect with allies, strategic planning, and finance. So I wanted to end my talk today by showing the video that Black in Engineering released in July of 2020 after the killing of George Floyd, after the racial profiling of Christian Cooper, the bird watcher in Central Park, and after the hashtag Black in the Ivory started trending on Twitter to address some of the challenges that Black academics, and particularly Black faculty in STEM, endure.
I'm Black with a PhD, but I still could have died by a knee. I am George Floyd.
I've succeeded using my head, but I still could have been shot in bed. I am Breonna Taylor.
I think teaching and learning is fun, but I could get killed while out on the run. I am Ahmaud Arbery.
I'm a hidden figure in STEM who puts my
Hood on,
like Trayvon.
And can't be stopped, like Sandra Bland. All racism, I do condemn.
I engineer like Imhotep, but my black skin I can't sidestep.
I can't breathe. I'm Eric Garner. This is not a game. I'm Tamir Rice.
What if I'm next? Then it's hashtag Denise R. Simmons.
If it's hashtag Leroy Long, I am Laquan McDonald. I am Ayanna Stanley Jones. I am Walter Scott.
I am Katherine Johnson, Philando Castile, Alberta Spruill, and Samuel DuBose.
We will not be silenced.
It is our turn to have a say.
So on behalf of the STEM community, this is what Black STEM faculty like us have to say.
It says PhD outside of our office doors, but we still get mistaken for janitors.
And we love our custodians. There's no hierarchy when it comes to Black labor. They allowed us to get where we are.
Say something back, to speak up and speak out, then we get blacklisted or just get kicked out.
Love to teach, only to get called bad names. Names they wouldn't own if you called them out.
Love to do research.
But it's only safe if we sell out.
Don't research Black or shout.
Keep the faith.
Keep the faith.
Black Lives Matter.
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 Black Lives
Matter.
Okay, you can stop it now. You can stop it now.
Oh, when Beyonce was about to sing, he was like, okay, that's enough.
So I wanted to give you some ways to.
Any thoughts?
Yeah.
Devastating?
Some of this information is kind of new to me with regard to the Twitter algorithm and the censor situation. But I knew that bias and facial recognition, I knew that was a real thing with the face. Yeah, I was aware of that. But I'm still trying to process the Twitter and the hand dispensing soap, which I experience on a regular basis as we speak. I mean, to this day, the hand soap, that shit is real all day.
And also do it with the dispenser of the towels too.
Yeah, the towel dispenser, same thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Debrat claimed that was the thing that fascinated her when she got out of prison, how technology had advanced with the sensors on the hardware of public laboratories.
Yeah.
As well as options for your home being, having censored hardware as well.
You said
what
the
I
brat?
got, hello?
You said the brat?
Yeah, Debrat went to prison for hitting a woman with a bottle
No, yeah,
in
but
a
say she
club.
sliced that woman. She didn't hit her. She sliced her. Sliced
Oh,
her
I
face.
didn't follow the exact details. I just know that she went there for aggravated assault or something like that. And she got sued, I think, for $2 million, I think. And she did time for it. And she was talking about her oodles and noodles adventures and stuff. You know.
Yeah, like she was locked up for a minute though. She
Yeah,
do look bad in the dress, but she
I don't know
finally
how much time she did. Oh God. No, oh no. Anyway, I wanted to make a comment about the video. What inspired me about the video was the concept of professional education in the STEM field. So you don't have to have a master's degree. You can go straight from your undergrad into the PhD program when under STEM. And that is what's fascinating to me about those types of fields of discipline. They will just advance you right past a master's degree after undergrad. So I look forward to people understanding that about STEM and pursuing it if that's what they're interested in. And
like I said, the only thing I don't like about it is the all the unnecessary classes you got to take. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like all the English and all the history and
well, that's
humanities.
academics. That's academics in general.
I mean, but you don't need, like, that's not going to help me do it day to day. I want to learn, okay, how I take apart this computer, how I take apart this robot. Like, what's going on with that? All
now
that.
That's a good point because
extra classes.
Because there's a difference between the professional academic curriculum versus the direct technical information. Like, just give it to me straight so I can go out here and build something. That's a different education than someone that wants to eventually qualify to be a professor of a department at a university. And that's that's the route she chose. She's not necessarily, doing anything other than being a professor. Not that that's a bad thing, because that can inspire other people. But that seems to be her groove, to be a professor at a department, as opposed to actually going out there doing the work. So
like, I like hands-on.
Yeah, she's not that type of person. She wants to, she wants to inspire people. So that's why she became a professor. She's going so far as to, create initiatives and community development initiatives. So, that's what she's doing.
Who's this person? Y'all know that person?
I think that's Gabe A in the chat. He's been up here before.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the one that helped Taylor.
Yeah. Is he okay with his government on the Zoom, or you want to give him a chance to rename?
It's up to him.
No, it's all good. I'll change it.
You good? Oh, okay.
Well, I'm doing it right now. So
I take it. I don't care. People be knowing me anyway. Right. On my channel, I have my whole name anyway.
Did you enjoy the presentation? New
panelists? Thanks to Gabe. So
I saw it a little bit. I didn't catch the whole thing. I'm just kind of coming in now, so you all can keep on going on that. But kind of I did want to make a comment about the kind of how in universities you gotta take the English classes and all that. Because a lot of times that's really what it is, right? You have to. They're more looking for like a holistic type of educational experience, academic experience. And if you want to get directly to the information or directly to what you'll be doing as an occupation, that's typically seen in trade schools or technical schools.
Yeah, I prefer to go to technical schools. I get my hands on it. All that other theory shit and talking ain't nothing.
It's fun. I mean, it lets you be more of a well-rounded kind of professional. I know. So my undergrad was an electrical engineer, right? So I had taken. They call them what do they call those classes? Perspectives, and I think that it gives you that really. So I took like some classes aligned with like understanding what the war on drugs was and cannabis. I took some stuff on philosophy, where I think that really helped to kind of not only focus my mind on the tech stuff, but also, more of a, I guess, it kind of exposed me to things that I wasn't exposed to before in my university, rather than just the tech stuff. But to each his own. Sad to say that.
Well, I for one thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you, Mela, for presenting that video. It was very informational.
Matter of fact, I may just go upstairs and do something with my 3D printer now. Print out something real quick.
What type of 3D printer do you have?
I think it's what is it? ZYX printing, I think, or something like that. I don't know. But like I was telling Devastating, how I got mine was I went to the website and they said if you buy so much of the ferment that they give you the actual printer for free. So that's what I did. I think I spent maybe, I don't know, it was like less than $300 or something like that.
So what are you printing out?
Well, during the pandemic, first I did some masks, and then I have done the thing that go around people's neck to hold the mask. I did those. But I've been working on, I know someone that has cerebral palsy, and I wanted to print out this hand thing, and I was looking up on Amazon to get the actual motors, but to help her be able to move her hand, I wanted to print out, it's like a thing that go over her hand, and it help her move her hand. So that's what I'm looking at now. I was looking at the
Oh, wow.
what is this? I think it's called Thingiverse or something like that. It's a website you go to that already got all the things I can use to print out. Because I haven't learned AutoCAD yet. So, because you can design a lot of stuff on AutoCAD, but I haven't learned it yet. So,
yeah.
I haven't met someone
And
that
MATLAB
actually
too.
has cerebral palsy. Is it painful when is the condition painful?
I mean, it's different levels to it, but I don't think it's like I don't think it's like painful per se.
Okay.
Because some people have severe cases where they can't walk. There's some people got cases that they can walk.
Yeah, it's different
Sometimes
levels.
Yeah.
But that's tight.
And
man.
MATLAB is another program that you can use if you I know AutoCAD comes with a pretty hefty price tag. I think MATLAB is MATLAB free and open source? Maybe. I don't know.
I was looking at what I was looking at because I got wait for
Oh no, it's expensive.
the
It's like
college,
$900.
the local colleges, they will send out a flyer, or like it's not a flyer, it's like a little booklet, and they have certain classes they have. So once they send that back out, if they got one of the AutoCADs in there, I was going to jump on that, because sometimes it may be about like a $600 class, and it's like maybe like 12 classes, and you learn it, or like 6 classes and you get to learn it, And I think, and they have different stages, like the beginning, intermediate, and advanced.
Yeah.
So before you came, Gabe, this lady was basically laying out some of the fundamentals of her particular program. She actually runs a robotics school.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So she kind of laid out some foundation, and kind of just transited and blended into reality and the type of society that we've already known to be, which robotics and education and academics is no stranger to racism. And one of the examples that she displayed was how algorithms that are interfaced in biometric devices such as cameras in the security in the retail stores and law enforcement basically target or seek out certain ethnic groups more so than others. And then she literally showed an example in which I can attest for, in which those hand dispensers for the soaps in the public bathrooms. So I'm a truck driver, so yeah, I'm sticking my hand out, for the soap thing, and it's like a difficult task. But when this white truck driver sticks his hand, it's right away. He gets like two, a whole bunch of it, and same for the towel dispensers. So
I don't know about that. I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
No, I don't think the hand dispensers is one because your palm is the same.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like the one I saw at the high-rise tower. Okay,
All right.
that's a good one.
Yeah, he's got the real good one there.
So yeah, I was saying I don't know about the hand dispensers sensors because our palms are the same color.
Well, yeah.
But ours got a little darkness to it, though. If you look at like ours got like little tan to it. Like it's not as white as how white people's are. Or mine's a little dark. I don't know about y'all. Mine's got, it's not white like white people's are.
Yeah, so they don't sense like pigment or color. They just sense the presence of something. So if it's an object there, like you can put I don't know, you can put anything under those hand dispensers, and they'll dispense. Like I don't think it's at least from what I know, right? I don't think it's a racial factor in what it senses.
Yeah, and I can understand the pushback, Gabe. You kind of came in like really towards the end of it, but she kind of laid the foundation on how Google and Silicon Valley basically had programmed and laid it out in the beginning stages. And it's not just a hand dispenser. It was
I just read an article. An Asian lady did the facial recognition in her iPhone, and she found out her daughter, her mother, and her sister could unlock the same iPhone using the software.
So
Facial because the engineers did not account for different racial phenotypes.
It's
which makes sense, right? Because it's like does that mean that it was intentionally designed to
well, it's not intent, but
Mm-hmm.
it spells out the need for inclusion in different points of view.
I agree with that.
Just think of Pixar. It was like monumental that they finally got African texture paired right. And how long has Pixar been out? But you had the same people making the same kind of movies. It never even occurred to them to start working on that type of hair type until, inclusion came a thing. So it does matter. It doesn't mean there's nefarious intent. It just means there's a need for a different point of view. If I don't have that type of hair, it wouldn't occur to me to design the phone to recognize changes in face, features, hair, that kind of thing.
Visualization, when it comes to this this industry that we're speaking about, it's extensive. From what I remember, there's something called Moodle, right? I don't know what Moodle is, but they use it as an example as to why visualization and how to distinguish these images are more challenging than they anticipate, but they're working on it apparently. So I don't think it's intentional. I think that they're working on it.
But I think it's marketed that way a lot of times, right? Like the evil tech people are intentionally or maliciously leaving out people with pigmentation. So I think there are a couple of factors. I think one is that a lot of times those models are not trained to recognize us, right? And I think that's definitely a problem. There's a gap there because I think that if you're training a model to recognize certain features, it needs to include everybody, especially when you mean that everybody are the people who are using the technology. But I think also too is that a lot of us are not in that field, right? So it makes it difficult for us to, it makes it difficult for us to make an impact when we're not even in that field. And I do think that there needs to be an effort by these tech companies to really find that diversity, find those talented professionals who can contribute. A lot of times, so I think they should try to find, but I think we should also be interested too, because I find it very difficult to find talent, right? To find individuals from the African American community to try to be involved in tech, it's still thought of as being a lame thing, right?
Yeah,
People are
it
like,
still has the nerd tag
yeah,
attached to it.
yeah,
And
Even
God
in,
even on
knows Black
YouTube,
people want to be cool, right? So
yeah.
it's difficult to transcend the stigma,
Hmm.
unfortunately. And also
Yeah.
there are questions about I don't know, like what type of like what type of software, like for those who are
Yeah.
interested in this field and who are interested in introducing their children, their young children, because we
Hmm.
just was introduced, believe it or not, to a child that was born 2000, what did you say, devastating? He was
August
born in
28th. Yeah, August 28th, 2008.
exactly.
8.
So
Oh,
he's now the CEO of his own company,
oh
right?
wow, that's what's up.
And he's doing absolutely fantastic. And that starts young, to actually absorb that type of desire to propel in that direction, right? And
Yeah.
what I found is that if a person can get them while they're young, start introducing in their formative years
Hmm.
the delight of it all. It starts with knowing what type of software is exclusively designated for whatever computer they have at home.
Yeah.
Because when they find out something is uniquely attributable, they're going to, just feel special. It's like, okay, yeah, my friends, they all have computers, but they don't have this this particular software. And I know there's a software program called GeoGebra, whatever that is, and it's attributed to the STEM field. In addition to, we all know about Mac and Windows and all those interfaces, but there's specific software that I would encourage parents to look into investing to introduce the concept of how special it is to have
And I think
access to that, especially if they have a mathematical aptitude. Then you're really working with something.
you said a couple of key phrases or key words: family, parents, getting kids involved. I think that it really starts from the family structure. All right. The fact that I think that one of the major reasons why many of us are not in the field, in the tech field, is because many of our families have not built up individuals, built up the kids in order to be involved in these fields. They haven't trained them up.
They just let them go with the flow.
Broken families. Well, that also comes with broken family structures, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think those are also some of those other reasons why we don't see that representation there. Like I know even my little nephew, like he's 16 in high school. All he want to do is hoop. All he want to do is hoop. I done got him books. I done try to put him in programs. Even during the pandemic, I put him in the Python programming class. He was doing it. I keep trying to follow up with him. He don't want to talk about it. He want to hoop. He just want me to take him to the court. And that's cool, right? That's a passion of his. But I'm like, you don't understand. You could twist your ankle and be out for weeks or months, or it could be done completely, right? Having something that is forward looking and forward thinking is important, but his parents don't see it that way. They want him to be a next NBA star. So what can I do? Yeah, what can I do? So
well, you can get them a mobile application as
mhm.
a gift that's developmentally appropriate for their age. They're just suggest an app and
I done
just
bought him a MacBook, then hyped it up,
I'm
or
uncle like
I
you.
done messed.
Shit.
Listen, I've been trying, man, for years. Absolutely, because I know that when I was growing up, I didn't have particular advantages, right? Resources a lot of times can put kids at an advantage in comparison to their peers.
That's true.
But he just, he's 16, so he looking at little music videos, little girls and everything. And I try to be like, all right. I even made like a Google Drive for me and him to share files. I actually took him through an exercise, right? I took him through an exercise because he wanted to kind of put some background music to some of his basketball films, because his mom sometimes films him playing basketball. And I'm like, all right, let's pull up this software. I'm literally screen sharing with him. and showing him how to add the music, how to download the MP4 files, how to kind of put something to the track, and kind of using the technology in order to accomplish your goal. And he like, all right, that's cool, thanks. Send me that file. That was it. That was it. That was all I heard about it after that. So, you know, he uploaded to Instagram. It's all on his Instagram and everything. He done uploaded to a little YouTube channel. So, you know, but it's hard, right? A lot of times it's the interest, and it really starts from home with the parents, is what I see. And, you know, uncles can only be so effective after a certain point. But anyway, enough of me.
So yeah, we do have some various perspectives. Are we in some sort of sense, even though we see as an adults, we do see advantages, long-term advantages, are we not necessarily forcing, but are we kind of putting up some sort of bias? Are we not allowing them to express what they naturally come to? I mean, for me, only because I was exposed by my mother, who was a teacher. She provided these resources. She didn't say, hey, I think you should do this. I actually was drawn to her access to various, you know, resources in the academic fields, which included at the time computers. When I'm going all the way back into the 80s. So computers in the 80s is not like computers in the 2000s. So, you know, that's just where my mind was at the time. But like you were giving your example, maybe he is around or have seen or can relate to being successful from basketball. Others rap music, and you know, I've seen it on both scales, and we know both of those are about as unstable as, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
part-time job. But
I mean, even look at the numbers though, right?
Yeah.
But look at the numbers of how many people actually make it all the way, or even make it to a viable career in that field. I mean, it's slim pickings, slim to none.
Right. So I guess my question is, because let's say if we do convince or kind of steer and coerce the youth into this program, and then for whatever reason they're still not able to adapt and feel some sort of resentment, is there some sort of balance, or can STEM be presented in a way where it won't be so you know, standoffish? You know what I mean? Because it seems like it's this foreign language, you know what I mean? So, you know, why is it so seem so difficult just to work with your hands, I guess? I mean, I'm kind of maybe not presenting it as well as I should be, but it's always been like that, and I just don't see the push or enough representation, like you said, in the professional field to help push this narrative that, hey, it's okay to be a nerd, basically, if that's what you want to do, and this is how easy it is, basically.
I don't know. I think I don't know if it really needs to be repackaged and rebranded to the Black community. I don't know. I don't think so, because it's almost counterculture. Right?
Yeah.
So a lot of what we value a lot in our culture is entertainment and sports.
Entertainment, make us laugh,
right.
Shake our booty.
Nah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, no
That's
problem.
Not tech. That's not tech. That's not tech at all, right? You have to sit down. You have to read stuff.
Yes.
You have to solution. You have to build. You have to be presented with a problem, and you have to solve it utilizing computers or some right. It's not the same. So I don't think it would be marketed the same. And I think that sometimes people, I'm not saying this is you, but I think sometimes people are like, you need to market tech the same way that you market sports and entertainment. And I'm like, I don't think that's the thing. I don't think that's the move.
Right.
But,
Well, I think it's really a case of autonomy. Autonomy and individualism is not encouraged in this culture until you reach whatever moniker of success that the culture dictates. So if you make a certain amount of money, then you can be autonomous. You know, it's not instilled in at a young age. So you might have a kid who has a proclivity towards math or architecture, but the culture kind of beats it out of him or her.
Yes,
because you don't fit in a certain way.
That's a good point.
And even when you move into tech, you're really trading one culture for another. But I find that, and I'm going to ruffle a little bit of feathers here, people of color who have particularly been in tech for a long time are huge gatekeepers. And they went in through the door a certain way, and that's the only way they see. And any other path, they're not trying to hear any of it, and they're not going to help you through it.
Yeah,
And I'm
like
saying this as
like
somebody
that.
who's not had, I'm kind of newish. I haven't been in tech for decades, but gatekeeping is a big thing. I mean, most people who talk about STEM don't even realize that architecture is a part of STEM. So that's not even mentioned for most people. So, it's a slippery slope but seeing where your kids' proclivities are and making sure they stay true to themselves. If you're not already in that mind frame as a parent, your kid's not going to have it. They're not going to have what you don't have.
Yeah.
Okay, that's true.
I thought that the point you brought up about the culture beating out those STEM proclivities, right? I remember, let me tell you, I was the kid in class in the front with my hand up in math class. And it used to be so bad, right? Not only the kids would try to tease you and try to tell you, put your head down, it's like, stop talking and everything. Even the teachers at a certain point would just ignore you and stop calling on you. And it wasn't obnoxious, right? I would put up my hand when the teacher asked what the answer was, right? A lot of times, none of the other students wanted to be involved, but I did. Right? I was up there. I'm like, I'm here to learn. I like this stuff. But so talk about trying to beat out your STEM proclivities. I experienced that in multiple occasions.
Yeah,
but,
me too.
I mean, I just kept going
big
forward.
Reader,
Right?
big problem solver. That wasn't flying in this community where if you
Not
don't have
at
the
all.
right shoe, they might not talk to you for the rest of the year. The only thing is my mother was very much a hippie 60s, 70s person. And she instilled in me going my own way. The only caveat to that is you risk being ostracized.
Absolutely.
And that's a fear. And I have seen it change people, young people. They're going down one path and then they flip because they want to fit in. Yes. And they have, they slide into baby mama, baby daddy. I mean, they run the whole stereotype because they made that switch.
I mean, it makes sense because everybody wants to be accepted. Everybody wants to be accepted by a group, no matter who you are. Whether you
how does a child prioritize the instruction of their wisest family member as opposed to their peers? Because peer pressure is a real thing.
Yeah.
It's a very real thing. And I just like what you mentioned.
Mommy and daddy. You can't get past mommy and daddy. But if it's not coming from there, it's hard. It's very hard.
Yeah, it's the prioritization factor over your, to prioritize your parents' expectations over peer pressure is a real thing. And I don't know if I've heard anybody that can really, other than fear, because there are a lot of parents that practice fear and guilt. Those are the go-to tactics, especially in other cultures like Jewish people and people who are Muslim. They practice fear and guilt when it comes to keeping those children focused.
I think.
Go ahead. People in India, you have no choice but to become a professional. That's what you expect, in other cultures. So when we get our culture here in America as Black people, there's so many avenues of freedom to choose that includes being misguided by your peers. And I just don't know how Black children how it can be reinforced that your peers are not to out prioritize your parents. I don't know how that can be reinforced.
I think one way that I've been seeing it more and more, and one way that I push out all the time is that if it doesn't exist at home, the child needs some level of, I guess, role mapping. They need to be able to see somebody like them that is maybe years beyond them, right? They need to have some type of role model or some type of example, right, of a tech brother or a tech sister who maybe be able to really give them the game, right? To be able to say, okay, I see you going through this right now, but if you keep on going with that math, you keep on going with that science, you can look like this, right? There is compensation on the other end of this. There's stability. There is super duper cool projects. There's traveling. There's all these different things that I'm doing right now that you can look forward to. So I think that representation in the tech field is something that can help to beat back some of that, some of what the culture beat out of you. So,
yes.
You know.
Also the transition from grade school to high school.
Your camera is on in case you didn't know.
Such a culture shock for people. It's so important to help navigate children through that space, because it could be such a culture shock. They might be straight A students up until that point.
Yeah, and that goes for. So yeah, I don't know how to I don't know how to suggest to friends, right? I have friends, I have relatives who have children. You know, some are in their formative years, some are teenagers. When I hear them complain about they won't do this and they won't do that, my heart grieves, because it's not about what they won't do, it's about what you guide them to do. I think parents underestimate the power of guidance that they actually have for children, especially in their formative years. You know, a very keen mind can direct a child to be a world leader if they know what they're doing.
I was going to say,
children
I think it
are
was to a point where,
you know, it's like, you know, and when I say programmable, I mean that in a good way. Like you could teach them interest in spiritual matters like the Bible. You could raise a child to become a minister or a bishop. You could raise a child to become obsessed with being a all-star athlete, an Olympian. You know, it's just about that, the years of training in the form, and I wish I had done it myself. The only thing I really introduced him to was strategic learning, because he was so gifted at math, just like his father, that it was only within our realm, you know, his father being the best salesman, right? That, you know, so that's a different route. We're not looking for him to be a merchant, you know what I'm saying? And to introduce him into, you know, scientific communities, and then come home and there's really no scientific things going on. You know what I'm saying? That is a factor. That is kind of tripped out, because it's like we send them out to have activities that are enriching scientifically, and then you come home and there's really nothing scientific going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
and I think that's why.
So how does the parent adapt themselves to an environment? I mean, because go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, I think that learning shouldn't, like, I think that there needs to be a teaching that learning shouldn't stop in the classroom, right? I think that's something that would really help to instill and to kind of grow some of those interests in STEM topics, going on field trips, doing certain activities during the weekend that kind of affirm what they've learned throughout the week. Asking them questions, ask not only saying, what did you learn in school? Because I think a lot of parents ask that question. What'd you learn in school? But more of like, what do you think? Like, why do you think the sun goes away at night? Where does the sun go at night? And that can spark a whole conversation. I had that conversation with my nephew, another nephew of mine, younger, right? Absolutely. Had that conversation, and I was able to break down to him how the world is actually moving, how we're actually rotating right now. And he was like, "Oh, I didn't know that." 7-year-old, right?
And so you get a telescope to
There we
you
go.
know, to overwork the deal. It's a great, and
Yeah.
take them to planetariums.
Boom.
Yeah, those
There's
are,
a NASA
I mean, I
summer
said to my
camp in Houston.
girlfriend,
Yeah.
what would you do if you knew your son was an amazing baseball player?
Hmm.
Even if you didn't have the money, you move heaven and hell to get him in somewhere
Yeah.
to get those
Mhm.
those skills you see developing naturally in him to make that translate into something tangible. It was the same thing with math education. If he can draw, does he like do they like drawing buildings, things like
Right.
that? You can, cultivate that. If it was sports, you'd be on it. I mean, if you didn't
Yep.
have the money for camp, you'd be finding somewhere to get him a scholarship or a grant or have him talk to somebody or
and
spend time with
introduce
somebody.
them, exactly, introduce them to drafting as early as possible, if any event they're gifted in that area, because drafting is something that was not considered cool. But in actuality, who do you think builds these impressive towers? Architects.
Yeah.
You know?
Architects, civil
Environmental
engineers.
sciences is going to be
Civil
so important
engineers.
coming up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think a lot of issue with this whole STEM conversation is that there's this idealization of a hierarchy of sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics. When I hear people talking about STEM and
Mhm.
looking at people as though when you bring up words, grandiose words like STEM, people automatically assume coding or some sort of intricate, unknowable quantum physics science, but it's really not. We all, in some form or shape or fashion, participate in STEM in our everyday lives. For instance, okay, the S, the science for STEM is science. The acronym for STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So let's talk about science. Number one, we all participate in applied sciences every day. If you cook, if you have a stove at home, you're participating in applied sciences. Botany, if you plant, if you like to plant, if you have a green thumb, that's a science. Physicality, what you were saying about your nephew, he participates in building his body. That
Mhm.
biology. Mela talks about health all the time. That's a form of applied sciences.
That's true.
Chemistry, like that. So this hierarchy that in order to participate in STEM, you have to build robots. That's just one part of the STEM. It's vast and wide. I think that if people focus more on their passions, because think about the greatest inventors. They invented something that would seem so simple. Everybody might think, well, why didn't I think of that? Because it was so simple, but you didn't go deep enough into it to create an invention or to make it better. For instance, the peanut butter, right? The jar of peanut butter, or let's say the perm, or just, people just want to make their hair straighter, or the hot comb, or just little things like that we deal with every day that we think is not important. It's because I guess, there's this idea that if it's not something unobtainable, you're not being a genius. But there's we look around every day, and it depends on how we view the world is how we can actually change the world. And it's really the most simplest things. Now we have this thought that in order for us to be worth something, we have to go out and build some sort of I don't know, like some twin towers or something. But that's just a
Mhm.
collect. Even something as small as I hear a lot of people downgrading, I guess, in the entertainment world. Well, a lot of, if there's a difference between the product and the production of a thing. Every product that you see that is quote unquote called entertainment, there's a lot of technology and engineering behind that, such as every song that you like. There's a lot of engineering that went behind that, coding and everything else like that. But it's underestimated or undermined because people don't understand the production that goes behind every movie that we see, every music video that we see. Even when we come online and we're operating these softwares, yeah, you might not have made the software, but you could be the person that could use the software so much that you figure out a way to make it better or create something else better. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't totally, exiting it out. But in an industry, and then since you've been in the industry, you know how saturated it is. I was basically looking at it from a perspective, from a child's point of view. So I remember, I think soon as grade school, like second or third grade, like every single year, I would come across an adult that asked me, what do I want to do when I become an adult, when I get grown? What do I want to be doing? And I never did. All my answers involved were to please whoever was asking me whether I wanted to do it or not. And all of my answers I didn't want to do. I remember saying lawyer, policeman, all these service industry jobs, but I didn't want to do none of that. So it does take some perspective in terms of where we are today. And I think on one of those examples with the sensors, that there is some improvement that needs to be done in various industries, and entertainment and sports as well. You can apply that to sports as well. Can certainly be applied. So I just wanted to clear that up. So I don't know, some of the people weren't here earlier when we featured Caleb Daniel. This is a more recent clip with sound. It's only about 3 minutes. This way you can get to hear his voice on his inspiration, if everybody's okay with that on the panel.
Okay with that.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Hi, my name is Callum Daniel. I'm 12 years old, I'm from the UK, and I'm the founder and CEO of iCode Robots. iCode Robots is a business that teaches children from the age 6+ how to build and code robots and other technologies. I've always had an interest in robots from a young age, especially after meeting Titan the robot. I wanted to know how he was built and how he worked. I've always attended classes and knew a robotics class would be awesome. I noticed other children were interested but didn't know how to start. There weren't any robotic classes in the area, so I decided to start my own. A typical day for me is I run classes and workshops, create and discuss class topics, run admin duties, speak at and hold learning conferences, and collaborate with other tech companies. I balance my schoolwork and business by mainly running workshops on the weekends and ensuring I'm on top of my schoolwork, physical fitness and hobbies. So each week we come in with a new build, and the children normally are really excited to see what I've got in mind for them. So the Mindstorm kits, to be honest, you can make pretty much everything. All you need is the brick, which is pretty much the mind of the robot. And the kit comes with 2 motors, and it comes with 4 wheels. Let's say you want to build a car or anything, a truck, could be anything. This is my Lego robotic hand. It works with a number of touch sensors and motors. So every time I put my fingers on these sensors, it moves. I'd like kids to know that I'm just a normal kid who has a passion for something, which I use to create change, because nothing feels better. robots will take over the world, but I do believe that robots will become a part of our everyday life, and we will need to learn to collaborate with them. But humans will always be needed. Thanks, Scholastic. Awesome interview.
Right, there you go.
Well, that was wonderful.
That was funny.
Catch
That
the
was,
accent?
yeah, I caught it. And he reminds me, he reminds me of the kids that always get roasted at school. I'm not saying that he should, but right,
Yeah,
like
same here.
that's that
Yeah.
culture thing, right? That beating the culture, beating it out of you. But it seems like, because I don't think he can run a business by himself. He has to have support from his family.
Oh yeah, he's got adults.
Oh yeah, he's got
a
a
whole
staff.
Yeah.
Okay, listen,
Yeah.
boom, right? So I
He's
think
the
that's
CEO of his own company and has a staff and
that's something else.
and learning labs that
Mhm.
he's paying for through his company.
That is awesome.
Yes.
So it seems like he has
Right.
very strong support from his family.
And also,
Guardian.
and also when you're doing any project, it's a communal effort. Like for instance, when you're talking about, okay, the architectural work, okay, yeah, you can have a person that writes out the designs and the blueprints and all that, but they're still going to need an entire group of people to come together, such as welders, bricklayers, masons, and things like that to get this project done. And when it comes to, say, coding in a building, yeah, as far as the electronics go, and it depends on how far you want that to go. So it's basically everybody coming together with their own specialized skill set. So trying to push everybody into one direction, you're not going to necessarily get anything done. Everybody has to have be specialized in what their passion is to get a major project done. That's what I was trying to allude to earlier.
Yeah, you mentioned passion too, and he also mentioned passion in the video. So that's a good correlation as well. I like that he also introduced what's called the brick, which is probably purchasable. You know, you could purchase something like that for your own child if you want to introduce them to robotics. That's his mother there on the screen, by the way.
Yeah.
And you know, so anything's possible. And the fact that he is encamped within his own environment means that he's not going to be harassed. He's not going to be bullied or have, as you say, the passion beat out of him. So I'm very happy in looking forward to what this young man is going to accomplish in the future for many people.
Yeah. And also setting the right expectation. You might get bullied. How do you react to that bullying?
Yeah.
Are you going to give into it, or are you going to stand on your square? You're going to get bullied.
Listen,
anytime you go
It's a
against
part of life, right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I
Anytime
used
you
to be
go
doing it.
against that, you're going to you're going to have that tested. That's just the nature of
Let me
who
tell you
we
what I
are.
had to do. It was tough. I grew up in the city of Detroit. I had to fight. I was fighting people. Fighting people to learn. This is crazy.
Yeah,
Just think
you
about it.
know, it's like when you're an outlier, it's very intimidating to be different.
Mm-hmm.
It's intimidating. It really is, because it's like I can't help what I love, but it's not approved by my peers. So what do? Become a loner? Hell no. You find people of like, you know, hopefully your parents are keen in mind and they will place you in environments with people who are like-minded and warn you that if someone has a different point of view, then you can't relate to them, and just don't worry about, you know, don't worry about them as a naysayer, primarily because they can't relate to what it is you're trying to do. And I think a parent should reinforce that in their child, because you're right, they're going to come across all types of stuff, all types of opposition, and they have to be prepared for that.
Especially when they see someone, it's almost instinctual. Tribalism is very instinctual.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
If you're going against that tribe, Oh, you gotta have your battle armor ready. Gotta build yourself up a little bit. I was an only child, so I didn't mind being by myself. I always knew I wouldn't be alone for long. And I held that mindset from a young age.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of haters, even in childhood. Like, I don't know if I should make myself this vulnerable. I will say that there was an oratory contest, right? And I recited, we had to write our own poem and we had to recite it in an assembly. And it just so happened Jesse Jackson attended that assembly. So there was like, at least radio coverage, because I was told by cousins that I heard you on the radio, and it didn't, and because I was so young, that didn't really register. But what was really tripped out was that after winning and, you get all these applause and accolades and all this other kind of stuff, what really hurt was that my mother and father went to work and sent my grandmother to represent the family because she wasn't working, she was retired. So, and that was really a source of shame for them, because when they realized that the assembly was publicly significant, that's when the shame creeped in. My question as an adult is that in the event that my child is at an assembly and I'm able to attend, that's what I'm going to do. And so I think, I think what got stomped out of me was aspiring literary arts. You know what I'm saying? I've always been intrigued with creative prose, how to construct a poem. I love Shakespeare, all that stuff. And it wasn't that my peers discouraged me. It was the lack of interest from my parents, because what I found out later is that one of them, they're dyslexic, right? So the only thing that really mattered to them was that you secure a livelihood that's guaranteed. And in their mind, what I was pursuing was a daydream. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I had, after, it wasn't a conflictual thing. It was just like, why is it that this happened? And it was like, well, it just didn't seem like it was something that was going to serve you as a livelihood in the future. Otherwise we would have showed up. Like if we, and that's the way they looked at grammar school. They looked at grammar school as a, just a passage of time, as opposed to opportunities of encouragement. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So I can relate fully, even though it's not STEM, I can relate fully as to how it is encouragement can be stomped out of a child. And I just want to introduce that it can be done in home as well.
Oh yeah. And this can go for anything that and
right.
It really depends on them like I said,
I'm writing
back to the parents.
And I'm reading. Yeah, I'm writing poems, and they, and I'm standing on top of a chair and I'm reading them like Frederick Douglass to my mother and my father, and they're looking at me like, that's good, baby, that's good. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being really, really, enthused about it, they're like, that's good, baby, that's good. Because all they had their mind on is that I pursue a safe endeavor of livelihood in my future. And they just felt that was just a creative outlet as opposed to developing a skill. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by a keen mind, at that age, not to say anything, not to say I would be super great or anything. I'm just talking about the example that I've given for myself. What can happen when you discover that a child has, as Trinity said, a passion for something, A keen mind can develop that child's interest into something that will provide astronomical revenue for themselves, because the passion invites the opportunity to pay for itself. You know what I'm saying? I guess.
Yeah, but I think your story indicated how passion has to have a foundation and support.
It has to be cultivated.
Because you can't cultivate that in yourself as a kid. You don't even know what passion is. You just know you
now,
like
don't get me wrong. Everybody else was with it. They was like, yeah, you could be the next Gwendolyn Brooks and all these other little things that made me feel good as a child. But it didn't mean nothing. It didn't mean nothing if my parents weren't on board. So we're talking about being featured at assemblies. We're talking about statewide competitions. We're talking about church. You know, at the church, everybody's patting them on the back. That girl, she gonna be somebody, you know, that kind of stuff. It doesn't mean anything if your parents don't endorse your passion. That's my point.
Yeah, and but I would have to agree and also disagree as far as I believe that language and literature is also a part of science, especially when you add a rhythmic pattern to your words. Writing poems is very essential to our society. There was a time where people they only had vocal expressions. They didn't write things down, but the very act of writing things down is somewhat of a science, being able to communicate to someone else exactly what it is that you're seeing without being there, to be able to bring somebody into your world without it not being actually physical, but just to be able to affect their psychology through words and literature. You can inspire a nation. You can
well, that's why they used to include language, arts, and science all under one umbrella, because you can't have one without the other.
They sure did.
And that's why there's a lot of pushback, is particularly in STEM, against interpersonal communication now. Because for so long you were just in your little cubicle, you did your thing and you went home. You were a master of your task. You didn't have to interact with anybody else. Well, now that we're in a global economy and even computing globally, it's totally changed from how it was even 5 years ago. You have these, you know, well-worn, been in the trenches, people that's been there 20, 30 years. They are really having a problem interacting with different groups of people because they never learn those interpersonal skills. So learning the art of communication, language, just coming together as human beings outside of tech is very difficult for people who get in STEM. So it's, you know, it's, when I came here before and talked about that, I got a little bit of pushback from people who have been in it for so long. And that indicated to me a kind of a blocking point there. You know, you can pick up a new technology, but you can't pick up something, a cultural shift. You know, the fact that people don't understand that you need diversity and inclusion. We just talked about that. And there's still people like, yeah, you know, and it's, they don't realize when, you know, I say all the time, read the room. You know, where is the culture going? Because tech is going to follow.
Exactly. And it's all interconnected. And so that's why I kind of push back against this whole idea of a hierarchy in STEM, because all of our crafts, all of our skill sets are needed to create something phenomenal. And literature is not, even though it's common, it's not the lower grade of STEM. It's, you know, cooking and all these type of different things that we all need to come together, and because we all are living in an ecosystem, we all have these minds that are going to gear to whatever it is, like I said, go back to passion, whatever it is that you feel that you were born to do. But when you have society telling you that you're not worth this much because you're not doing this, but you might be doing something that might be minor to somebody else, but it might be essential to what that person who people consider to be the big dog. Without you, will they really exist? For instance, coders. Will coders exist without the person that builds a computer? Without the people who are, you know, molding the plastic together to build a framework of the computer? The people who are, you know, in the melting these metals. How would you survive without these welders or these people who they spend all day, and it's a science just to get these thin little tiny wires inside of this black and red casing. Who's creating those black and red casings? So we can't undermine those people, because without these people doing their job, you can't do your grandiose job, whatever it is you think. So there's really no hierarchy to this stuff. Is
No.
my
I mean, the gatekeepers would let you think that. That's another thing I got pushed back on. There are many different paths to get to the same destination. And somebody might have like a PhD in this, and you might have your little certificate, but all I said when I started, all I need is a door to open and watch me run right through it. So all you need is the opportunity. You know, if you have the drive and the inclination, but there's, even in STEM, there is room for nuance. And I think the light is finally starting to come on. I talked about that the last Tuesday.
Yeah.
You know, there are still walk-up techs that has to come and physically do things at your desk. There are still people we need to fix printers, and they are looking for people. They can't find anybody.
Yes. No.
So not everything is outsourced.
Right.
So, and as far as ink, you know, who figured out how to extract ink from different plants, different method? Who figured out how to turn plants into different colors of pigments and things like that? So that's very important as well.
I also think we flashed that 6-figure number around a little too much. It's a very low percentage of people that get there. And
right.
There's a little oil greasing the wheels to get them there. And so everything starts with a step. You might not reach 6 figures ever. You might get it at the tail end of your career. But it's important to be open. You might go in wanting the code, and a whole other opportunity might open up, or you might make your own opportunity.
Right. We have a combination of experts on the panel. I was wondering, what would you all suggest to a person that's following their passion? However, you don't want them to work themselves to death. Like, how do they guide their structured, how do they guide themselves with a schedule, with a structure, so that, because when you use that word, not you specifically, people out there, but I'm thinking, when I think of the word passion, I'm thinking of a pursuit that you exhaust yourself for. And oftentimes that can evolve into untimely demise, because you're not taking care of the full, your full self. You're just going full throttle with your passion, as opposed to understanding that as a human being, there is a time for rest. There is a time for nourishment. There is a time for socialization and fun activities and play, and I find that people that are climbing that ladder to make a name for themselves for their passion, they exhaust the energy of they exhaust their energy to where their health starts to falter. And so Gabe and Trinity and everybody on the panel, like, have you noticed times where in hindsight there is some itemized list, if not only 3 things, to tell somebody, look, stop and smell the roses, man, like, cool out. Like, I understand that you climbing and you doing what you got to do to make a name for yourself in your endeavors, but damn, don't take yourself out at the expense of it. Because I've seen that happen. I've seen people that have exhausted their health to the point where it's irreversible conditions, just because they won't allow themselves to focus on anything else other than the goal of, stamping a title on their passion of pursuits, because tech, when it comes to these stereotypical quote unquote nerdy figures, they got something to prove. They've been bullied, most likely, especially in the Black culture, and they got something to prove. And it's important that they recognize that it's a human trait to balance work and rest. You know what I'm saying? So has anybody, maybe Gabe can relate, like, you know, if or anybody, if somebody is putting a deadline on you that's like it's humanly unreasonable, like if you're faced with all these deadlines and, you know, emphasis on dead, damn it. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's called deadline for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And we need to, you know, just make people aware of balance. It's all right to pursue whatever it is you are, whatever your endeavors will take you to do. Just realize that the key word in deadline is dead. You know, so, you know, just because you have this, you know, this you know, this you know, something that would appear to need to be done before anybody else ever did it. You know, just be mindful that you are a human being and you need a balance in addition to exercising your passions and pursuits. I guess that's my little spiel and speech for today, I guess.
So what were you asking again in terms of
have you seen somebody work themselves to death? And if you had to, in hindsight, what would you have said to intervene somehow?
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough call because even though we can physically observe their work progress or profession while they're in front of us, it realistically may be something, you know, in the home or in legal problems, or, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of a tough call, but yeah, just I guess the communication part is where I wanted to chime in, and I am kind of out of the loop in terms of this recent behavior that we're seeing in some of these groups that are creeping up on social media. And the one thing that is prevalent and consistent, no matter which group you're in, is the ability to effectively communicate. I mean, it sounds simple, but I wasn't aware that it was it probably started in grade school or somewhere in there where their environment necessarily may be hindering them. And how much control does a child have of his environment if it's uncomfortable? Yeah.
Devastating. That sounds like when you were watching somebody work themselves to death.
Yeah.
Your default reaction may have been they'll work it out for themselves. I guess my question is, in hindsight, watching an adult, be it a friend, relative, or associate, because we can see when somebody's working themselves to death.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. They don't stop, they won't stop, they're working themselves to death
all the time.
In hindsight, what do you think would have been beneficial as to how you would intervene, if possible? Because there's some people that won't stop.
Yeah, some will fight you. I've seen it. But in hindsight, possibly try to catch them on a break or whatever, and find out what are they trying to achieve, and and see if what they're trying to achieve, if there is an alternative route to that, maybe provide an example, maybe a system, if they are having problems in other areas, whether it be financial social or whatever, any type of assistance to see if there's a way to do it and get immediate results. Like I say, I see it in the trucking industry. Some of
Right.
yeah, these guys out here running.
They push themselves.
They don't
to
give a
the
shit
point
about the
of
law.
ill health.
Yeah, safety. I mean, it's prevalent even in my industry. So, I would be interested in see if the environment, if the classroom, if the academia has changed that dramatically since I was in school, that kids don't even feel comfortable to communicate to let the teacher know, let their peers know that there is a problem. And
They need reprieve, right?
Yeah. And I mean, for me, I almost suffered from burnout and I wasn't even out of the gate. I had discovered something that I loved because I thought I was on track to go towards cloud computing because, you know, it seems like that's where most people are headed, either that or security or automation. So I was like, well, you know, knowing how difficult it is and how much money you have to invest and how much you have to study and then you have to pass the damn thing and then you have to get experience.
Yeah.
But you can't stay stuck. You know, you can easily stay stuck in like a help desk or a knock or even a SOC.
Yeah.
So you can get stuck in those lower level or as a, you know, system admin, or you can get stuck there. And you quickly see Amazon and Microsoft and they're automating this and they're automating that, and you're getting a little nervous because they're poking at your square. And then this whole other lane, service delivery, opened up. And my boss saw that I had a proclivity towards talking to other different groups about tech, and she kind of lumped me in, and I was like, oh, it was all this stuff. So I hit the ground running, but I was doing too much. I also want to say corporate America is more, they're kind of having this crisis of conscience. So while they do push for work-life balance, you still have, they still want you there. First person in, first person out, weekend.
Exactly.
You know, especially in tech.
And
are you really on
deadlines.
vacation or are you on call? You're still checking emails, you know?
Exactly.
So
you know,
there's
those deadlines, let's remember,
Yeah.
you know, those deadlines.
But there are, thank God for millennials, they're coming in and they're learning different management techniques and they're starting to delegate based on what you're good at. So I've been seeing that with a lot of younger managers. So they're just not going to give you something because their boss gave it to them. Who on my team is good at this? That I know that not only will they get it done, but they'll get it done well. And it, you know, because a lot of procrastination and all of that and burnout comes from doing something you really don't want to do. So that was my part in, but yeah, I started to get burnout very quickly because I needed to regulate myself.
What made
I-
you identify that you were approaching that?
I started not wanting to do it or futzing around with what I needed to do. Procrastination was a big indicator to me that I was doing too much.
Okay.
I was doing too much too soon. And sometimes you have to crawl before you can walk. And the most important thing for me was, I remember, I'm not a big Bible person, but I do think there's a certain moral compass there. And most of these are universal laws, right? They're in every text of religion. But there was a Bible verse that used to say, if you're diligent over a little, then basically if you handle what you have, you'll be able to appreciate when you get more. So I was so focused on the more, I was like, well, what can I do here? And again, I'm child free. So I can live within my means better, you know, because I don't have any major responsibilities other than, you know, my husband and I.
And I get it.
Not chasing a number, being content where I am was huge for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Ambition can be your best friend or your worst enemy. And finding the balance in between that is key. It's really important.
Yeah.
Because there's
taking
nothing
a
wrong
breath.
with ambition. It's just that when it starts to become a burden, when your ambition, the obsession of an ambition becomes a burden, that's a key sign that it's time to cool out. You know what I'm saying?
And knowing you have time. If something's open, if a door's open for you and you go in, you have time to figure out what you want to do. You don't have to be pushed in a certain direction, but that's incumbent upon what you do on the back end in your own life. Are you living within your means? You know, are you taking a look at every path available to you? And is it something you want to do long term, not just for a dollar amount, you know, because is it something you want to do long term and grow and learn and, you know? So.
And another thing I noticed that when people start making, like when they get where they think they want to be as far as making a certain income amount per year, they start to do things like try to keep up with the Joneses. So now they're buying unnecessary items. They want to upgrade their car. They want to upgrade their living situation when you can make more money and still live the same lifestyle, but you can improve on things like your health, getting weekly massages or something like that. Go, you know, taking some money and going to get a personal trainer or getting, you know, and doing things that are going to help your physical health. So you do have the clarity of mind to be a better performer, and also you can take time out to relax. And also, when you don't buy all these unnecessary items because you're making more money and you want to stunt on the next person, I get it. But if you just
they
take
call
that
it lifestyle creep. I mean, if you're in debt and you're making $45,000 a year, you're going to be in debt when you're making 60, and you're going to be in debt when you're making 100.
Right.
So the principles start where you are now.
Because it's a mindset.
Right. You have to be diligent over your finances. And I came at it from what can I control now? And focus on that.
Right. Because if you're making 6 figures and but then, you know, you live in this extravagant house and you're driving this extravagant car, does it really matter? You might as well be broke. You're pretty much in the same situation as any other broke person, because broke people, they don't have the extra finances to relax, to improve their lifestyle. I'm not talking about the things around them. I'm talking about their lifestyle and mental health and emotional health and being comfortable and be able to take, say, a week off if you need it comfortably without feeling like you're going to, you know, be homeless. That's important.
I mean, I just read an article where I think they said over half of people who make $200,000 or more are living paycheck to paycheck. $200,000 a year and you're still living paycheck to paycheck.
That cracked me
crazy.
up.
I had to stop. I was like, what?
What?
Are you kidding? I don't even make 60 yet, and I can put away $2,000 a month.
Happen?
Because, you know, they living outside their means.
Yeah, lifestyle creep.
You know, you gotta get the new car. You gotta get the nice big house.
So even when you quote unquote get there, you know, what does that look like to you? Do you even want to get there?
It's a mindset. It's a mindset. People, the paycheck to paycheck mentality is a mentality. It doesn't matter how much the income, the revenue, the resources are. In the event that you haven't reconciled that paycheck to paycheck scarcity mindset, that's who you're going to be unless you fix it.
Yeah. And you know, that being said, not to downplay, a livable wage is a real thing. There should not be full-grown adults out here working full-time making 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, $20 an hour in this day and time. That is a thing. But once you get out of that cycle, even then you have to have those principles in place to the best of your ability. Because once you get out of that, you know, any bad habits or financial habits, especially, that's going to follow you no matter how big or small your paycheck is.
Yeah.
Right. And it's important to realize that is also an emotional need when you are overextending yourself so you can ride around in that, whatever your tax bracket is, but you know, that Benz or that Bentley or whatever, and now you're overextending yourself and you're not able to be the producer that you could be. I mean, yes, you can produce money to, like you said, live from paycheck to paycheck, but are you truly living? Are you thriving or are you surviving?
Right. And living that balance, because we don't want to become Scrooge McDuck with like a vault full of coins that we're going to leave behind. You want to live, but is having a Lamborghini more important than having a legacy for your children or your family?
For
And
some people,
some of the
it is.
wealthiest people ever are still, driving around in Hyundais.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, because when I was working at Comcast, like the biggest house installed cable in, I'm talking about, he had tennis court, basketball court, swimming pool, all that stuff. He was driving probably like, it had to be about a 97 Ford Explorer. His wife had a nice truck, but himself, he just had like overalls on, a 95 or 97 Explorer chilling, but that was like the biggest house. He had money on money.
Yeah, my aunt had her own law firm. She used to win $1 million discrimination cases. She was a equal opportunity lawyer, civil rights lawyer too. She had her own firm and everything. Not one of her kids went into law.
I'm gonna need her number.
Well, she doesn't work. She doesn't work now. But not, she knows legacy is important. All that money, the windfalls of money, they're still in credit card debt. They had to downgrade their home, and they barely have any savings now. All those years she made money and legacy. None of her kids went in the law, so she had nobody to pass her law firm to. So you have all of that success, but you're not, I guess, allocating things correctly or instilling things, or even finding someone to leave all your expertise to. You're just winning cases and getting money and spending it. And
it depends also on the circle of associates you have that encourage that type of behavior, as opposed to pulling you aside and saying, have you thought about your future?
Yes. And she was out in LA.
Like, girl, I love that trip you took us on to Hawaii. Girl,
LA is the land of the keep up with the Joneses.
Champagne. Girl, I love this Gucci, Louis, Prada.
Yeah, I was taking care of my grandmother, which was her mother.
That, as opposed to pulling you to the side and have you thought about your future? You get it? You have to be mindful of the company you keep. That's enabling that subconscious mindset of depravity from childhood. Okay? Because it does come, just like Devastating said, it comes from childhood. There were people that she looked at, and I'm not trying to talk about your family. I hope you don't.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. It's just used as an example. And I can use that for myself. You see people that have quote unquote more than you in your childhood. You admire it. It could be from television. It could be from your own real instances, right? But there is that coveting, right? It begins with coveting something. That's where it begins in childhood. You covet something as opposed to understanding that you have a life to live and a future to give. And it's as simple as that.
You also learn things like that from your parents. My grandmother was very stewardess she was a good steward with her money. My grandfather, the lights might not be on if a suit went on sale. So she had two very different points of view on how to handle her money. And so did I. My mother was very much like her father. She didn't seem to realize that water had to be paid for, cable, all that stuff came from somewhere. But my grandmother, she was very diligent with her money. Every dollar went somewhere. And that never left me. So it depends. It depends on who you're looking toward, and then you have to if you see a pattern that doesn't benefit you, that's another thing too about being an adult. Even if it's learned behavior from your environment, at some point you have to have accountability towards that and course correct.
No, the gentlemen aren't talkative at the moment. What's on your mind, guys?
No, we're enjoying the combo. I'm actually trying to get some lunch in. We're coming up on 2:30 on the East Coast. And what was that? Go ahead.
So I'm waiting for this thing to finish printing.
Oh, okay.
I see. I can tell.
Yeah, you're actually working. Yeah. You working on your machine. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Let me cross over to. Oh, there it is. You're doing something. You're 3Ding something, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You know what? Nerds love 3D images of like gamer stuff, like guns and stuff.
That's what I'm saying. The ghost gun.
Silent is planning on making something to assist a friend that has mobility issues. I think that's what he's working on. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a real thing coming up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna print that all out, and I've been looking on Amazon for the little small motors. And after that, then I believe I have my soldering gun stuff still. I gotta make sure I do, but I know if I have to put it all together, hopefully get a little circuit board and all that stuff. It's gonna be some stuff to do though.
Do you guys think that that the reason why they're changing a lot of the gun laws is because of the rise in ghost guns that are being made and ghost guns, the factories that they've been raiding? Because it's just funny to me how they would just change their laws so abruptly.
Yeah, I don't think ghost guns is like a huge impact of it. It is doing some impactful, but there's a bigger agenda with respect to that particular action that's being taken on that. So, but
what do you think? What do you think the agenda is to put more? I guess. I mean,
I'm thinking so the cops have more reason to shoot you. They be like, oh, I thought he had a gun. You know, it's legal now. Or then they want people to live like the Wild Wild West now. That's what I'm thinking. Everybody gonna be carrying guns. It's crazy.
Yeah, the battle is not with people who. Yeah, the battle is not people who have legally registered firearms. The battle is on the other side. So when you do factor in the ghost gun crowd, that kind of, you know what I'm saying, takes the spotlight on some of the other end of the spectrum, whereas you know you don't necessarily need an AR-15 or an assault rifle to commit these type of crimes. So but
just need to be able to sneak it in somewhere.
Right, you know.
And that's right. The 3G.
Are they gonna come out with something to check us more? I mean,
that's what I was thinking, because I'm thinking like I know that a lot of people already have illegal guns in the East Coast, but I was thinking, so if they have a problem with the guns, well, why now make it legal? They must want to keep track of the guns. They figure that people are going to get access to guns anyway, so we might as well put a place in where they feel comfortable to come buy their guns, so we know where the guns are.
I think everything is traceable. Like not just guns, but like, for instance, a 3D printer that can create a gun. You know, like there was some registered purchase. I think everything is traceable. If I'm mistaken, please tell me so. I think pretty much in the age of this type of technology available, pretty much everything is traceable.
Well, when you have people learning things like coding and mapping and all of that, people can make their own 3D printers at this point to make the turn. So it's not really
they have an IP address in which they utilize to initiate that process.
Yeah, but you have
everything's traceable.
You have people who know how to build computers from scratch, though.
Yeah.
Nowadays, since the information is accessible to anyone now. So yeah, like I'm talking about, like, I'm not going to say smart criminals, but the smarter criminals are not going to necessarily go into a store and if they want to do some damage, they're not going to necessarily go to the store and buy a computer that can be traced. You got some that'll just build one right in their home. I know some people that build gun ranges in their homes in the middle of the city. Because you can, I mean, there's so much
There's ways to
information
get around it.
Yeah, so much information to build your home. You can soundproof your home. You can full, and all types of stuff. So I just think that we have so much information at the tip of our hands, like just the average person. I'm thinking, like, all this information that we have available to just everyday citizens, like, just think about the technology that the military has and working on right now.
Yeah, that's true.
It's crazy.
I heard drones are no joke. Like, drones can drop things on to an individual, a targeted individual that,
Yeah,
so
Amazon,
drones is probably something. Say what?
Yeah, Amazon is rolling out that program where they're literally gonna do a pilot program in I want to say
Right, San Francisco.
yeah, where they're
Drone
already
delivery.
familiar with the layout. So I've already told you about the robots that are already in the warehouse right now in
Yep,
operation.
back in the boxes.
It was the government that first started utilizing drones for destruction, and now Amazon is turning it into service delivery item. That's a good point. Like, what is the military up to as to peeking into the future of what's to come? Yeah, what are they up to?
I would love to know.
That would be cool to know, right?
The level of security you need. Whew, I would
Yeah,
love to know.
yeah, grown small enough, they look like mosquitoes. They can even come prick your, come get a sample of your blood. They're so tiny. They look like insects. Crawl around like insects, fly around like insects. Crazy.
Next thing you know, they're implanting a FD. What do they call those chips? FID, whatever.
And
those
NFID.
Yeah, FID chip. Some little
RFID,
insect
yeah.
drone.
Yeah, RFID.
Yeah, RFID. They're like some little insect drone comes along and pierces your skin. You think it's a regular bug or whatever.
Oh,
like
that's so creepy. Instead of tapping your card, you
and
tap your
instead
hand
of
to
it
pay
being
for
a
stuff.
real thing,
Ugh.
it's like RFID chip being implanted unsuspectedly and shit. That's crazy.
Terrifying.
Well, we should have known it was coming when they started implanting our animals,
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, that kind of came out of nowhere for me. For people that didn't have pets or don't have pets or weren't around pets, that was really the only way I found out about it. I mean, literally, they showed me where they did it, and I was like, "Did you have any say so in this? You didn't have a problem with this?" They was like, "No." And that was like 2004. That was over a decade ago.
Vanessa Williams had one of those chips planted in her dog that mysteriously got kidnapped or whatever. And that's how she was able to retrieve her dog. I think it was a ploy, like it was just something to put out into the media to introduce the concept. Because what doesn't make sense about that story is who the hell is going to kidnap Vanessa Williams' dog? Who's going to do that? You know what I'm saying? And so some of these initiatives to introduce the concepts about what's available for technology starts with a celebrity headline. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? Why is it that all of a sudden we have to know that Vanessa Williams' dog was kidnapped and she was able to retrieve it because she had this, newfangled, RFID chip implanted into the dog? for it to be located.
Yeah.
You know, just crazy shit.
Now they
that
offer
they're
them,
trying to get
even
us
if you get
adjusted to.
your pet from the pound, the rescue, they're like, we'll chip them.
Yeah, that's where I get most of my I got my dog Bunny, and she came with a chip already. All I had to do was register it.
Damn.
So they put them, I guess, if before they adopt them, they put the chip in the back of their neck.
Mm-hmm.
The new owner, to get the chip registered, and you can track them online.
With that being said, how far into the future will it be that they start doing that to newborn children?
Yeah. And making it a mandatory.
I'd probably say around the same time we get global currency.
Huh.
Because what do you need cash and credit cards for then?
Yeah.
Yeah, the future is near. The future is something else, you know, because all these things that we're enjoying as conveniences now, I can say for myself, I didn't think that the Jetsons was conceivable as a reality, right? I didn't think that there was a such thing as automation that guides itself. I didn't think there was a such thing as robots that can be your damn housemaid or butler. I didn't watch the Jetsons like that, but I'm just saying it was a cute little cartoon that featured the future in a comedic way as an animation. And then there are certain different other animations that give you ideas when you think about it in hindsight, like, okay, we experiencing that right now. The telephone.
Look at Star Trek. They used to walk around with tablets.
Same thing. Same thing. Right.
And screens, and all you had to do is press a button. We're living in that right now.
Yeah. The media.
They had the flip phone devices when they got down into different planets, and they flip open the phone to call back to the ship.
Yeah.
So it's not paranoia to conceive that media entertainment is giving us a glimpse into what the future may hold.
No, we just watched a sci-fi movie, and I
That's
can't
what they're
remember the
called,
scene, but
sci-fi
the
movies.
first thing I said was,
sci-fi
why
movies.
would somebody put that on the screen? Because that's just going to encourage somebody to try and invent it. I said it to my husband. It's like, why would they do that? Don't even put the suggestion out there. It was so creepy.
What was it?
And you could just hear somebody out there going,
I
can't remember the scene though. I can't remember what it was.
I believe that everything they put in movies already exists.
Yeah.
Or they're working on it.
Who
I
remembers
remember-
that?
They're already working on. I think there was a scene in the Avengers where they were on the ship, and Tony Stark just pulled up the screen out of thin air. They're already working on that. Microsoft has teamed up with some company.
Oh, the hologram?
Yeah, hologram. For now, you do it with a pair of glasses. Like they're not VR glasses. They're kind of like a hybrid glass, kind of like the computer glasses Google were selling a couple years ago. But it's like a visor, and you just put it on your ears, and it shows you the whole screen. And your hand, the computer, it's like it monitors your hand movement, so it can tell how you're swiping.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember that hologram of Tupac when he went on stage. He for that concert, they had a hologram of Tupac doing that performance.
Yeah. Creepy. Yeah, Michael Jackson too. They did it to Michael Jackson.
Yeah, you're both right. They were practicing back then.
I don't know, tech is becoming like science when they were growing ears on the back of mice. Like, just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Okay, I'm back. I was in a meeting for a minute.
No, it's okay.
What I missed?
Do you want us to update you?
No, it's cool. I can just jump in where y'all at currently. I'll just listen. and then jump in wherever.
All right. Well, to be brief, because it's only fair that you're, to be brief, what we covered were different concepts of how sci-fi, and I'm going backwards, right?
Yeah.
Before you entered, we were talking about sci-fi and how media in sci-fi films are really a peek into the future.
Oh, cool.
As to what's to come and how we utilize devices. We talked about how involuntary chip implantment might be near, like, because I specifically gave the example of why is it that certain celebrities, or one celebrity specifically, was featured as the only way she was able to retrieve her kidnapped dog is because the dog was planted, they had this RFID chip, right? And so then I then asked the question, well, the ladies, I'm trying to remember specifically, and the ladies introduced that at the when you get a pet, that they are actually implanting these pets with these RFID chips. And what's to say in the future that it will be mandated that your infant is implanted with, location chips. And then a little further back, we introduced how there are drones that, the military has used as an example to inspire Amazon. Now the military used it for purposes of destruction. Amazon is using it for purposes of service delivery. And then the question became how small, well, rather the introduction through Trinity came into how small drones can get, the size of insects. And we also interjected about the concept that that some, you think some insect has taken a nip of your skin, but it's actually some drone that planted an RFID chip in you. So we were just going all over the place. And those were the wildest things. We were talking about how parents should inspire their children and their passions, because they're more likely to succeed in that endeavor than some forced career where they'll be depressed. And then we were talking about how there are those who are pursuing something too much that they don't know how to avoid burnout unless, they come to their senses and realize they're doing too much. And I think prior to that, we were talking about the CEO genius. That's a teenager. He's a teenager and he's a CEO of a tech company. And
yeah, I think
that's it. I think that covers the scope.
That was there around that time.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he was here
Appreciate it.
For the teenager. Yeah.
So I think I'm all caught up now.
Yeah. I think it's important that you are not walking in blind. You know what I'm saying?
But
now
yeah.
we're not going to obligate you to comment on any of those things.
No.
How was the meeting? Did you have fun?
It was good. It was actually a buddy of mine. He was a previous person I worked with. He has some proposals on the table for some different organizations that he needs some help bidding on. So it's like another opportunity might be coming my way, but I'll see. So yeah, he's just chopping it up, talking, seeing what the situation is going to be. So looking forward to it.
All right. Prosperous networking is what's up. Yeah.
I'm on a clock. I'm on a clock right now. So,
Yeah. All right. So somebody that is having an interview in the tech industry, the industry that you're in. I think we covered this before regarding a young lady named Taylor. I was wondering if you could refresh the audience's sense of imagination any
Okay.
event that they sit down and they're being interviewed for a firm and their entry level, their
Mhm.
entry level, they qualify just like every other applicant.
Right.
What in the interview process, and I think you've mentioned this before, I just want you to reiterate it if you don't mind.
Sure.
What in the interview process as a narrative is going to make them stand out and most likely get the gig?
Yeah, I think I remember that one. I remember I was saying one thing that's really important is to, especially for a person that's entry level, because you're not presenting yourself as some type of subject matter expert. You're not claiming to have any deep knowledge in any particular area. But the thing that's probably the most important is that you need to sell yourself as a lifelong learner, right? Somebody who's open and willing to learn anything and be able to contribute and make a positive impact to the organization. So almost selling yourself as potential, selling your potential as a person that works for that company. That.
All right. All right. Now, is it possible that anybody who's charismatic can talk themselves into an entry level position to where they believe, and when I say they, I'm talking about the employers, they say, you know what, this person is teachable.
Yeah.
And we can make this happen because there's something about this person that I don't want to let go. So,
absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Can we talk about that? Like somebody just like, you know what? I think I could talk myself into this firm.
Mhm.
How can they do that?
So like I think it goes back to sales,
like
right?
some dude.
Yeah, some dude, some anybody. But I think it really goes back to sales, right? Because everybody, especially when you're trying to work for an organization, you're selling yourself, right? Not in that way, right? Not in a negative way, but you are selling who you are to that company, and that company is choosing whether they want to buy or not. So if you can talk yourself up to what they are looking for, maybe even notice some body language, notice some nonverbal communication, seeing what they're kind of feeling like as it concerns a candidate, and kind of plug into whatever those are. Like when you say something about yourself, do you see that they perk up? Do they look up at you, right? Or do they kind of move, or do they write something down? You might want to like keep going in on some of those particular points as you're interviewing.
Watch the cues, right?
Yeah, watching the cues. If you say like lifelong learner and they put their eyes up, then you might want to go into speaking about what you've been learning over time, or challenges that you've had in learning and how you've overcome those, rather than go into a completely different subject. So yeah, I think you can sell yourself just by noticing the interviewer. So
yeah. So would you believe I got considered for executive management without any experience because I wore a t-shirt that said an attitude of gratitude? You know what I'm saying? Because it was like there were people that were sitting there, and because I'm a veteran, I'm not giving myself any accolades. I'm just saying I just so happen to be the veteran that, I don't know if it's a affirmative action thing or whatever, but they always have to have some veteran to consider when they are conducting who they're going to promote in this particular environment I was in. Mm-hmm. So I'm the veteran, right? I'm not prepared for this. I'm not dressed formally. I just showed up to work to do the task at hand, which is is data entry. That was, office coordinator, data entry specialist, that type of thing. But they wanted someone to supervise a group, right? They wanted someone to supervise a group. So there was this, there wasn't an application process. There was a process of a group of people that picked out who they thought would be good for the position. And for whatever reason, I was picked. I didn't know why until, in hindsight, I know it's because I was a veteran. It's like, well, veterans have this type of such and such and so. Just like how people speculate about someone who has a bachelor's degree. They determine that they have a certain commitment a certain spirit of commitment. So I was chosen for my spirit of commitment, most likely because I'm a veteran. And so I'm in here doing my job. Next thing you know, I'm being tapped on my shoulder talking about, the boss wants to see me in the office. I walk into the office and there's like a group of 5, and I'm thinking I'm in trouble, right? And it's like, no, relax, have a seat, relax. And they, and they start talking to me about how, my attendance is cool and all this other kind of good stuff, impeccable attendance thus far, that kind of thing. And how, I haven't been any trouble to them, and things that that people faltered in terms of, like we had access to people's social security numbers, we had access to people's birth certificates, all types of court documents, and I wasn't the person that used that for my own, I just wasn't a crook, you know what I'm saying? So apparently other people, they noticed that they had to, they're held up in the union about, what they did with, the data, personal information of the clients and all this stuff. Anyway, to make a long story short, what ended up happening was I'm sitting there still nervous because I don't know what this is about. And they finally told me, we're interviewing 5 people to choose who's going to lead a new group for the imaging department. This is a new technology. This is how it all wraps together.
I'm sorry, Mel, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Mel, I don't mean to interrupt. I actually got to drop down really quickly. I'll probably come back a little bit later.
Okay,
I got another meeting to get to.
Appreciate your input, bro.
All right, thanks for coming.
Good conversation. Sorry for interrupting. I just want to let you know.
No, you listen to the live stream later.
We'll do. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.
All right, peace. Anyway, everybody knows there was a time there was microfiche, right? Microfilm, microfiche, So the new technology was developing into imaging documents, court documents. You put it into this big machine at the time. We're talking like 20 years ago. It was a huge machine, and you put the court document in there, and it gets itemized, and it was able to be stored to where you can bring it up on a computer digitally so it can be printed out instead of the old-fashioned way of microfilm, microfiche, or whatever you want to call it. So that was going to be called the imaging department, and they wanted someone to lead the imaging department. And I'm just looking at them like, I didn't say this out loud, of course, but I'm thinking, look, like, I just came here to just make money and go home. Their whole thing was, well, we think that you'll be a good leader because of your shirt. And I'm wearing this shirt that says, I have an attitude of gratitude. And they explained to me that what they need to depend on is somebody that is appreciative about what exists. It's like, I came here to do a job with integrity and, fulfill the expectations required of me within reason and go home. And that's all they needed. And for whatever reason, that damn t-shirt, had me considered for that leadership position. I didn't want it. I turned it down, quite frankly, because I thought it was a setup. It's like, it was like one of those too good to be true type of things. How you just gonna involuntarily invite me to be promoted? It just sounded too good to be true. So I didn't take the position. Do you know the woman that took the position, she is now the director of the agency today. We're talking 20 years ago. And, and so that's what apprehension will do. Like, when you encounter your blessing, don't second guess it. Okay. And that's and you know, I'm invited to be promoted because of a t-shirt, and because of my history of working there correlates to what that t-shirt was saying, and they just like, you're the one for the job. And I'm looking at them like, I don't want it. You know, I don't want it. I just, you know, I'm newly divorced. I'm just trying to make a living for myself until I figure out what I'm gonna do. And I just turned it down, and the woman that was able to get it, fortunately, is a single mother with 3 children that used to bring, you know, in the summertime, her children used to hang out there, you know, because she couldn't, you know, she just didn't have childcare like that, you know. And so, you know, she was able to get the benefit of that level of revenue, okay, so that, you know, she could better take care of her children. And I was happy about that. There was no hater about me in that. What really was tripped out was how she favored me so much. Okay, I'm almost getting tearful. She favored me so much for being true to my apprehension that she just looked out for me. And when I say she looked out for me, I mean, I'm the type of woman that was late every fucking day for work. Late every day. But because that job was a sign in thing, it wasn't a punch in the clock thing. It was like you walk in and you sign in, right? And she had the authority to turn in a timesheet as to who was late and who wasn't late. And she always let me slide, man, always let me slide. Because I was having nightmares about the flight line. And you know, I was telling her about that. I was like, because she asked me, she's like, why are you late every goddamn day? I was like, I'm just having flashbacks. And she was like, well, why don't you go to the VA and let them help you? And as it turns out, the VA allowed me to be able to use attending for a period of time as an excuse to be absent, you know, for, you know, an hour or two. So I did. So eventually it all worked out to where I didn't have to show up on time. But I'm saying all that to say that even though I didn't take the offer, what actually happened was the blessing came back because she found favor enough in me to lead me to a path that allowed me to retire early based on all this, you know, these wartime disturbances and intrusive thoughts that were, you know, interrupting how I would perform at work. And it just worked out. It just worked out. Very few people get to retire at 45. Very few. And, you know, she, with her authority, she just made a pass for me to just basically just show up to the VA in a constant way, reporting these flashbacks and intrusive thoughts about the wartime service, to where it was a consistent record, to where the Veterans Benefit Administration stamped, yes, she has been impacted by the war and we will award her claim. Now, it was up to me what I wanted to do with my claim. You know, I could have kept working or just, you know, chill on the lump sum of retroactive pay, as well as the lifetime allotment. And that gave me the opportunity to raise my child in a way where I could pick him up from school and I could take him to school. I could make him lunch. I could have moments with him where, you know, I could teach him how to repair a computer screen, and I could teach him about virtues and biblical stories, and we could make up songs together. But eventually he grew to like video games more than his mother, so that's a whole nother situation. But you know, it worked out for me, and to this day, I still have an attitude of gratitude, regardless of how much opposition I get as to how I share or not share. I still have an attitude of gratitude, you know. And as far as how it relates to this tech topic, the imaging department was a transitional period of time where there was initially microfilm. Everybody that's been to a library and had to research and do things that are a particular age, they know what microfilm is and how you got to look up microfiche and, you know, pull out the reels and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I was in a position where in time where technically I witnessed the evolution of how we can actually print out or share digitally documents online today. That's the only reason I mention it, because it kind of correlates, but it's personal too. You know what I'm saying? You know, forgive the caffeine moment. I don't know what else to say about over talking.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
No,
that was fantastic, especially how she looked out for you.
Yeah, her name, yeah, she's the bomb. Absolutely. And I don't mean bomb cherry juice. I'm talking about, you know, like her, you know, her exclusive attention to my well-being. It was like damn near unreasonable. It was like, you know, why is it when you know I'm showing up late that the compassion inside of you thought to yourself, what's going on? Let me try to find a solution to it, as opposed to, nah, bitch, you late. Nah, bitch, you late. I'm gonna let you hang yourself. I'm gonna let you get fired. I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? She, you know, and she was just the one. She was just the one that I needed to encounter. She was the one. That's all it is to it. So there was no like, I can't believe she got my job. No, I can't believe I could have been a director of the agency. If I just, no, it's none of that. Okay. She was the one to be in my life in a way that I needed it to happen. You know, so I don't, you know.
You knew that it wasn't for you.
Because
you stayed
like,
true to yourself, you know.
I mean, I'm newly divorced from my first husband. My brain is scattered and I'm just sullen, you know, and then I'm starting to have these eruptions of intrusive thoughts about wartime that distracts me from being punctual. And it just so happened that the woman that was in control as to whether or not I could kick rocks or get it together, you know, she just helped me. She just helped me, you know, she just helped me. So, you know, life happens, good, bad, and everything in between. You know, that's my testimony for that particular aspect of technology. It happened to be a time period where imaging was developing as a new technology of documents, like actual documents, as opposed to the previous bulky circumstances that weren't digital about microfilm and microfiche. So that wasn't digital, right?
Right. And microfilm deteriorates over time.
And it just,
so they needed a way to transfer it.
Exactly. So it's a more sustainable technology effort of document preservation was introduced with that department that I just didn't believe would be suitable to take on as added stress. And somebody who was capable of taking it on because she had children to look after, has, you know, she's memorable. She's memorable and, you know, it was just meant to be. It was just meant to be. I was like, no, I'm not trying to do that. You know, I'm trying to figure out how to, you know, not be dwelling in I can't believe my marriage ended, and you know what I'm saying? I can't believe I had to, do what I, that those dreams, those intrusive thoughts when it comes to wartime and that guilt and that survivor's guilt and all that kind of stuff, those are intrusive thoughts that are very distracting, and it makes you talk too much. It does. Sometimes you just want to talk and talk and talk to keep those intrusive thoughts from penetrating your conscious. It's like, I don't want to think about that stuff, so I'm just going to talk and talk and talk. And some people will accept that. Some people will identify it as an anxiety, and some people will understand. Either way, I don't give a damn. I'm just happy to be here because, as that t-shirt indicated, I have an attitude of gratitude. But anyway, thanks for listening, because I know I talk a lot. Thanks for listening.
No, that's okay. Whatever it takes, right? That's how you deal.
Yeah. This isn't formal therapy, but it is helpful to get it out.
Mm-hmm.
What are we looking at on the screen, Devastating?
Oh, these are inspiring Black people that broke through in the STEM. We're going to see the
you showed the astronaut earlier.
Yeah, you want to listen to it? It's only 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
You want to sound? Okay, we'll go through it. Yeah.
And affirmative action programs were implemented in the U.S. A majority of Black people could only find work opportunities in entry-level, low-paying jobs. It wasn't until the 1990s when we saw a significant increase in Black representation in professional careers, such as governmental and STEM positions. In honor of February being Black History Month, here are 5 untold stories of prominent Black voices in STEM, stemming from the 1980s until now.
You get an opportunity to be part of people's lives in a way that's much more intimate than other kinds of professions. I mean, I took care of a number of children over the course of their entire childhood, and I became like part of the family.
Dr. Alexa Kennedy was the first African American woman to become a pediatric neurosurgeon in 1981. She specialized in treating children with spinal problems, brain tumors, and trauma.
And all of science, all of space exploration, everything we do in the world is about imagination and using creativity to expand beyond your normal boundary.
Mae Jemison became the first Black woman astronaut to board the Endeavour space shuttle in 1992. Her achievements led her to an appearance in an episode of Star Trek in 1993.
So I worked on their PowerPC platform. I did work in the research lab in Austin, Texas, and ran their research lab there, and managed the team that built the first gigahertz microprocessor.
Mark Dean earned a master's degree in electrical engineering and was recruited from IBM as a chief engineer. At IBM, he co-invented the industry standard architecture systems bus, which is a system that allows expansion cards to plug into computers. Afterward, he invented a color PC monitor and led a team to create the first gigahertz chip.
I guess my network, I knew a lot of minority entrepreneurs, but even then, there were no access to resources, capital, of course, and even mentors.
Angela Benton is a businesswoman who strives to diversify the technology industry to give everyone an equal voice. In 2007, Angela created Black Web 2.0, or now called B20, which is a site for Black people interested in technology. The site merged with a popular news platform called ScoopByte in 2019. In 2011, she created a platform called New Me, which is a business mentorship program for underrepresented minorities. Through New Me, startups have been able to raise over $47 million in capital funding. She also founded Streamletics, which is a platform that uses data science to provide accurate information on what people are watching on streaming platforms and gives people the ability to own their data.
But what keeps me going day in and day out are the personal stories of success that we see in the girls that come to our classes.
Kimberly Bryant is an electrical engineer and is the CEO of Black Girls Code. It is an organization that mentors girls of color about technology and computer science. It started as a local organization in the Bay Area and has since expanded internationally. The young girls who have graduated through the programs are now leaders in their communities. Representation in any industry is important because it shows that anyone is capable of being who and what they want. Even though this is Black History Month, these Black achievements should be celebrated and recognized throughout the year.
There you go. Some more positive news.
Can I cuss out Alpha Omega real quick, please?
Oh, he's spreading negativity in the chat room all day.
Yeah, I've been calling him Debbie Downer in my head.
That mother, that
Please cuss that nigga out.
That M Alpha right there is something else. Let me tell you something, Alpha Omega. What you're not gonna do is be judgmental when we don't know whether you're a man or a woman, bitch. We don't know nothing about your stupid ass and how you put words in parentheses sometimes and sometimes you don't, and all that goofy shit that you do. Nigga, we tolerate you, nigga. You need to be grateful, nigga. You better be glad that ain't nobody blocking you, nigga. Okay? I suggest you curb your fucking judgment about somebody mentioning Tupac, about whether or not somebody can stay married. Your bitch ass probably got shit going on worse than all of us put together. You dumbass fuck.
That part.
What y'all say about Tupac?
We were referring to the hologram. That's a part of technology. Okay.
Oh.
Technology has advanced to where holograms are being utilized in concert venues, and this motherfucker with his foot up his ass want to type some shit, right? He want to type something that's discouraging when nothing was said other than what relates to technology, its advancements, and its consideration. That is a hater, and I don't give a fuck about you, Alpha Omega. I used to try to give you the benefit of the doubt. I was like, well, maybe he's trying to deliver helpful information. No, you are crying for help, bitch. Okay? I got a 1-800 number for your ass, okay? I surely do. Alpha Omega, call 1-800-273-TALK. Because you sure don't appear on panels, bitch. 1-800-273-TALK. That's 8255 in case your ass is too dumb to understand a goddamn phone pad. You stupid ass judgmental motherfucker. Go to hell, bitch.
I don't know if I should block his ass too. He could come up here and always talking.
He's just contrary to be contrary. If it was raining outside and you said that, he'd say it was sunny just to say it.
Yeah.
Grow up.
Well, at least you said it gentle.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I would like to be gentle.
No, express yourself however you need. Sometimes you got to wring somebody out too.
I would like to wring their neck. And that's the passion in my voice, you know. Alpha Omega, can you feel that I want to wring your neck? Can you feel it? Can you feel it? And I'm not prohibiting you from expressing yourself, believe it or not. I just want you to consider that you're not getting away with your little sly ass typing habits, okay? You're not getting away with that shit. I'm not here to censor anybody. Be advised. Please be advised. You have typing habits that are not escaping our eyesight. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to censor you. If that's the way you want to roll, so be it. Everybody's got choices. And my choice is to virtually wring your neck. Anyway, whatever about that guy. He is contrary, very contrary. And
it shows you're older and ornery.
Yeah, he ornery.
Some kind of prune juice or something, loosen you up a little bit.
A constipated person. Right. As soon as he has a bowel movement, he might cool out.
Got locked up spirit.
Impacted bowels type of typing. Typing like he got impacted bowels. Come on, man. Relax. Take a laxative. That's the lax and relax, motherfucker. Take a laxative. Relax. Let me stop before I go too far. I said I wasn't gonna be cruel today. So whatever. Y'all got it.
Oh, did you want to comment on the clips that you saw? Did you recognize anybody without
Yes, the astronaut is beautiful. You know, I'm trying to remember her name as you speak, but yeah, I'm not disappointed. I guess that if I had to make a general statement, I'm not disappointed by the video you shared.
Yeah.
And I would have it no other way. She's accomplishing, she's accomplished, she's poised and articulate, and she's got her own hair.
Yeah, I didn't know she was on Star Trek though. That was kind of new to me.
I didn't know that either, and I was a big time Next Generation fan.
That's what I'm saying. MMA, yeah.
I was like, I think I remember in particular, because they never let Geordi hook up with nobody. They thought he was like asexual.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That was the
I'm like, I
theme,
don't recognize her at all.
Yeah.
There's hardly any Black women on that show besides Whoopi.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, so Dr. Khaledi, the first Black neurosurgeon, the chief engineer at IBM with the first gigahertz chip.
Yes, and then you made the first color monitors.
Yeah, the color monitor.
I didn't know that.
Big transition. For all us old tech heads back in the day, I mean, y'all just don't know how much that was a leap for us.
Yeah, I remember that damn green monitor.
yeah. Shit.
I always wanted to work for IBM. You can have Google or Apple, but IBM's been there since the beginning.
That was the standard. Yeah, IBM was the international business machine.
And they run back-end stuff for a lot of companies, including Facebook and Apple.
Yeah.
They still here.
So this lady that got this B2O, she's running the analytics for some live streams, including YouTube. The system analytics. She has just one of those platforms going to gauge like the old-fashioned Nielsen ratings on what people are watching or how many people are watching. Yeah, I didn't realize that was that deep in there either.
Yeah, Google's always looking for new ways to crunch data.
Yeah.
Fine tune what to sell to you.
Yeah, I did security there. And they got a relaxed environment.
Yeah.
Like you dress the way you want. They got their own whole kitchen, all full of stuff. Then they got games. It's chilling. One thing about it, they try to they have no markings on the building, so you don't know it's Google. So that's one thing we have to do is make sure nobody is trying to take pictures of the building and all that type of stuff.
So many people leave Google though. They get burnout and they leave.
Yeah, I delivered to Microsoft campus in 2018, and it wasn't as locked down as I thought it was going to be. It was kind of relaxed environment, although I wasn't allowed to enter as many buildings as I thought I was. I was able to snap a few pictures in front of some architects. So for me personally, I thought that was pretty neat, just as neat as going to an amusement park. So if I ever get a chance to go back, I'm pretty sure. Because where I delivered to they were expanding an entire different division. I'm not sure exactly what the details were, but they were definitely moving out. And it is like a little city. They have their own post office, their own police, their own stores, their supplies. You don't need to leave off the campus to do anything, literally. Movie houses, entertainment, whatever.
They have a movie house?
Yeah, they have all the entertainment that you need right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
I knew they had a lot of amenities. I didn't know they actually had a movie house.
Yes. They have condos for the people that don't want to live off campus. Dry cleaners, car wash. I mean, it is literally, it is
A car wash too. Now I've experienced amenities.
Yeah.
I've seen wonderful, luxury apartment towers.
Yeah.
What I have yet to experience is a car wash in the building.
Yeah, on campus. Yeah.
What the hell? A car wash on campus?
Yes.
You remember back in the day, young people had to actually hand wash their cars, and now young people are afforded the opportunity to work for high-tech companies.
Yeah.
And get their little electric cars washed.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
Yeah, because when I came in, there were no directions in terms of where to go. I kind of eyeballed it, and it wasn't really far from the main entrance. But when I got done, I took the longest scenic route possible. I went in the other direction. I saw the little security guard, and they weren't too annoyed, but I knew at some point that they were going to ask me, "What are you doing here?" So I kind of just, you know what I mean. But I was just curious. Yeah, huh?
Can you tell me about the groundskeeping? Like what type of landscape?
Oh yeah, like golf course. Yeah, like a golf course.
Where was this?
This is Seattle, Washington.
Oh, you went to the big campus.
Yeah, I went there.
Oh, that's on my nerdy bucket list. I always wanted to visit
that
there.
was on mine too, ever since I was a kid. Like straight up.
I would love to see one of their data centers too, but
oh yeah.
Can't go in there. It's only for essential personnel.
Exactly.
But you can see it on YouTube. It's impressive.
Oh yeah. Everybody was walking around. I seen a lot of Asian students, a lot of Indian students.
Can you pull up the video, Devastating? of the campus in Seattle, Washington, of Google?
Yeah, I've seen, you know what it reminds me of? Just a more
Fair
tame version
use?
of Disney.
Yeah.
You know how
Fair
you
use?
go into Disney and you never leave?
It relates to
Yeah,
the topic of the
yeah.
live
Yeah.
stream, so it is for educational purposes, right?
Yes.
All right. It's a
Yeah.
fair use video. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I took a tour of Disney in Orlando also. They have their own police department also.
Yep, fire department, hospital. Well, not hospital, but like emergency
clinic.
care, I guess they call it.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll show any anyway, I was going ready to take a dig at Alpha Omega, but I'm not gonna do that. I was. But then I'll get started and then it'll be a while before I stop. So, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
stop now.
So let's see here. They got a few here. Let's see if they got a something like an all-inclusive.
Microsoft is one of the most.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Yeah, so fair use here. This is Microsoft Tour. All right.
Thank you.
Microsoft is one of the most influential and high-tech companies the world has ever seen. But have you ever wondered what it's like to work there? Microsoft's sprawling headquarters is no vanilla corporate office. Instead, it's more of a miniature city with its own transit system, shopping mall, tree houses, and even a grimy lake for dunking cocky senior executives. And that's before we get into the secret underground tech labs where the very future of our online lives is being developed, or the hallway where high fives are mandatory. So join us today as we don our trusty lanyards and delve deep inside the Microsoft headquarters. Covering an area of just over 500 acres in the Seattle suburb of Redmond, Washington, Microsoft headquarters is quite rightly known as a campus. And just like a university or college campus, it comprises dozens of buildings, over 100 all told, as well as sports fields, woodland trails, and secluded courtyards for taking well-earned breaks. The company moved onto this site, a former chicken farm, in February of 1986, just a month before going public and commencing its meteoric rise to the top of the tech sector. Initially, just 6 buildings were constructed, with a capacity of 800 employees. Today, by contrast, some 50,000 people work on the Redmond campus. Those first 6 buildings were numbered rather than named, as befits a nerdy software outfit. And that naming convention has continued right up to the present day. Employees navigating Microsoft's rambling campus using its own dedicated fleet of hybrid minibuses have to constantly keep track of what number building does what. If you're paying them a visit, chances are you'll swing by building 92 first, as it's home to the Microsoft Visitor Center. Inside, you'll find a company museum telling the rich history of the tech giant. You'll no doubt seize the opportunity to play with up-to-the-minute versions of Microsoft software like the Forza Racing series or recent acquisition Minecraft. There's also a chance to zhuzh up your LinkedIn profile, another Microsoft subsidiary, and try out the freshest gadgets Microsoft reckon will be revolutionizing your workplace in the not-too-distant future. And if you want, there's even a Microsoft apparel store with a whole section dedicated to Bing merchandise. If you visit Building 16, be sure to make your way into the courtyard, where Walk of Fame-style panels have been installed in the flagstones to commemorate the great Microsoft product launches of the past. Building 8 is where a reportedly young, shy executive by the name of Bill Gates met his future wife Melinda. The story goes that both were working overtime as per usual. Nervous Bill summoned all the courage he could muster to go say hi to the pretty girl who was also hacking away late into the night. The rest is quite literally history. A word of caution concerning Building 7. If anyone ever suggests you meet them there, be sure to politely decline, because Building 7 doesn't even exist. Though an integral part of Microsoft's internal folklore and vibrant prank culture, nobody can say for sure why there's no Building 7. Some say city permit restrictions forbade it. Others suggest the ground here is unsound. Still others imply it was just overlooked during the heady days of Microsoft's breakneck late 90s expansion. Just as mysterious in its own way, Building 87 is where some of the company's most advanced hush-hush research happens. There's no way of knowing for sure what goes on in there, but teasing references to an Orwellian-sounding Department of Human Data or the hypnotic noise-suppressing anechoic chamber provide plenty of fuel for speculation around whatever Willy Wonka madness they're up to inside. Elsewhere, and a little more visible in terms of what it does, is the Maker Garage. Referencing the company's humble beginnings back in the Gates family's Albuquerque carport, the garage is a workshop set aside for employees to try out ideas they've been tinkering with in private. It's fully equipped with laser cutters, 3D printers, soldering gear, and every kind of tool you can imagine. The garage also hosts regular challenge nights, where staff explore the possibilities of the Internet of Things and even the futuristic science of biohacking. But it isn't all work and no play at Redmond, far from it. The campus also provides lots of opportunities for stressed engineers to unwind, including not one but 2 soccer pitches, a basketball court, softball nets, a green for playing Bulls variant bocce ball, and a handful of beach volleyball nets. There's even running trails, or if that sounds a bit too strenuous, inside several of the labyrinthine office buildings you'll encounter random pool tables and college campus classic ping pong. To help employees put in the long shifts necessary to keep Microsoft on top in a fiercely competitive marketplace, the company has provided the ultimate shared amenity. The Commons, first introduced to the Redmond campus in 2009, is a 2-story, 1.4 million square foot mall with ample retail space and dining options. Microsoft makes a point of supporting local Seattle business, which is why hungry punters who visit the Commons can sup on their Pike Place coffee as they nibble on their Flying Pie pizza. In terms of retail, there's everything here from guitar stores to bike repair workshops, a hair salon, an auto body shop, and several cell phone retailers, although don't expect to find the latest iPhone anywhere around here. Microsoft strive to make the most of Washington State's glorious natural setting. Recently, a cluster of treehouse offices and meeting rooms were constructed on the campus, allowing staff to get up in the canopy for a refreshing lungful of inspiration. And nestled among the original clump of low-rise 80s offices is a famous body of water staff call Lake Bill, after, well, you've guessed it. According to company tradition, managers and even top-level executives like Gates and co-founder Steve Ballmer plunge into the murky pond whenever a new product launch exceeds their expectations or overcomes their initial skepticism. All this is designed to foster a culture of collaboration and a sense of family at Microsoft. And if you're lucky enough to visit the Microsoft campus yourself, be sure to play along, especially when you pass someone in the famous High Five corridor. What could be more fun than that?
Go.
That's very cool. I would love to visit there someday. I wanted to see Seattle anyway.
Yeah, Seattle's actually fun, the entire area.
Mm-hmm.
I also went exploring down to Mount Rainier, Yakima, Washington, for the native tribes, and also I visited Mount St. Helens. I kind of made my work an extended vacation. So, but yeah, the whole area is real fun.
On the bucket list.
Oh yeah.
Y'all might have heard me playing something in the background that I was keeping my eye on for a minute. Did you hear it?
Not really.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, at least I did.
Yeah, sometimes you get around, just like, okay, just like I said with Alpha Omega, some things aren't going unnoticed. Okay, so I'm checking out something that is being just I was watching a video, that's all.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So anyway, that campus is fabulous, of course. All that money available. Why wouldn't it be? You know what's really bad is we want this for our children.
Hmm.
And it's almost as if society doesn't want that for our Black children unless you prove yourself to be exceptional while other people can prove themselves to be average, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, there was a
I
term
don't
back in
even know if we're capable of thinking that. I mean, even at Oprah's level, she didn't build anything here.
No, she didn't.
I don't even know if we can, we have this offset, when we hit it, the ceiling is the sky. We don't even think about those anything that's going to outlive us in a tangible way. I don't even know if we're taught that or if that's even in our frame of mind, which is sad, but
yeah,
I don't even know if it's, I'm trying to think of the handful of American Black billionaires that I know. I mean, you think of the collection of rap stars that have reached that status. With their money, they can make their own sports team, their own, offset of that, and they're buying into it. It never occurred to them to say, hey, we'll go set this up over here so we can make sure that the players aren't treated like cattle, or hey, we're going to set up our own thing over here. And it's never, they always go in, they don't, Jay-Z didn't find 3 other Black billionaires to sit at a table with. He went and got Bill Gates and Warren Buffett.
I was looking up earlier about the Economic Monetary Forum. I believe that's the name of the organization. And they were using specific terms to indicate that they're an exclusive club, and they're making it seem like that they're the only ones that are competent enough to determine who can rule over the masses. They're not interested in being inclusive. Okay. I don't know, who's familiar with, let me see. I'm gonna go through my email real quick, as quick as I can. I got a lot of stuff in here, like, first time watch reaction videos and stuff. For some reason, I like that kind of stuff. I like to see, call it voyeurism. I like to witness people witnessing something for the first time when it comes to traditionally known events, like hearing the Bee Gees sing some soft song, or hearing El DeBarge sing some soft song, or hearing how they interpret Raiders of the Lost Ark or The Great Debaters. I like looking up documentaries as well. But with all that being said, let me redirect my focus into the Economic Forum, right? I probably sent it to my son as opposed to myself. Ugh. You would think I would, if I'm getting ready to make a point, you would think I would be prepared for it. I'm sending him all this nutritional information as I go through my email. Look, how to make a lamb shank for dinner, like I send him, and thank God he doesn't say, Mom, are you okay? Can you stop over sending me emails about stuff that is not necessary? Let's see, as we go through, George Soros takes questions, so I think I'm getting close. Oh, this guy. Here we go. Because it's just above the Pfizer link that I sent to myself. Okay. So I'm not going to play it, of course, but I'm trying to remember the name of the guy. Klaus Schwab. Okay. Now, Klaus Schwab is basically in charge of the economic, world forum, right? And he's the one that's influencing those who would be known as, imperial leaders. He's influencing them as far back as, I have a video as far back as 2020. And it's titled Davos. I assume that's an acronym for something. I didn't listen to the whole video. What I am aware about him is that when Silent shared a video that was less than a minute, where this guy is emphasizing that they plan by 2023 to reduce the world population by half. That's their plan. That's their freaking plan. They are calling themselves not stewards, they're calling themselves a particular term. And that's what I wanted to look up. They're calling these elites a particular term. And this goes back to Oprah and how she makes decisions, and other Black billionaires and how they make decisions. They are classified under a specific term that is of global usefulness. And in order for you to maintain attachment to that exclusive club, that, where you have to be qualified as having global usefulness, there are certain things you can't do, like help poor people live. Okay. So when Oprah goes to make a school in Africa, they will endorse that. It's like, okay, enjoy your charity work according to what you deem to be your destiny. But don't you dare open up something in this country. We want people, we have plans for underserved people in this country. Why do you think we have prisons on the stock market, Oprah? Why do you think we have prisons on the stock market? Because we have plans for underserved communities in this country. And, it's a frightening thought when you really piece it together. Okay? It's a frightening thought. Like, they've been making plans. I have a video clip of him from 12 years ago that I have yet to watch. I plan to watch from 12 years ago, where he's emphasizing this plan as to who is determined useful according to the global elite's idea of usefulness. And I want to say, they find scientists useful. They find technicians useful. And when I say useful, I mean, let no harm come to them. People who are just living off the fat of the land, chilling, trying to figure out what to do. I'm just cooling out, getting drunk, smoking, whatever these young people are doing, they are going to have to get focused and demonstrate that they are useful. And I think these tech fields, I think that's a very pertinent way to do it. Because unfortunately, the deck is stacked against underserved communities. And there is what appears to be, according to how this Schwab guy is talking, there's only a plan to use underserved community citizens for labor that they're going to be designated for. This is not your grandma's government anymore. This is not the type of government that's going to help. It's not. This is the type of government that's examining who's useful and for what. And if you're not useful, the systems are in place to where you eventually assist your own demise, be it ignorance of food and how you feed yourself with meals, pharmaceuticals, how you put your trust in these doctors to prescribe you just any goddamn thing without even questioning them, and all the way, God forbid, to the concept that they might want to RFID chip our ass. You know what I'm saying? To really,
Right.
to really keep an eye on us. So, you know, there's a game in play. There's a game in play. And you know, so as brilliant as that campus is, as attractive as it would be to covet it, let's not forget there's something behind the initiative to make us want to covet it. And you can choose it to be inspirational or aggravating. And if a person finds it aggravating, they might fall into the trap of the systematic effort, you know, to corral, you know, everybody that's not willing to have good social credit, because that is a thing. Look up China. Everyone that's not willing to have good social credit in the future might be corralled into circumstances and situations that are not as comfortable as we would have for our children. You know, I would love for our children to experience that as a lifestyle. Who wouldn't want that for their child? Okay, that's a very cushy situation.
Yeah.
Okay, who would want that for their child? And it takes, in order to be a part of that type of lifestyle, they have to deem you useful. And that's unfortunately the world we live in. There are those who are globally elite and conspiring to evaluate those among us who are useful. And there's a system in place that allows certain people who could care less to self-destruct in some fashion, be it, you know, the school to prison pipeline or dietary mishaps, nutritional deficiencies, all that good shit, pharmaceutical side effects, you know. It's all ignorance, you know. It's all ignorance. When we realize that this is not your grandma's government anymore, we'll know how to play our piece on the, you know, the chessboard correctly. You know, like you don't have to be a pawn all your life. You know, you don't. Just because you were born a pawn, it doesn't mean you have to remain a pawn. I guess that's all I can really say, because these I'm looking at this World Economic Forum and the narrative within the system of these meetings over a period of 12 years. And they've had a plan all along. And the social experiment that it takes to conduct who has social credit value versus who doesn't, I suspect is in place. Like for instance, right? Just so people don't think I'm tripping. Hopefully you don't think I'm tripping. When I pay my Target bill, maybe people can relate to this. Right? You call up the number, they ask, different prompts. They ask you to respond to different prompts. You pay according to your account, be it reserved or otherwise. And then at the end, after you paid your bills, like, God damn it, I can't believe I got to pay bills. I'm getting ready to go, as opposed to giving you the option to just hang up the phone. It is specifically requested that you press 9. Okay? Hear me out on this. It's specifically requested that you press 9 to disconnect the call. And I'll tell you the difference. If you just hang up, that can be notated. Someone with our vision of society's future versus someone who presses 9. It's like, oh, they can follow a prompt. They are willing to cooperate with our, otherwise known as the elites, vision of society's future. It is all an evaluation as these things evolve. Now call it what you want. I would prefer that you accuse me of speculating. That would be cool. I just want you
something to think about.
I just want you to think about it, okay?
It does. It gives you something to think about.
Because there are those prompts, like for no freaking reason, that invite you to do something outside of what is natural and autonomous. It's like, I'm done with the transaction, I'm hanging up. But no, there's more. We invite you to press 9 to disconnect this call. And there's a reason for that. Because in China, as we speak, there's something called social credit. And social credit was developing its origins in determining who is cooperative versus who isn't. And they start, and we all know that everybody's watching what their citizens are doing in China, with a heavy hand. It's like, it's no secret. Like, you can't walk down the street without knowing that there's face recognition and whether or not you bought a coffee. They are tracking the patterns of their citizens in China and how to evaluate their social credit, their social cooperative, their society social cooperative credit. Okay, that's a real thing over there. And this World Economic Forum guy, this Schwab guy, he is practically, well, I'm not going to get graphic, but he's basically congratulating the genius behind controlling the masses of those people with the fear of them not stepping over their social credit. Okay, so possibly there's a real attempt for utopia where everybody's taken care of. You don't have to worry about a damn thing, but you have to be deemed worthy for that environment. You have to be deemed worthy to be at this campus that we just witnessed. We have to know that you're not a crook. We have to know that you're not rebellious. We have to know that you're cooperative. And that takes time. It takes about 30 years to establish a new mindset for a generation. And I say that these things are becoming evident to me as being implemented, you know, because you got this Charles Schwab guy that all the global leaders admire for this forum. And he himself admires China and what they're doing over there. So when China is not asking people to shelter in place, but they goddamn it forcing people to shelter in place. Like we are, you know,
right.
We're bolting you inside your apartment because we said so. We don't care if you didn't have the forethought to stock up and prepare for our, you know, arbitrary mandates and enforcements. We don't care. We have something that we want to accomplish, and you're just collateral damage if you're not prepared to cooperate. And that's what it takes to be just like that, not just having the tech savvy, the mathematical talent, skills, and abilities. I think these people are evaluated as worthy because they have demonstrated something called social credit as well. That's what I think.
And that's a really good observation.
If that makes any sense. Maybe it's an extreme thought. I don't know. It's thought. You know, when it comes to live streams like this, you get a chance to just you know, have an opportunity where people will let you just say stuff that's on your mind. And then you have people that will oppose you. I've been granted the opportunity to express what's on my mind, and I hope it gives everybody something to think about, because that's a peculiar prompt. That number 9 prompt, that's peculiar. Why is it that I can't just
I have never heard of that before.
Why can't I just end the transaction by hanging up? Why is it that when I press number 9, there's a specific message as opposed to just hanging up? You know, it's because things are traceable and tabulated for future reference. That's why that prompt exists. It's for future reference. As to, you know, and I suspect that that future reference is in relationship to determine who has social credit. You know, we all think it's about monetary credit, right? What's your credit score? What's your credit? Well, what's your social credit score? Are you the type of citizen that we can trust blind with the resources that we offer? You know, they want to know who will do what when nobody's watching, even though they're watching. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't worry about us watching. Don't worry about us watching. We got you. We got your back. We got your back. Just pretend like we're not here. You know, but meanwhile, technology advances. It's like, well, I can't help but notice these cameras and scanners, and you know, I can't help but notice this technology is advancing, and these prompts are kind of peculiar. Like, what's really going on?
Yeah, there was a big boom in monitoring technology during the pandemic because everyone was forced to work from home.
The monitoring technology
to gauge your performance and who's doing what at home. And they're using that now as a basis on whether or not to call people back to the office or have them work from home or have like a hybrid thing.
Yep. And
under the guise of letting you choose. But they're really looking at, okay, do you really work when you're from home? And they're finding that people work more when they work from home.
That part. Exactly, because it's not a secret that a camera can be infiltrated while while you're working from home. There's a little camera there that can be, to peek into, do you actually sit there and work? Or are you doing something that pretends like it's work?
Yeah, and they track your clicks. They know if you've been on Facebook all day, or if you send emails, or they get notifications if you work. They can, and like you said, they can look at your screen. They know when you're idle, when you're not. All that stuff.
And that's part of the social science. So social science is a part of tech, I suppose. Well, I don't know. I guess it's all a congregation. In my mind, it's kind of a congregation. It's like, let's find out socially what people will do in this instance of technology. So I don't know how that can relate to the tech field. Like, how does socialization relate to tech? Because you said there are people that, they're isolated from programming all day, coding all day, and so forth and so on, or creating innovations, being lassoed in to design buildings that could have never been conceived in architecture. How does socialization fit into all this? I'm just wondering.
Well, it's definitely a generational thing from what I've seen. The younger people coming in are much more socialized. They don't even know a time when there wasn't internet or interaction. So they come in wanting to engage. And then the older people who have been there for a while and used to come from I'll talk to you when I need to, or a meeting once, twice a week kind of thing. They are not used to that at all, and they're struggling. But it's also, male dominated, and they want to save face, so they'll grin and bear it. And some have acclimated better than others. But I think the younger generation is driving that force of change, and concepts like Google, Facebook, open office, they changed everything with how they set up their offices, how they, the benefits they offer. So they really set the bar, and not to say that they don't have their own set of toxic office behavior, but they really changed how you can do business. And so other businesses were like, what can we implement? And then some people are just going to go down kicking and screaming, or they're on their way out anyway, and they don't care, but I am happy to say that it's more of the former than the latter. So you have more intuitive management that are not just like, you have to finish this by the end of business day today. They will if they have to, but they usually give you wiggle room. Once you get out of like the parts that are 24 hours, like they're more regimented, like help desk is very regimented, and any kind of monitoring, because that never stops. But once you get out of there and you start moving up the ladder, you get a little more wiggle room. But they're watching you to make sure you don't take advantage.
And that's the thing too, as far as entrepreneurs, like small business owners, they've gotten frustrated through the pandemic. I'm not experienced in that realm of what it is to be a small business owner. What I will say is that some businesses have closed. I guess they offered relief to other business. I don't know how all that works, but I do know that it was very challenging for small business owners to get through it. And I think that's kind of sick and cruel. You got somebody that's got a sleeve of tattoos up their arms and on their chest and on their face, and they decide for themselves, you know what? I'm going to become a tattoo artist, or I'm going to become a chef, or I'm going to go into business for myself. I'm going to be a landscape artist, whatever, window washer, damn it, whatever. I'm going to establish my own business because obviously I went through a period where I was just doing the most, and I might not be appealing to look at during an interview, even though my mind is straight now. I'm all good now. I just look like I've been through something, so I might not be hireable. And because I may think I'm not hireable, I'm going to have, I'm going to start my own business. And so they're starting their own business and everything. And because they may be charismatic or whatever, they're able to make networks that help their business thrive. And here comes the pandemic issued, because, and I'm not taking anything away from the power of that virus. What I will say is that there were protocols in place prior to Trump being president that he didn't institute because he's a jerk. I think the Bomb had mentioned, as a matter of fact, Bomb Cherry had mentioned something about the H1N1 being a threat to this country. And Obama had put in place protocols to.
Yeah, he had a whole pandemic unit.
Yes.
Specifically for like pandemics or endemics. And first thing Trump did was shut it down. Like
he
the year before we
dismantled and
needed
shut it down. And lo and behold, we needed that type of protocol. And, so who knows what the future holds? Who knows? Coach is trying to get on the panel, or she will be allowed on the panel, I should say. Are you familiar with Koja? She's brilliant.
Yes, I used to listen to Koja on when she would get on Woman's Fair channel when I would watch her channel.
Yeah, Koja is brilliant. Welcome to the panel, Koja. I hope
I like her channel with gardening. I'm averse to anything nature, so I like hearing her talk about gardening.
Yeah, she's well loved. She's well loved.
I'm hoping I have some new stuff to upload. We get the backhoe delivered supposedly tomorrow, and I can really make a dent in this because my spirit tell me that big firm's gonna be crazy. All these white people ordering all this stuff today.
You sound muffled.
Oh, hold on. Let me take you off my car.
Okay, baby.
Yeah, just said she had to go to the doctor.
Can you hear me better now?
It'll work.
Okay. But let me make sure it's off.
There's actually a solution.
It could be better, but it'll work.
What about now?
It'll work. I mean, I've heard you crisp and clear, and I'm not demanding anything. I'm just glad you're here.
Yeah. So I just came for orientation. But every cloud have a silver lining, we got to find something positive about the pandemic. So I guess those new procedures that were put in place, that's the silver lining.
Did you get a chance to hear anything about the live stream at all today?
No, I didn't. What was it about?
We were discussing a lot of variations regarding the tech industry and how it impacts what's to come in the future. And I know I gave a testimonial that was personal, but it did kind of sink into like how technology evolved regarding imaging documents. You might appreciate this or not. There was microfiche or microfilm back in the day. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually those documents that were, on that type of technique, it was a technique, right? So machines were used for that technique. Eventually, technology would have it that it evolved into imaging documents through this machine where it's uploaded and it's tabulated, itemized, and placed into a digital microfilm. I don't know what the term of it is, but it's basically stored into a mainframe, I guess. And people can just type in conveniently to this day, you know, Roe versus Wade or R. Kelly versus everybody. You know, they can just type in, you know, something in a search engine, bring up a damn court document and print it out. Okay, that was a transition because microfilm, microfiche, as what Devastating was mentioning, it was too fragile to sustain itself. And so we were talking about the pros of technology advancing itself. And just before you came on, I was mentioning hypotheticals. Now I could go into the, you know, the roots in the grass or the details in between, but that's pretty much the gist of it at this point.
Well, I like the new media. I like being able to pull up court documents because it's good to be nosy, but I take it to a personal level. You know, I'm gonna just use a lot of civil litigants don't have legal representation, and with that, you can literally go to the clerk of the circuit court and say, "Small claims case." Auto accident, and you can put in certain words and find a case that's similar to yours. And you could literally, since we have this PDF document
copy and paste like a motherfucker,
have these PDF document opener, you can literally erase their stuff and kind of tailor it to your specific needs. So
when you
I
say
like
tailor
that part.
it, you mean copy and paste?
Yeah, but you know, you take out the stuff that don't match yours, and then you add the details that match yours.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I spoke.
Even if it's in a different county or circuit court, you can still use similar because it's under the same laws and stuff for that state. So I like it for that reason. So when people say I don't have money for an attorney, I know they say the person who have themselves for attorney has a fool for a lawyer. I believe the attorneys said that just so they can make you pay all that fucking money. Cause I don't see how incompetent and
right. If you could talk on YouTube, on panels, you have the wherewithal to look up documents that will assist you in whatever legislative endeavor you're trying to pursue.
So I do like that part of it because it's a great research tool if you want to use it for people who, you know, want to do it. So I do like that part of the documentation, that we can have access to all this information and not have to go to the library and fish through the microfiche.
Yeah, I think that the year that imaging started, well, I was introduced to the upcoming event of this transition into technology for document imaging, right? It was like maybe 1995, 96. Everything prior to that, I didn't know there was a such thing as you know, search engines and all that other kind of stuff. And really search engines didn't exist in 96. What had happened was I was involved with an agency that had their own database, and it just made it more convenient to bring up, you know, documents, you know, with their database. But eventually technology evolved to where you can just, you know, with any search engine, just type in something attributable to what you're trying to accomplish and get it done. Even for interviewing for a job, like how do I interview for a job? You can type that in. So these guys that are out of work, these women that are making excuses for themselves, and I'm calling it across the board, okay? I'm not trying to, you know, disparage one gender against another, right? So I'm just saying that the informational power made available is not to be wasted. It's not to be squandered, you know, like the informational power is not to be squandered. Like you know, there are people that are looking up stuff that is trivial, which is cool if that's what you're into. However, there's also access to things that can transcend your life into a higher tax bracket if you just apply the freedom of information you can discover to make you think.
Everything I ain't no worm expert, but the little I do know, I learned off of YouTube. I wouldn't, ain't nobody done damn worms where I'm at, only the ones we fish with. So it's a great tool, but I want to tell you before I forget. I just want y'all to know, Florida is gonna cure the low birth rates. Florida alone is gonna cure that. Because I just want you to know, in my orientation class, 2 women had 5 children, and this don't include me. 1 lady had 4. 1 had 3, she's 37 and trying to have another one, and I had 4. So I just want y'all to know Florida is gonna cure the low birth rates of Black people in America single-handedly. I just want y'all to know so y'all be sure.
The question is, so okay, I hear you. The question is, on my mind, are they friendly?
Well, it's an orientation class, so I don't. One person I know, because I have been working with her since I first, working in and out of places with her. But the rest of them, I didn't know it was orientation class, so I ain't know all the and stuff. But yeah, we're gonna single-handedly cure the low birth rate population. I ain't gonna tell you all of them gonna be made in families. I ain't gonna even tell you 50% of them gonna be made within a marriage. But I just want y'all to know, Florida, y'all be looking down on them. We're gonna single-handedly keep the Black population going, because they still having babies down here. You too, baby.
Florida having babies, y'all.
So
get it in.
We're gonna keep the Black population going. But I wanted y'all to know that. I want y'all to relax, to breathe. Hey, yeah,
they need those jobs. They need to be employed where you are. They need that because they got to take care of those children.
Well, CO ain't the best paying job, but it starts out at $21 an hour. Now it's $21 an hour, so it's an okay paying job. So yeah. So these women are employing. I say y'all married. Say that. We ain't gonna even say the ones that's married. All of them children belong to her husband. But I just want you to know. Well, they might have had them before they got married. That's what I mean. Them stepdad is who they disparage.
Right.
It's who they call simps and stuff. So I ain't gonna say all of them was the children of that marriage, but I'm just letting y'all know, Florida got y'all. We further down here, and while y'all fussing and fighting, we're gonna keep the Black population going down here.
Have they introduced what guarantees of safety you have in your position?
What do you mean? What guarantee? It's a prison. The inmates can take it over.
Okay. We'll talk about benefits because I really can't stomach anything happening to you, of course. So we'll talk about benefits, right? So the benefits package, right? I'm not asking you specifically what other. Let me try to formulate this question.
Okay, the basic benefits it got is basically like with most companies. They got 401k. This ain't no job. It's not a state job.
That's what I'm looking for, right?
It's basically 401k, and they match up to 50% if you match 5%. They got, FSA, HSA, insurance, all of the insurance, the disability insurance, the Afflex, they offer all that. Of course, some of that you got to pay for yourself, but it's the basic benefits, I think, with most places. But it's because this is not in the state system, you don't have the pension. And the state correction officers get pensions. They can opt for that, or they could opt for 401k. So you have to make a judgment. Like, I'm an old bitch.
Cole, just stop calling yourself that.
I say it with love, but I'm an old woman. So what they have in our state retirement system, if you work in corrections, you can retire with 25 years or 6 years of service to make you vested. And after that, you can do what they call drop at age 55, which means however much money you earn that year, They put it in a separate account for you up to 5 years. So if you took the pension when you do decide to retire, let's say you dropped at 55 and you decided to work till 60, and you got 5 years of drop and you was making $70,000. That means 70,000 times 5 years, which is 350,000, will be set aside. Now, when you retire, if you took the pension after that, you'll still get your monthly pension
plus the 300 grand.
Yep.
Now, will the 300 grand be a lump sum, or is
I would tell you to plan for it strategically. I don't know if it would mean maybe rolling over into an annuity or low risk.
Right, because I get an annuity. Right,
I don't know.
Right, I got a lump sum and an annuity, right? And so I think that the same thing is afforded to your situation. That's up to you to research.
I'm vested with the state, but I'm not going back to work for the state because I ain't want to be messing with them. But when I do get 49, I am gonna go back into the state retirement system.
Yes, that's the shit. Right, exactly. That's the shit, right? State retirement. State retirement systems, baby. State retirement systems.
But I don't know if I got no financial people up here, but I wanted to just say this here. I've been just having this idea on my brain, and I probably ain't the first person had. When you make over a certain money, you fall into the 22, 24, 28% tax bracket or whatever. So I was thinking of throwing, you could do $20,000 a year into your 401k. If you're over 50, you could add another 6,000. So I was thinking this here. I was really thinking I want my money to do double duty. Because when you take a 401k loan out, you pay the interest to yourself. And if you're not separating, I would think about if I put like 25 to 50,000 in there, borrow that shit back and go buy me an annuity and make my money work double time, since the money was still technically
right.
And I was like, if I could get double duty out my damn money, like BOGO or some shit. But I don't know no financial person, but that's what my brain's saying.
And that's the power of this technology. You can research it for yourself. You can look up annuities, what it is, how it go, what is it going to do for me? That's the power of this technology. I advise people to use it before they decide we get too smart for our own good and shut this shit down. Okay.
And I want to tell people
take notes, goddamn it.
I got to go ahead and take this COVID test, but I wanted to tell people I went to do a little bit more research on iBonds, and it's not a super, super great investment. There's other things that you can get more, but if you got $5,000, like let's say you got a good amount of money in your savings account, you can take right now. iBonds are paying 9.62%. Ain't no guarantee it's gonna reset at that, but if you're gonna sit your money, I know it's guaranteed for the first 6 months. But if you're going to sit your money in a checking account and get 0.12345 or sit it in this, the only thing is you can't cash it in for a year.
Right.
And if you cash it in before 5 years, you lose the last 3 months interest, which ain't shit, because that last 3 months interest is probably nothing compared to what you're going to gain if you just had it collected 1.235% or whatever, less than 1% in a checking or a savings account, or even CD. Some CDs, I don't know what the rates are, but if it's not,
I don't know what the rates are either. I think they're 2.5 or something.
So if you got one that is, I'll check on that for the tax consequences. But I'm just saying, I just wanted to put that out there. So if anybody got any money laying around, you got to through October of this year to catch in on the iBonds. It's not the most, but it is safe. It is government insured.
That's right.
It is better than if it's just sitting in the checking account. And this ain't your money this is when you have a cushion. And I ain't no financial advisor or anything. That's just the research I wanted to share. But I got
now. What I'm concerned about with that is whether or not 10,000 is going to put you on the radar. That's what I'm concerned about.
Well, you have to pay for it out of some type of account. So I mean, you could go to, I think it was gov.com, the website, and they have the information there on the bonds, and it's the iBond. And I mean, my money already taxes. That money
and another thing, before you go, I know you gotta.
I'm gonna just go on hold and go take this COVID test right quick, and then I'm gonna come back.
Okay, well, come back and we're gonna talk about metals, precious metals, investing in precious metals.
Okay, so I'm going.
Do you believe in investing in precious metals?
I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about
Gold coins, silver bars.
I don't know anything about it. So, if I don't know about it, I can research or something, but it's not something I know about. I came across this iBond thing a couple of months ago on it was in my feed for some reason, and I came across it. So, and I was like, well, it had been on my mind. And I actually do got money sitting up in an account, just in a checking account. So I was like, I need to go on ahead and do something with it here. So I'm definitely
look into that annuity transference. Yeah.
So let me hold on. Let me go ahead and take this COVID test. I think it's gonna take them about 3 minutes to swap. Well, not really.
Okay,
but
peace. Peace.
I'll be back.
Come back with good
I'm
news.
just gonna go on mute. Yeah, I'm just gonna go on mute.
Okay, stay up here. Come back with good news. All right. With that COVID test, come back with good news. Anyway, what I appreciate about what the audience just heard is just something different to consider. I also want to talk about credit building, even though that doesn't have anything to do with technology. It's just because I don't know how to code, okay? I don't know how to program a computer. I don't know nothing about that shit. But I do know money is important, damn it. So, I think this is not the time to interject how investments should be detailed. I just want everybody, to consider that investments are important and how to transfer your money according to what is going to be more affluent for your bottom line, basically. Shout out to Colger. We got 6 people on the panel. Anybody got any thoughts?
Sorry, I'm here. I'm eating leftover lunch, so I didn't want to chew in anybody's ear. I did hear about the iBonds too. I just was hesitant to do anything with it.
Okay, that's cool. I hope you're having a good bite. I gotta plan my meal tomorrow. So I'm not the type of person to ask what somebody's eating. Do you find that to be annoying when somebody's asking what you're eating? Nikki?
As a fat person, no, I ask what people's eating all the time.
Oh, okay. I don't like that. It's like, don't ask me what I'm eating. Unless
only because I'm always looking for something different. I have a very limited, I eat small meals now.
Right.
And so I get tired of eating the same thing over and over again. So
I can understand that. I think what's really tripped out about my personality is I would formulate, like if I hear somebody munching and crunching, I would ask them what they would recommend for a new recipe. I wouldn't ask them what they're eating. Like, I don't want to hear about what you're eating. I want to hear about your recommendation of a recipe or the nutritional value of something that you may decide to share that you're eating. I just, and I said all that to say this. There are a lot of personality traits amongst all of us that are quirky. It doesn't have to be weird. It doesn't have to be offensive. As long as we have an open mind about it. And what I'm learning through this so-called YouTube experience is having more of an open mind if possible. Like, sometimes I use the excuse, I'm too old to change. That's not true. It's not. That I'm too old to change stuff was just an excuse to not be bothered with somebody that I felt bothered me. And so what I appreciate about these YouTube, the dialogue amongst all of us that are familiar with one another, we're learning greater socialization. It's a beautiful thing, man. Like the good, the bad, the ugly, everything. It's learning. It's learning. I love that shit because I've been through something that doesn't mean, just because I've been through something, that doesn't mean that somebody else who's been through something doesn't mean something. And there was a time that people would convey themselves to each other in that way, where your pain isn't greater than mine, or you don't have this experience compared to mine. And I've said recently on panels, you don't have to compete to kick it, because this is not, you know, there are professionals who are equipped to listen to something that's out of the ordinary and not take it to heart. They're professionally trained for that. In this instance, as far as how we share amongst one another, there's a possibility that somebody might be vulnerable enough to take it to heart. Like, that is becoming more evident to me only because I didn't realize that there's a such thing as voice recordings, right? Like this is not just being on a panel just to, you know, berate each other or compliment each other. There are slurpers, okay? There are slurpers that will capture a voice clip of a conflict, and they will build their channel off of that. Now, whether or not I come out victorious or I come out defeated, I find that parasitic. Okay. I find that kind of parasitic. It's like, okay, you building your channel off voice clips. Really? Really? We're not using voice clips in the instance of educating what to do or what not to do. We are capturing voice clips in order to enforce the concept of competing against one another who would want to share their own personal experiences to enlighten somebody else.
You must be talking about that baller guy that takes clips of arguments and posts.
I heard it the other day and I was sticking to myself. I said, I can't believe that happened, because really it was supposed to be isolated to this channel, but there are
I saw him in the chat. When he came into the chat, I knew. I didn't even go over there because I knew he'd probably post something.
And don't get me wrong, that brother is cordial to me for whatever reason, and I am cordial to him because I love humanity. What I'm saying is, can he please introduce in the beginning of his voice clips, like, I think we should get along better or some shit? Like, I mean, do some, like, what, like the sensation.
He's gonna be wherever he thinks the mess is. You know, I always say, if they'll do it in front of you, they'll do it to you.
Until somebody brought it to my attention, I was like, really? I don't want to hear myself, saying that shit. I don't want.
Not only that, but then it's edited in a particular way, so you don't get the full context. And then in the comments, it's just people clowning to make themselves feel better for 10 minutes that day.
But let me tell you the power behind doing stuff like that. If you are on his bad side, he's going to clown you. If you are on his good side, he's going to make it more favorable on your side. And that to me it's not a teachable moment. I can't tell him what to do with his channel. I'm just begging that he demonstrates a teachable moment about it. Like,
yeah, but maybe that's just not his ministry. You know, it's gonna be what it's gonna.
The second he even mentions Teachable Moment, his subscriber and viewership will drop by half. This culture loves mess.
So it's about, okay, all right, I get it.
It's about the mess. It just happened. You just happened to be a victim of it that time.
I forgot about that part.
But
yeah,
just remember, if you see somebody up there, just put yourself up there. If you're ever caught in that situation and you see him, just know it's your turn. But I wouldn't, it's just mess. We are addicted to mess. We will go wherever the mess is. I've even watched this channel a couple times.
I call it the hood paparazzi. That's all they are, really paparazzi. They don't really have content of their own. And so what they do is just they go in and clip everybody else's content, and that's how they build their names. So basically they're not building their own names. They're the people who they're featuring are building their names,
And just a clarification, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying set your expectations.
I remember one time he told me, it was almost laughable. He told me, because he got mad at me or something in the chat room. He told me, I'm gonna take the video down I have of you, and I'm not gonna post you on my channel anymore. I said, nigga, and what? The fuck? And what the fuck that's gonna do for me, nigga? My very name is what is the reason why motherfuckers is coming to your channel. You're using me as a motherfucking lure aspect. So why the fuck would I give a fuck that you're not gonna lure my traffic to your channel anymore? It was like the delusion of these niggas thinking that they're celebrities because they're siphoning, audio clips and our personalities to build their channels. That was the funny part about that. And after I clowned his ass on my channel, then all of a sudden he started posting me again. I'm thinking like, well, nigga, I thought you was gonna not post me no more. Okay, I guess I called your bluff, nigga. So you just gotta look at them like hood paparazzis, man. That's it.
What did you think about the point I made regarding Target inviting a prompt in the future entrance of social credit?
What do you mean? Oh, you talking about the Chinese system that they got there?
Yeah, social credit is a practice in China.
We kind of have that right now. It's called cancel culture. If you think about it. Yeah, that's like our equivalency, cancel culture. So basically, I can't say that a trans woman is not a real woman without getting canceled, right? So, that's a form of social credit.
Okay. So, what about Macy Gray? What's her name? Macy
Gray. Yeah.
She was chastised about her opinion regarding what is a woman.
Yeah.
I really believe she has a right to voice.
Well, we all have a right to the freedom of speech, but when you have bullies claiming to be freedom fighters, because that's basically what they've turned into. A lot of sectors of the LGBT community have become bullies at this point. They're no longer freedom fighters anymore. Now, I'm all for the LGBT community because I'm a part of it. However, you do have some people who's going to take advantage of that. Just like you have disabled people running around here trying to take advantage of, of their disabilities and rather than, be a protected class, but respectful. I think it's okay to be a protected class because you need protection. But when you use that protected class to start bullying everybody else just because you can, then that's where I draw the line.
And for me, because I used to be a staunch ally, I'll still catch myself saying sis. I think it came out of, I'm empathetic for the intersectionality of it, right? When you are multiple things and dealing with multiple discriminations, I'm Black and a woman. So I get that, and then when you add on gay and then trans and then whatever.
The nerve of somebody to come tell you that to call them what you want to be called, but when you call yourself when they force you to say, hey, you call me what I want to be called. Okay, and you say, okay, I agree to that. And then they tell you what to call yourself. Now, what kind of bullying is that?
And I'm telling you, I rarely see, unless he's an ally, I rarely see cis heterosexual men say cis. I rarely hear that. And I think it's because the patriarchal mindset that trans women have when they step into the role of womanhood. They don't think about the societal part of it. They just think, oh, I'm a woman now. They don't think about our role in this society. They
a
don't
lot of
acknowledge their patriarchal mindset at all.
That's a
And
good
that
point.
always bothers me.
Well,
I
you know
need you to
what?
acknowledge that shit. I mean, it's beyond physiology. We're talking about socialized. Little boys are socialized at 3 years old. How do you combat that?
Acknowledge it. You know why they don't acknowledge it? Because men don't acknowledge their patriarchal behavior.
But I think that should be an integral part of it if you're transitioning.
Right, but that's just what it is. They want to be women, which I'm flattered by that. Don't ever think that if a man put on a dress and cut his dick off that I'm somehow feel like I'm in competition or anything. No, I'm flattered that you want to be me. I'm flattered that you like me so much you want to become me. However, don't underestimate. Don't think that I'm so naive that I don't recognize that you're still acting like a man by trying to overpower me. This is what men do to me every day. You think just because you put on a dress and some lipstick and a wig that I don't recognize that you're trying to overpower me.
And it's a difference. Trans men are not trying to join the NFL. They're not trying to join the NBA. They recognize because they don't have that mindset. They're not coming in to cisgendered men's faces and saying, I demand you call me a man.
Right.
And that's the difference. And that's my issue. It's not that I don't appreciate, I understand intersectionality. I understand, trust me, what it's like to wish you were somebody else or you don't feel like you're living to your full being. I get that. But there are layers to this shit. Like, it's just not tits and hair and even fallopian tubes. It's the society. It's, all of that. I don't hear them acknowledge that at all. And it's like, ugh. It drives me a little crazy.
Next time a trans woman wants you to call her a woman, you say, okay, that's fine. You want to be called a woman? I demand you call me a real woman. I demand you call me a biological woman. And you see how the tables will flip and how angry they'll get by you making your demands. They want to make their demands all willy-nilly, being a protected class, but they honestly in their heart feels like that you should not be able to have demands to make.
Right. Exactly. And that's very patriarchal. Very patriarchal. Exactly. I'm like, don't you even realize what you're doing? Exactly. And just because you can, because we're women, just the layers to it are just.
Well, it's unfortunate, but when you're dealing with men, you have to, treat them like that, because I look at, men, they use their physicality and and it's really kind of like an interesting dynamic because men already think that they're superior than women. So that's why you have men who transition into women thinking they're going to be better women than women.
Exactly. Exactly. And even the ones with the best of intentions is so innate. They don't even realize that they're doing it. They think it's completely rational. Yeah. Despite science-backed data. It's very interesting. So I don't, I honor people's pronouns. I will be respectful. But part of me is like, listen, y'all gonna have to dig a little deeper. I need some acknowledgement of some things and some changes.
I'm respectful to those who are respectful to me. I treat people how they treat me. So basically, if a racist come up and call me a nigger, I'm gonna call him a cracker. I'm gonna call him a hunky. I'm gonna do everything I can to disrespect that person. But if a person comes to me that just so happen not to be black and they're respectful, I'm gonna be respectful for them. So if a trans woman come up to me and they're respectful to me and they're not telling me to call myself cis because I don't want to be called cis. Now I'm willing to share this woman term with you, this title of woman with you. If you really need to be called woman, I'll share that with you. However, I don't want to be the same, so I'm going to change my name. And I think that's fair. I'll call you a woman and I'll call myself a real woman, or I'll call myself a biological woman, and or I'll call myself a woman with a womb carrier. Now, if you have any problem with me calling myself that, then I'm going to have a problem with calling you a woman. Okay, you're not just going to come in and and undermine a billion years of my womanhood and existence of being on this planet as a womb carrier just because you want people to look at us the same. We're not the same. We're never going to be the same, and you're just going to have to fucking deal with it.
And it's okay. It's okay not to be the same. It's nothing, putting one down over the other. We're different and we should be different.
But the gaslighting is important for them, right? The gaslighting is important. It's like
very important.
It's like once somebody says, okay, if I'm going to refer to you as woman, you're going to refer to me as womb carrier because I have a womb. You don't. That's the difference. They get pissed off about that. Real pissed off.
And
It's
that's the other
oh,
thing.
why
That
I gotta be
misogyny
about the
switch
womb?
flips. Ooh, that misogyny split. It flips. They go from 0 to 60.
That's when the misogyny comes out. Even though they look, you know, they look like a girl. That the misogyny comes out then. Because the intention is not to, well, it depends on who it is, because I can't really place anything in.
Oh yeah, and I think if you're coming into our sphere, you should be our ally, not the other way around. But Black women have been the ally to so many. Now it's expected of us.
But is that their intention? It would appear. But see,
I think if we had a little better gatekeeping, they'd be forced to retreat and gather that stuff together and then come back. And then maybe we could talk.
Perhaps for some, it's not their intention to be an ally with womb carriers.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying I think they should be before they engage and start asking for all these sweeping changes. But it's not, also hasn't been a requirement that we have for them.
Yeah, and you know, they're willing to, you know, just go to the extreme. Just because you don't like what somebody says about you, you're willing to take their livelihood away just so you can flex your muscles. I mean, it's getting ridiculous at this point. You know, if you're not comfortable with who you are, if you're not comfortable that, you know, that you were born a man and you want to be a woman and now you're a trans woman, that's between you and God and your therapist. Okay, if you don't believe in God, that's between you and your therapist. Why do I have to bear the burden of you not liking yourself? I mean, why don't you enjoy being a trans woman? Why you can't shout it from the roof? I'm a trans woman. That's right. I got the best of both worlds. Why can't that be a celebration? But you're not celebrating yourself. But you're not even celebrating yourself, but you want me to celebrate you. That's what I resent.
Yeah, I also resent the mocking, right? And when I say mocking, I'm not talking about the trans women. I'm talking about womb carriers who take on the personality traits of those who aren't womb carriers. They're trans women. Like, for instance, and I know this might be controversial because I know she likes to respond to, you know, people. Not that, I don't know if she's listening to this broadcast or not, but let's take Tamar Braxton, right? Tamar Braxton, in my thought to heart, had taken on personas of gay men and TS women. You know, she was notorious for being extra, right? And all that movement that she does, all the lingo that she all the lingo that she emotes, you know, it's reminiscent of someone that has kept company with, you know, people that aren't womb carriers who present themselves as women. And I was just wondering if I'm mistaken about that. You know, there are women that's like, honey, girl, first of all, let me tell you something. And, you know, and all that sassiness where non-womb carriers study to develop their persona.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say that she herself might have picked up that particular jargon and expression from that particular group of people, but that particular group of people picked that persona up from Black women, and we know it. The whole sassy, you know, shake your neck, long nail,
absolutely.
Shanae style. What do you call it? A caricature. You know,
it's exactly a caricature. It's exaggerated. That's what the non-womb carriers have done. They've exaggerated what they have found to be impressionable and made a persona out of themselves. And then the trick bag is that wound carriers were like, yeah, I'm with that extra expression, I'm with that. And then they, so it's still competition. It's still competition.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess it's an attempt at identity or cultural gentrification, Black woman cultural gentrification. They have taken bits and pieces of our personalities and made a mockery to a certain extent, and it's become
normalized
entertainment.
Yep. Now, can we determine whether or not it's toxic? That's up in the air, because people are entertained by it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
tides seem to be turning. The tides seem to be turning, though. The younger Black women are like, hold on, what's happening here?
But also you have more Black women taking over their own image and exploiting themselves rather than letting outsiders exploit them. For instance, monetizing themselves, whereas we would just go around just being beautiful and Black women and with all that jazz and all that sad, and other people would exploit us and monetize us. But now we have the unique ability to monetize and exploit ourselves and benefit and get the credit for being ourselves.
Mm-hmm. And it's ruffling a lot of feathers too.
Yeah. For instance, one example is a Black lady sketch show. That's a great example. Rather than having these men put on dresses and creating these Black woman characters, such as Medea and all the I can't go down the list, but yeah. So now we're starting to get into
Shanae.
Yep. And so now we're starting to get inside these industries and basically to get the credit for basically what they've been doing, copying us, mocking us. So we're at a point where it's like, no, we can make fun of ourselves and we can make money by ourselves, and we don't need no fucking pimps, and we don't need no people gentrifying our personalities and our characters and getting in the way of us making money off of us. Such as our hairstyles, our attitude, our jargon, our catchphrases, our fashion sense, all the beautiful nuances that we have as Black women. So it's very important. And also, for instance, even like all the music videos, now you have women rappers getting all the big booty video girls in their videos. So we're exploiting each other now. We're getting the benefit for our twerking. It's not the guy anymore. Got all the big booty bitches in the back of the truck. It's us now. So yeah, and we're getting the benefits for being, having the big butts and the thongs on and partying and having a hot girl summer. And it's important. I know they're going to say it's toxic, but no, it's important for us to. Number one, we've already been being exploited. We've already been doing that. So
and that comes from older women, and they need to read the room.
Mm-hmm.
They need to read the room. It's not, decorum is great, but so is empowerment, and empowerment looks different to everyone. So, the old women come from out of the clouds. You should do, stop it. If the woman wants to twerk, let her twerk. We spend too many years locked into these social constructs. She's still a senator. It doesn't matter if she twerked or not.
And it's so funny how they never had a problem when the men were exploiting us. But when we started exploiting, all of a sudden it's a fucking problem. Really?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. You have to, some things are just a difference in time. They clearly don't get the times we're living in, and they're going by how it was back then.
I just want to say for the record that Senator is wrong. She's wrong for twerking for a campaign promotion. That's a campaign promotion. I think it's not suitable that children are aware of her campaign promotion to twerk on a headstand. I don't like that. I don't.
So I understand exactly where you're coming from, and your idea is like, is nothing sacred anymore concept. I understand that. However, I can guarantee you that children are more familiar with Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and the other young lady way more than they are with the senator.
Yeah.
They're not worried.
She
about
knows who her audience is.
I don't like Cardi B either.
Okay.
Like she knows who her audience is. And on the flip side of that, you have, ultra conservative right-wing commercials where they're standing with their AK-47s in a police compound back to blue. Everything but the, salute and the swastika. I mean, you got to know who your audience is. She knows who she wants to vote for her and who she doesn't.
That's a good point. She knows who she wants to vote for her. That's
listen, anything is possible. Listen, if Donald Trump, the king of grab a minute pussies, can be president, anything can happen.
And that's my conundrum. It's like if a president who endorses grab him by the pussy, was elected, how are we judging this woman is twerking on that? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's a fucking conflict in my spirit, man. It's like, okay, I'm going to sit up here and judge this Black woman for standing, twerking.
Good for her. If slave owners can write the Declaration of Independence, she can twerk. I'm fine with that.
Right, that's what I'm saying. As a political campaign, okay, it's like vote for me, watch my ass shake. How can I judge her when the country has voted for a grab him by the pussy for a president? It's fucking me up. So
the country was founded on declaring independence from Britain and then everybody going back to their respective plantations. I mean, how far down the rabbit hole you want to go? If it's not for you, that's fine. But I had to force myself into getting out of the habit of policing other Black women. Because there's a whole subset of Black women that loves the fact that she twerks.
Now, what I'm not going to do is tell people that they shouldn't, say something. I will announce that I don't like it. I will announce where I think it comes from. I will announce that it's not true or it is true, whatever. I will announce my thoughts. What I'm not going to do is censor people, because people are allowed to judge for themselves what is what. Because if we don't have, like, for instance, right? How can I put this? Freedom of speech is important to me, and I'll tell you why with another testimony. I went to an appointment at the VA. There was a woman that was in my war group. Apparently, she actually jumped off the top of a fucking garage, 8-story garage. Okay, she just jumped off of it. And there was this code around the hospital, and we found out who it was. And I was like, God damn, she's in my group. What the fuck happened? I have an appointment with my therapist, and I tell her, you heard what happened? Such and such, because I'm not going to say her name, even though most likely she's not ever going to listen to this because she's Caucasian. Did you hear such and such jumped off the garage? And she was startled. And then a psychiatrist came in and asked me, to repeat what I said. And I told her. And this is the psychiatrist that, sits in to facilitate the group for those who need medication. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't understand. She seemed all right. I don't understand. Maybe the medication, because I knew based on how she talked to us that she didn't have a problem specifying what medication she was on. Maybe the medication she was on had an adverse reaction. Do you know that psychiatrist? And I heard her. Well, I can control whether or not they take the medication. I just described it. Why did she say it like that? Okay, did y'all hear what I said? Audibly. I can't.
I heard you.
Yeah,
It's
I
almost
can't.
a guilt.
Well, it was like it was a trained script response, because it would be different. Like, that's awful. Well, I can't control how she responds to medication. That would be more in line with, you know, something that is of innocent play. What disturbed me in how she responded didn't indicate innocent play. It indicated, I know I'm dispensing drugs that's fucking up people to the point where they might want to fucking commit suicide, but I ain't got nothing to do with whether or not they actually swallow those pills. And that is how I sleep at night. Okay?
But if you think about it, Mela, that's how all drug dealers feel. Even drug dealers on the streets. Like if they say, okay, well, why are you giving crack to that pregnant woman? Well, she ain't gonna do nothing but go down the street and get it. I can't control, if she do drugs or not. I might as well get the money. That's how they justify their guilt.
Professional drug dealers. There it is. There it is. They're similar in so many ways, you know. You know, you got this lucrative career dispensing pharmaceuticals as opposed to actually diving deep into what's going on with this individual. Absent of that, you're just gonna write prescriptions that alter how they think about life. And next thing you know, they're jumping off 8-story car garages, and you're gonna play it off like, well, I can control whether or not they swallow the prescriptions I've signed. That's the system. That is the system. Okay. And it is akin to a drug dealer in the hood that sells a substance to a pregnant woman. Well, I can't control the fact that she exchanged money with me for a substance that might damage a future leader of our people. And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with corruption on a level that is almost too insidious to conceive unless you have time in your life to think about it. And that's why they want to keep everybody stressed out, trying to figure out how to survive. Like, oh, I got to get my money up. I got to do this. I got to do that, instead of actually piecing things together. Okay? When you piece things together and recognize the revolving door or the hamster wheel, whatever whatever analogy you want to place to it. When you have time to piece it together, it becomes clear what control is eventual amongst all of us. And that brings me back to the social credit thing. It's not a mystery that somebody who's a tyrant, who's in power, they want to be able to predict somebody's behavior, right? I'm not going to use an example as to what happened on these live streams in previous days. I'll just use my creativity to come up with another example. I don't want anybody to fool themselves into thinking that they don't enjoy being able to keep somebody at bay that they don't want to deal with at the moment. And that is the social credit structure. I have, like, for instance, these elites, right? These people that have insurmountable amounts of revenue floating around that can build campuses like we've seen with Microsoft. Okay, I want to see people enjoy all this lushness, but I can't trust it to just anybody. So I have to implement a society that deserves this. How can I do it? It starts by examining who is who and what is what. Who is who and what is what? You know, because I think the ultimate goal is utopia. Like, I really do believe that these people that we are claiming to be the most evil characters, who are the high elite, you know, because of monetary availability, I do believe that they want a peaceful, serene, tranquil environment. It's just that they have to weed out the quote unquote undesirables. And it takes a systematic effort to do that. That's what I think. Now, how does the
And so and what you're saying right now, right, with the whole elitist thing, what's the difference between that, what you're saying with that, and what Sinji is promoting?
The difference is I'm referring in mind to Demolition Man, which is a movie, and I'm not thinking about Sinji at all. I think Sinji has a lot of stress on her back, and she's doing what she's doing to be clever. What I find most relevant is the examples in media that are foretelling where the future is headed. In Demolition Man, you had the higher echelons of society living above ground, and then you had those who were rebellious, otherwise known as not, you know, they didn't have social credit, living below, doing whatever they had to do to make it. And that's what I'm referring to. I'm studying a concept in media that's being, you know, invited for me to think that the future might hold that type of narrative, that type of existence, that type of reality, where those who are cooperative, those who are considered cooperative with social credit will live above, and those who are not will live below. It has nothing to do with me judging anybody's thoughts.
Okay, well, you're judging somebody's thoughts because that's the whole concept.
I'm talking about the movie Demolition Man.
Why are you getting so antsy? You tired? It's the coffee. It's the coffee.
Why are you projecting?
What? I'm just. Are you? I mean, if you're not feeling well, I'll lay off. But I just don't want to get you irritated.
Actually spoken for hours, and I'm not tired. You are trying to introduce to me that I'm tired, and I think that it is atrocious to play me like that.
Okay, see, you're getting angry for no reason.
It's atrocious to play me like that.
I mean, all of these exuberant words for you putting 10 on top of 2.
You're criticizing me for no reason.
I'm not criticizing you. I'm asking you if you're tired. I'm asking you if you're tired. That's all.
Nobody's tired.
Okay. Well, just relax a little bit. I'm not here to attack you.
Nobody's tired.
Okay, like I said, if I wanted to attack you, I'll do it direct. I'm not gonna.
Trinity, this is how we got started before with your assumptions, right?
Okay, well then, don't take it there then. Don't take it there. Okay, I'm in a calm mood. I'm cooking my food. I'm chilling.
What do you want me to do?
Okay.
You want me to be quiet?
I don't want you to be quiet, Mela. I just had a question because I wanted to.
I'll go on mute.
Okay, let's leave Cynthia out of it, since I wasn't trying to make you have a opinion about Cynthia. What I was trying to do was ask you, do you believe in a system like that? Do you think that that might work for our society in general?
No.
Okay, so that's really all I was trying to get to. I just wanted to know your mindset behind it, because you wasn't really letting me know. You wasn't really saying if you agree or not agree. You were just introducing the idea. So I was a little bit confused. That's why I wanted to ask that. So okay, so go ahead and continue. That was all.
So in Demolition Man, for those who aren't familiar with it, it starred Sylvester Stallone as the victor, I guess you could call. And then you have the villain, who is Wesley Snipes. You know, they are both sentenced to be frozen solid practically. And they're programmed to develop certain attributes, skills that would make them more adaptable when they're defrosted, right? Basically, they found the attributes of Wesley Snipes and they manipulated it to be deadly. They found the attributes of Sylvester Stallone and they manipulated his attributes to be more delicate. But they couldn't erase the innate understanding of competition between them. Stallone was a good guy, Snipes was a bad guy. And in this future world that they found themselves being defrosted in, they found that society evolved to where they were able to eliminate those who were uncooperative to what they deemed to be civilized utopia down underground to forge for themselves. And then those who were upper echelon, they were enjoying campuses like Microsoft in Seattle, Washington. Okay. And that is what I'm referring to as how media oftentimes is telling us what the future holds. There's another movie, In Time, where people are tattooed, where it's attached into their biological existence as to whether or not when they run out of time, they just fall into non-existence. But if you have enough credit to make sure that you stay existing, you know, you can infiltrate and enjoy higher echelons of society. So these types of movies, they're introducing, in my thought, that it is possible that this scheme of separating the have and have nots is becoming accelerated. I already mentioned, I don't know if you heard this, Trinity, about the example of when a person pays a particular line of credit over the phone. They're asking for a monthly payment. And you go through the process and punch all the numbers on the keypad to pay the balance. And next thing you know, and it's through prompts. Everything is through prompts. And you follow the prompts. And depending on whether or not the person is a rebellious spirit and they're annoyed with the fact that they have to go through this system of technology, you know, they follow suit. They go ahead and do what they got to do to pay the transaction. Once the transaction is completed, one would think that it's clear and sensible to just hang up because the transaction has been completed. They give you a damn reference number and everything. The transaction is completed. But what happens afterwards is you are invited to press the number 9 on the phone pad to disconnect the call. And because that's trackable, because that's valuable, because people in higher places of security, digital security can track that. It can be itemized who is socially compliant versus who's not socially compliant. It's the same exercises that they are doing in China, and it's emphasized and praised with the World Forum, World Economic Forum. And the chief of the World Economic Forum is Klaus Schwab. He has been saying for at least 12 years that there is a plan to trim down the population to determine those who are useful for the goals of what would be known as a utopian society versus those who are only useful for servitude. And when I heard what Silent, the panelist, the Marine on the panel, he submitted a video. It was less than a minute where I'm talking about Klaus Schwab, said audibly, nothing left to interpretation. By 2023, with his, European accent, maybe German, by 2023, there will be a reduction of the human population by 50%. And we can determine from there. And that was the end of the video. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of things are left up in the air when there is this collage of different clips and movies and videos and conferences and all this other kind of stuff. There's a collage that I can't help thinking whether or not there's a serious effort to enact that Demolition Man movie scenario where everybody that is elite and upper echelon and who they deem to be cooperative with their society to live comfortably, otherwise known as a Microsoft campus, versus those who refuse to bow down to that, and they have to be forced underground to scourge as they can, and conduct crime to force their way back up. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about these YouTube people. I'm talking about conclusions that I've made regarding a previous live stream of what does the future look like for you in reality. Sometimes art imitates reality to come. And that's all I'm saying, Trinity. I'm not trying to start nothing with you, okay?
Okay, yeah, I get it. I understand now that you say it. I think I might have just jumped in at the wrong moment because I'm cooking while I'm listening, so I just jumped in at the time. So it could have just been taken differently, but yeah, a lot of these movies are a trip, and it kind of does make you wonder. But thank God we ain't got to deal with it at the moment, at least in this present moment, I guess.
It takes almost 30 years to change a culture around.
Yeah, true. So where do you see us in the next 30 years, Miller?
People that are rebellious are fucked, and people who aren't are enjoying life.
Okay. And rebellious according to whose standards?
And that is the legislative competition at play, because people who are fighting to be in a special class, otherwise known as a protected class, they'll come along for the ride. You know what I'm saying? So let's take, for instance, someone that feels uncomfortable in their own skin because they want to walk amongst the living as a womb holder, but they can only appear to be a womb holder. So there's this need for a protective class. And so that's where the legislative fight comes in. Those who are in a protected class will be invited to the party, and those who are not, they got to go underground and figure, you know, and get it how they live. That's what I think the future holds.
Okay.
And when I say protected class, I mean those who are also useful, because this is a tech, you know, the title of the live stream has something to do with, you know, STEM. So to make yourself useful to people who are going to pick and choose, tech is going to be an asset to them. Those who have the talent, skills, and abilities to exercise a discipline that's needed, you know, for the upper echelons of society, they will be invited. Okay. And that's the important, that's important. That's important to know, because there's no mistake. Well, not mistake. It's not a coincidence that prisons are actually on the stock market. Like for real. You know, so that means there's a plan. There's a plan. You're not you, but you know, entities aren't building these brick and mortar properties without a plan. And so it's my thought that in 30 years, they'll rev up what it takes to establish a cooperative society, and those who are not quote unquote cooperative will be cast aside in some fashion.
Or eliminated?
No, not killed, because I think this is the sinister part of it, because of the health aspect of it, right? Because they're introducing pesticides and polluted water and all this other kind of stuff that people might not be mindful of. There are people that are actually going to bring their own demise. And so that's the part. So if there's any elimination, it will be through a person's own ignorance. It won't be like some Hitler just charging in and just slicing necks and counting. You know, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be like, I'm going to let you hang yourself.
Oh, so basically, like not having access to resources or something like that.
In addition to not wanting to discover information that preserves your longevity.
Okay. That makes sense.
I'm glad you think so.
Man, I mean, in this scenario, you know what I'm saying? As far as it actually coming to pass, I'm not sure, but in this scenario, you know, it's hypotheticals. Yeah, I get it. I can see how this whole, you know, because the way they talk about global warming and, you know, population control, I get it. But my thing is, because I asked a couple people this, I want to know your opinion. If it's global warming and they're talking about population control, then why are they stopping people from having abortions?
To control the genealogy, like I don't know. I don't know. I haven't thought that far into it. Because it's a new enactment. It's like, it just came out of the blue. Like Roe versus Wade is, like who the fuck does that? It's been established for decades, and then they're gonna overturn it. Like I didn't see that coming, so I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it don't make a lot of sense to me anyway. Yeah, weird. Yeah, they just hit us with a whole lot of stuff at once. Damn.
You heard about Arizona prohibiting police officers from being filmed with cell phones within 8 feet.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So they can narrate the story how they want to narrate it.
Precisely. Like, I mean, what's the purpose of that? It's to obstruct justice. Because if they can't film a black man getting beat down for no damn reason, or shot 60 times for no damn reason, then you ain't got nothing to say. Now, I like what Devastating had mentioned, like, it's not as if there's no Zoom feature, like a person can't amplify the Zoom feature of their lens. I thought that was insightful. Why is it that they specify 8 feet? It's because it's unjust to do that in the first place. Why the hell are you wearing cameras on your vest? Because as far as I know, they still have to wear the gear that includes cams, right? So why is it that they are obstructing that civilians can't film anything within specifically 8 feet? What is that about? It's because they know that, well, I can only speculate as far as what the 8 feet means, but that 8 feet, just like, I was like, why didn't they just make it a blanket thing, as opposed to implementing that 8-foot part? Like, what's that about?
I don't know, but I think if that's the case, then they shouldn't be able to come up on you without probable cause, 8 feet, without asking you questions. They need to stay back 8 feet if they want to ask you questions.
Good point.
Since we limited to do something, they need to be limited, if that's the case. Because that means if I got a camera, so they mean you can come close to me. As soon as you come close to my car window, so basically that's to stop basically people sitting in the car, and you see how they have they camera phone out when the cop comes to the car. So now that's stopping them from coming. Yeah. So if that's the case, then you got to be 8 feet away when you come asking me for my registration and everything like that.
Yeah. So if you're in Arizona, you're no longer able to film the interaction between you and a traffic stop.
And then what's the likelihood of somebody stopping, and just filming something just in case? Ain't nobody about to, not many. And then if you're with somebody in the car that wants to walk away 8 feet to record it, they can demand that they come here. You're being detained too. So basically that's just obstructing your justice.
Yeah. They're tired of the evidence that
basically
they're tired of the evidence that puts the leverage against them.
Yeah. Because they can't keep denying people getting paid, and they probably try to settle it out of court. They probably tired of all that, so they're gonna try to figure out a way to make it unfair.
They got to get that budget together somehow. Yeah, it's a lot of forward thinkers in politics, and they make plans way ahead of what people who are just trying to make it day to day are thinking. I mean, how many amongst us are just glad to have made it through the day. Let alone entertain the possibility that they can, you know, just wrestle in their curiosity about any given topic, any given article, anything. Like, okay, I'm going to take an hour out of my day to look up whatever is random on my mind and be edified by it. No, damn it. I want to enjoy the fact that I made it through the day and I survived it. So that does obstruct, a person's sense of forward thinking, when all you can do is just plan out what you're going to wear tomorrow and set your clock to get up on time and make sure that, you nourish people that you're legally obligated to feed. Right. There's no time to investigate your sense of creative adventure. I won't say it's similar to slavery. I'm just saying it's kind of oppressive when all you can do is concentrate on making it through the day and being so glad that happened, that all you want to do is take the time to escape. And a lot of people spend a lot of time escaping as opposed to exploring. Right. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like, exploring is a beneficial part of discovering information that will edify you and enlighten how you can predict what, to plan for your future. And if all you want to do is just escape from all the obligations that you had to enact, and you spend, all this time after work online escaping, or, just take some time to, I don't want to call it self-care. I just want to call it, I don't know what to call it, but it's like there's self-care, because there are people that do, they make time to schedule their spa. They make time to have a soothing mineral bath and all that good shit like I love to do. It's just that there's more to it than getting your hair, nails, and chiropractic and massages and sex. There's more to it than that. There has to be time allotted for discovery. There has to be time allotted within a 24-hour period for discovery. That way you stay in tune with the concept of what's to come, as opposed to just staying stuck in a routine of a revolving door or being on a hamster wheel, because the system is set, and the system is set with a plan. And if you don't take time to discover with your own curiosity what that plan could possibly be, before you know it, you'll have restrictions that you didn't anticipate. Right. I guess that's all I'm trying to say. Like, discovery is important so you can discover what to anticipate, so that you're not likely to encounter unanticipated restrictions, if that makes sense.
No, I understand what you're saying. So you think that the people that want to, like the preppers and the people that want to go underground, you think that they're gonna be okay, or you think that they're gonna try to go find them and bring them some kind of justice?
No, I think the preppers are more ahead than most people.
Because you know, there's a lot of people that think about things that you're talking about right now, and so they make plans. Like basically, when this whole utopia idea do come along, that they're not even going to be a part of the system too much like that. They, you know, they have their own properties and they you know, a lot of them going up to the hills, and you know, and they're not going to need society like that. And so they, I guess in a way they feel like they're going to be okay. But I think if you like what you're talking about, I feel like they have this whole agenda for like this utopia society. It seemed like those type of people will be an enemy to their you know, their movement.
Yeah, those off the grid people, they might be, you know, against their agenda. Yeah, those anti-grid people. Yeah.
So that's unfortunate.
Are you into some biblical verses that we can speak about?
Well, I guess in comparison to what you're saying, I guess the revelations would come into mind when they was talking about, you know, the end of the days and the mark of the beast. Because I guess that's pretty much where that would be headed to, right? When, you know, with the whole one world order, everybody's in compliance. You know, they start tracking everything. I mean, we're already kind of there, you know, with our because we're not supposed to actually have social security numbers. That's actually against the Bible. Census and stuff, that's in the Bible, it says you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to count the people. But biblically, yeah, it speaks about what you're kind of talking about. How certain groups of people will want to be in a utopia society, elite society, and they will start to either oppress and kill everybody who doesn't comply with the system.
What caught me off guard was the signal, right? The signal are the trumpets, right? I think there's 7 trumpets that are indicated in the book of Revelations. And that really never meant anything to me until Trump became president. And it just so happened there are 7 individuals in his family, right? Now, I understand that Trump is not his actual surname. Like, you know, there's a transition from his ancestors where they changed their name to Trump. I get that. It doesn't discount the fact that Trump is, you know, a word that's not easily overlooked. And when I associated Trump with trumpets in the book of Revelation, indicating there will be 7 trumpets, I was like, what are the odds that correlates, that some guy named Trump, you know, is elected out of nowhere, you know, like some jerk is elected to be, you know, upheld and exalted with his 6 other members in his family combined, when you really think about it. Yeah, I mean, just include all that he's associated with through marriage and children. Just think about it. 7.
Yeah, that could have some significance, you know, but also trumpets could be aligned too with sound and openings of portals.
Exactly. So as much as I would like to think that sometimes, not all the time, there are times that I think the book of Revelations is, you know, hocus pocus. And then there are those times, because of my upbringing, in the Baptist church, there's some significance that I adhere to about it. And that 7 trumpets thing in conjunct, in connection with some guy named Trump and his 6 other family members signaled the pandemic, basically the pandemic happened during his presidency, by him being president. I just don't like that coincidence.
There's also videos of people recording sounds coming from the sky, trumpet sounds coming from the skies.
I don't know I didn't hear about any of that. What happened?
You got to look for it. So basically, just how people be having like those UFO sightings and stuff. They have the same kind of videos displaying people going out.
Those were drones.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's an analogy, like to give you an idea how the videos are created. Basically, people will be walking outside with their video camera and recording these loud horns, trumpet sounds coming from the sky, and then they're uploaded on these various social media sites. So that was. There's always those conspiracy theories, like, you know what I mean?
Okay, speaking of conspiracy theories, I want to make it known that I believe the earth is round, not flat. Do you share that same thought?
I try not to think too much about it. To be honest with you.
It's a yes or no question.
I try not to think too much about it. How, if I say yes or if I say no, I'd be lying because I just don't know.
So you're open to whether or not the earth is round or flat. You're open to it.
I'm open to existing in this realm, on this planet, as who I am at this moment. As far as if the earth is round or flat, it really doesn't bother me. I mean, until I want to go explore, that's the only time it should really bother. I mean, that's why I don't think about it too much, because it's not affecting me at the moment.
All right. So, and when I say so, I mean that respectfully as possible. Because I think a lot of times when somebody says so, people are prepared for.
No, I consider it you just transitioning or about to ask me another question.
No, I'm thinking, I'm trying to think how to formulate a question that I deem pertinent to this conversation. Okay. That's why I use the word so. It has nothing to,
I didn't take it.
I'm just giving myself a moment to think, believe it or not. I'm wondering whether or not it's possible that we would want to judge the position of others based on fundamental beliefs. Like if it's my fundamental belief, not if, goddamn it, it is. It's my fundamental belief that the earth is round, and you have an indifferent view, like it doesn't matter one way or another. Yeah. Am I supposed to, I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to take that in going forward in a conversation with you, because we don't connect on a basic level.
Well, there's a lot of things that we don't connect on a basic level about, but we're still able to have the conversation. Is it vital that you take me any kind of way?
I think I find comfort in like-mindedness.
Right. And so that's what happened. Well, that kind of promotes an echo chamber. Does it not?
No.
Kind of. If you surround yourself with people who think like you, and you guys are all saying the same thing, that is technically an echo chamber. It's when you're able to have a conversation with someone who does not, maybe who thinks differently from you, or participates in activities that you'll never participate in, or views life from a certain perspective that you feel is wrong in some kind of way. It's being able to have conversations with those type of people that show your well, it shows strength in your core beliefs, and it also shows the ability for you to communicate and be diverse rather than being just so rigid.
The
Because
thing is, I have a choice to back out.
Yeah.
And
so
when people, I'm saying like the conversation, right? Let's talk about this holy roly, let's talk about this almighty, let's have the conversation type of narrative that people are talking about. In the event that I discover that someone is not like-minded, believe it or not, I am born with the choice to back out.
Who said you wasn't?
No, I'm saying there are people that will insist that one is cowardice for not engaging in a conversation with people who are not like-minded.
With all due respect, you introduced the conversation, so.
No, I'm just being objective. I'm not talking about us and our thing. I'm saying this for the benefit of the audience to conceptualize.
Okay,
that's all right.
Okay,
right. Because we're teaching here, believe it or not. Because people who have been aware of our conflict, they're like, what the fuck are they even talking to each other for? I thought they was mad at each other. That's not what we're about. What I will agree to is that you have demonstrated yourself in an interest to teach people something. I have demonstrated myself in an effort to teach people something. Just because we differ and we are willing to get real low down to the depths of God knows what about it, that doesn't negate the fact that our innate concern is that people learn. And that rhymes, so you know it's true.
Rhythmatic. Yeah.
Okay.
Power is in the rhythm.
Exactly. And so, yeah, it's just the for the audience of interest who observes what we're saying and can take away something beneficial for themselves. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to take people like you take your fruit. I eat my fruits in season. Sometimes out of season, I take the nutrients that I need, and what I don't need, I shit it out. That's this human life. You take what you need, and what you don't, you leave it for somebody else. It's just the way it goes.
I was talking about Alpha Omega earlier, and someone in the chat was kind enough to emphasize how the digestive system affects how people respond to others.
Mm-hmm.
There's a part of me that wants to agree with that wholeheartedly. And then there's another part of me that thinks that it's about experience. If I, in the event that I've experienced people who are oppositional, who are combative, who are inflammatory, it's not like it's a new thing. It's not like it's a new thing to experience somebody that asserts themselves inflammatory against me, no matter how deep it goes.
Right.
And, if anything, it just exposes the talent of creativity. Shit. It's like, damn, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's really about people that are apprehensive about participating audibly on these panels. Some of them are looking to be edified. Some of them are looking for toxic entertainment. Some of them are looking for detailed directives. And what I like about Bomb's channel, Bomb Cherry Juice, for those who need to like, share, and subscribe, it's a variety show. Anything could happen. When she introduces a topic, we bounce off of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I give full credit to her making this platform available for not only this conversation, but for all instances where people have found hilarity, heartbreak, and everything in between.
Yeah.
It's an important thing for people to be exposed to these types of conversations, you know.
And diversity, because a lot of people think that they have to agree in order to be friends or to be associates or to be in the same arena as someone else. No, like we live in an ecosystem. That's why I say, take passion in whatever your beliefs is, whatever your talents are, your skill set. Don't let nobody make you feel like you're less than or better than. I have something to offer somebody somewhere. And it's just a matter of finding that perfect fit, getting there, and then you're not always going to fit where you think you fit before. It's an ever-changing thing. Life is ever evolving, ever changing. What you thought you liked last year, you probably won't like next year. And that's the beauty of life. It's a journey, not a destination. I feel like a lot of people get caught up in getting to a destination when we should really just be living mindfully, enjoying every moment, because we don't know how long we have. And
you got that right. Now, in that interest, I don't know what else there is to say other than we're demonstrating the possibility of people who have the propensity to experience, low down conflicts and still be mindful that they